I was making. I'll bring half of the lasagna out right here to show you I made the lasagna.
Oh yeah, all right. Okay.
You want me to go get it? Okay, I'll be right back. I'll go get the
No,
lasagna.
no, it's okay. I'm not gonna call your bluff. I believe you.
All right, so I made lasagna.
Hit your forehead.
Here's my forehead. Yeah, I hit my forehead making lasagna. I was making the meat sauce for it, and I'm in a new house. Okay, I'm in a new house. I don't know the boundaries. I ran right into it. Like cut my head right open. I started bleeding down it. I was like, don't bleed into the lasagna. That's not the right red sauce. But like, yeah, you get the point. And it hurt. It really fucking hurt. It was almost like the last straw. Like I have all these little bugs biting me, moving in school and all these new things. And like, oh, that was just so frustrating when that happened. Yeah, and then I stepped on glass, setting up LED lights in my room, which is also not fun. And now I got like 2 band-aids on me, but there's my hourly report. That's about it.
Cool. But you're okay? You're gonna live? The doctor said you're gonna, no major head injury for the rest of your life?
I think I'll be fine. Like I don't think
you're not gonna start talking like our S tier Hank? We're
gonna have to see. We're gonna see. Like maybe I start fumbling my words more than usual. So I don't know.
No, he doesn't fumble words. He's S tier.
He's S tier Hank. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm moving you on this screen, so I'm looking forward now. Okay. All right. I will turn off my camera. I have some food to eat here.
Are you gonna show us your new room?
Here's my food. I made mahi, green beans, and rice.
I thought you said you made lasagna, buddy.
I made that yesterday. You made me get it? Do you want me to get it? You are asking me to get it.
I'm joking.
You're asking me to go to. It's not that far away. Literally,
no, I'd rather annoy you about it. The kitchen. No, I'd rather annoy you about it. Don't get it.
All right, I'll send you a picture after the stream. Okay, I'll email it to you.
Sure.
I want to hear some drums back. That'd be fun. Okay. All right, turning off the camera. I gotta eat some food.
All right. You have a good week though.
So far, yeah, I feel like just doing a bunch of double observing. It feels like everything's running smooth, and I am like just so far into like sleep last isms right here. Just like all the new shit just like turns on my brain, and I'm just like I can't sleep. I think I've gotten maybe like in the past 4 days, I've probably gotten like 16 to 16 hours of sleep just because like I can't fall asleep. Just all this new stuff. All these new possibilities to chase down,
keeping you up, yeah.
And it's like I can't solve it yet, and it's not settled. I'm not settled yet. I need like a month or two. More settled. But yeah, I kind of stressed about it.
Yeah, so. You're going through a lot of changes, so you have to have a lot of updates.
I'm updating. Yeah. I'm updating.
Right.
Yeah, I'm learning bass guitar now. I have to drive to South Bend 2 hours to go get that one day.
Yeah. It's one thing you need to teach the IJs is if you know. It's not fun to do it, but if you've done it once, you can do it again. Updating is not that bad.
Yeah, I know where I am. Yeah. I know where I am in the I'm exactly. Keeping myself in the loop of where I am. I'm like, oh, this is day 1. Okay, like I need a few more weeks, or like this isn't settled. Like we just had a guy come in today to check our garbage disposal because it's been broken, and doing dishes has been really bad. Because like our garbage disposal is broken, it fills up and it stinks, and like the guy just came in today to check it.
He's got 3. Yeah. He says he has 3 roommates, and they're all observers, and all they talk about is doing the dishes.
They're all like we're all. I think what's great is they're all savior NE. I think we're all like they're all lead NE, like ENFPs or something like that. So like we mesh well. We have a right energy. It's just like I'm coming in. I'm the double observer, and I'm also the only TI guy here. It's like I'm a lot of the like we.
So you have to blast SI. You have to blast.
I have to blast SI. I have to do a lot of. I have to do the systematizing part of it. No, it's great. It's like I remember like it's like good blasts. It's doing good blast sleep for me. It's good practice for that.
All right. Well, right. That's a good way to look at it. Nice.
But I'm not the oldest person here, so I'm 21, the other guy's 21, one guy's 20, and then our third guy is 27. So he's a bit older than us, but he meshes well pretty well with us too.
Yeah.
Despite being 27. But yeah, so far pretty good. No really drama between us, just trying to figure out and work together as people to solve the thing.
Yeah.
And like
wait till the thing goes bad. That's when the drama comes.
That's when the drama comes? Okay. The thing, yeah, all right. Okay, I will let somebody else take the wheel for now. I feel like I've been
Nice.
talking in the past. How long? 5 minutes? Okay.
I saw your video, Annie. It's nice. You finally got another update.
I saw it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I just jumped on because it sounded like Dave needed to eat his lasagna. So.
Okay. You're here to save Dave.
Annie, did you want to see it? I will get it. I'm feeling adamant about this lasagna.
Okay. Yeah. I just thought, that'd be weird. Like, oh, here's
someone's helping you.
Nice.
Do you want to see the lasagna? Ninja
Jared, that is not racist. That's great.
That's my yard work cat. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Actually, it's very practical. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
That's why I got it.
I think Bucket.
I like it. You're using it for the purpose it was made for. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah.
Learn from all cultures. Good for you.
Yeah. I had it before it was popular too. Just want you to
Nice.
know that.
Yeah,
When it's popular, it's not popular yet, man. Maybe you'll make it popular, man.
No, it's popular right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you go to the fancy Billabong store. They have one with their logo, and it's like $70. I'm like, what the heck? This thing's like 10 or 15 when I got it. So.
I like how you look. You look like a man. You look more like a man. Your facial hair is a little bit longer, and you're kind of like hot, dirty because you've been outside working, maybe. And you look a little bit more tan. You look, you look like you can get shit done. It's a good look.
Yeah, I tricked you.
He's got the shorts on.
Yeah, I'm redoing my side of my house. I have like a cactus area, and I have like a gravel pathway, and I'm removing the gravel and gonna put some fabric down and some flagstones and some other stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Just been avoiding doing it for like 2 years.
Yeah, it's a great get up. Love it. And you have the Ninja Squirrel Consortium too, so you pop on like a ninja with your hat.
Heck yeah, man. Squirrel vibes.
How's your week been? Lots of work?
No, the reason why I'm doing the work is because like I fell off my bike and I couldn't do any other exercise. So I didn't sleep very well this week.
Oh, right. Yeah, how was that? Is that healing up?
Yeah, it got better, and then I stretched it weird, and it was worse for a couple of days, and it's still a little bit bad, but it's mostly good now.
It's crazy how that used to be nothing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you noticed your body slowing down at all?
I don't know. I haven't really put it to the test in a while, but yeah, I was rollerblading with my kids one time and I smashed into a wall, which would have been nothing. But for me, I just like completely took away all my skin on my legs and my arm. And I destroyed my pants. That was annoying. My skin and arm grows back, but my pants, I got to buy new ones.
I know.
I didn't know you wore pants.
Oh, that's true. I might not even be wearing pants. You have no idea.
I have no idea.
The self-healing invisible pants. I love it.
We have someone in the back whose device is not connected. I don't know who that is, but that feels like Nico. If you're waiting to join. Yeah, so my paper came back rejected with some comments. So I rewrote it, made it less grandiose, way more down to earth. He told me not to mention Tony Robbins, which I'm still sticking to it. I'm going to mention Tony Robbins because he's the one who like discovered the second order orientations first.
Right.
I'm gonna keep that in there and see what he says this time.
Yeah, something went off in my mind too, because
I know. It's not very info correct, but he did discover something. So
right, I totally get where you're coming from, but it was a little bit like, how's this gonna go over?
Yep. Yeah, he was very double decidery about it. Here, what did you say? I can pull it up. So what did he say here? He said, I also suggest not looking to Tony Robbins for implications of your model. Well, I certainly appreciate his charisma. Double the side here. He's got a good charisma. His body of work is likely insufficient empirical backing to form a strong basis for theoretical, cognitive, or social science. But because you are interested in these issues, and then he's like, go talk to those crazy people here. I'm like, no. I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to keep Tony Robbins in. I did all the other changes.
Is there anybody similar to Tony Robbins that are as more
Yeah.
stuff maybe?
Yeah. But they came out 1 year later, and I mentioned them. Tony Robbins is 91 and they're 92. What am I going to do?
Maybe when you rewrite it, you can kind of like give Tony Robbins like a little dig, like a little diss.
I did. I gave him a diss.
However, he did, conceptualize.
Yeah, I did give him a bit of a diss.
Yeah, that would help.
But he discovered it a whole year earlier than the academic world. So, anyways.
So it was just rejected because of too highfalutin.
I think it was too broad, so I took out some of the newer embodied cognition stuff that, like the work that people are doing with cells. Like, I don't know how he feels about that stuff because it's kind of edgy, but it's not really. It's very ST correct. It's just, you have a theory, and before you prove it on everything, prove it on something. So that's kind of what I did in this paper. Like, I'm proving it more on human cognition and less on all cognition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm using other cognitive metaphors in order to give nuance to the human cognition. So maybe that'll be accepted and at least go through a process. Try again. Keep trying. I'll bug them. I'll double activated play them until they give in.
You got some vocal lessons in the background?
Who's dying?
Yeah, some kids outside, I guess. Yeah. What can you do? Kids are kids. And let them enjoy their life.
Tony Robbins out there charismaing them up or something, huh?
The next one, learning.
He's being hyped up right now. I watched your one of your older videos. It was the one I was talking about, like the cognitive functions, I think, and entropy. And it helped me understand your paper a little bit more.
Ah, okay, yeah. That was an old one, but yeah, that's a good.
Yeah, is that still valid or?
It's still very much valid. Yeah, I haven't gone back and I probably said right a whole bunch of times there. I didn't edit that out of that video. I should probably go back and edit that kind of stuff out. But like, other than that, it's still good info.
You had that little graphic that showed like blast, like a circle going out and all that stuff. Is that we're thinking of the same thing, right?
Yeah, I remember those.
Yeah. So what was interesting about that is, like, before I saw cognition in a cell, I was like going through that model and I was like, oh, like this looks a lot like a cell, so I'll just use a cell as a metaphor. And then when I discovered Dr. Levin's paper, I was like, oh, a cell is cognition, the metaphor is reality. That's really interesting.
Yeah, okay, like I don't know, I can't remember what I was watching or listening to, but it's sort of like, like OP, you start seeing it everywhere. Like what you're talking about, I see it everywhere now. I'm like, oh, it's sort of like you're seeing the matrix code almost.
Pretty much.
Oh my God. It's like floating down. You're like, So now there's the question though, is it just your brain? Because your brain will make up stuff to fit your belief all the time. So.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like that's what it's doing, but I don't know how to avoid that problem.
That's where.
Why do you feel like that?
I think that's how everybody's brain's sort of wired. Like if you are preloaded with an idea or something that should be a certain.
Yeah, because it's a foreign representation. So foreign representations are potentially harmful, especially if they're very low entropy. Unless they're completely right, like they're kind of harmful to believe in them 100%. So it's good to have like skepticism on them.
Yeah, and I think it goes along with like human evolution, because like if you have a group of people that have both of those,
right,
it makes
consensus protects us. We have shared representations, and so if someone's representations are off, that's when there's like that's when the conversation starts. And when that becomes a group, then it becomes a huge conversation.
Yeah, that's like I've listened to a lot of early like ancient, what is that called, ancestry stuff, like 100,000 years ago. They're like trying to piece together 70,000 years ago how like tribes were, and they say that they think they like would like go to a new area, the group would become too big, they'd have a disagreement and split, and then one group would go down further, and they just keep on splitting, and that's how we populated the earth.
Yeah. One of the guys I mentioned in the paper is Ibn Khaldun. He was watching Bedouin tribes grow into cities. He was watching that cycle. It was happening just really fast there. The Bedouin tribes would come and attack the city. They would become the new city dwellers. And then other Bedouin tribes would form again until they're big enough to attack the city. It was an interesting dynamic he was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, like the same thing with the Mongol Empire, like the Huns and the Mongol Empire, it's the same thing. It's like that landscape like produces a tribal people that's on a like tough people, and then every once in a while, every 200, 300 years, like they explode out and just attack everybody with cities and take over, and then it starts over again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure we have that in us, man. If that's a pattern out there, it's a pattern in here, right? Yeah.
So there was a really fun synchronicity today.
Nice.
Russ was outside and eating his breakfast, and then I was just being silly, and I went out and I said, "How was your kibble? Like dog food. Like, how was your kibble?" And he said, "You put that there?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he said he had just seconds ago reached into his pocket to get a piece of gum, and there was a piece of dog kibble in his pocket, and he threw it at the screen door because I was inside. Kind of like, fuck that bitch. She put kibble in my pocket, and it was just.
It's just like Dave's lasagna.
But yeah, really, that was fun. That's a fun, like, synchronous joke.
And did he come over to your side? Did you understand it was funny? Or he still thinks you put kibble in his pocket?
No,
joked at him. Okay.
He believed me. Yeah, I didn't do it.
Because I would do that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I would do. Just sneak some weird item in his pocket.
How did it get there?
Who knows?
If it wasn't you, who was it?
That's actually a good question too.
But you have to see our living conditions. Like, my studio is very clean. It has to be because my clients come here every day. But where we live is 400 square feet, and it's total chaos. And there's crap everywhere. Like, he shaved all these boards 3 weeks ago and never cleaned up the sawdust because the little dog Poppy liked laying in the fluffy sawdust. So he thought, oh, wouldn't it be fun to leave it there? It's like all over the couch. It's inside the house.
Oh no!
Vacuum the crap up,
You know why I wouldn't have asked that question, Dave? Because for Essie, it just makes sense that you'd wind up with dog kibble in your pocket. Like, of course it ends up there. Yeah, that makes absolute sense. I would, if I had a dog, I would end up with dog kibble in my pocket at some point. I
was going to blame squirrels.
No, never. I've had a dog my entire life. Never has happened. And
well, you're not SE.
So you're saying that you just like somehow accidentally grabbed like a pile of dog food and just like jammed it in there?
I'm sure I would end up with dog kibble in my pocket if I had a dog.
You got to put the steps in the right direction. Grab the right stuff and then put it in the right pocket. I don't know. It just.
I mean, there's tons of reasons that it could be in there. I might have had like a plastic cup carrying it because I was taking them on a walk and I wasn't going to come back. I was at a friend's house. So I'll put the plastic cup in my pocket and then I'll walk over there and then I'll pull a cup out and feed him.
Why are you feeding your dog on a walk? Like,
for training. It's for training purposes.
Right. There's another one. You could there's so many reasons you would end up with kibble in your pocket.
Are those okay? So were there treats in his pocket or were they dog food?
It's dog food. Yeah, our dog is trained. We don't need to use treats.
Right. That was just.
Yeah.
So it could be a cup. You put it in there, and you have to feed him at night, but you want to hang out with your friends and have beer. So you bring your dog over there, and you give him some kibble over there.
Yeah. All kinds of
that makes sense.
And because I'm not organized with a Ziploc bag, I'm just SE. It ends up in my pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, I can understand. That's a narrative I could hop on with. I could see that.
All right, there you go.
Because if you're doing that every night, you're gonna get lazy, and then it's gonna end up in there some way or another.
Yeah.
But That's just one rabbit out of the hat. I'm sure there's many others there.
No, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I don't. There's not many other ones that are like.
For SE users, yeah, probably many other ones.
I mean, like, if you wanted to troll somebody, like that's like Annie's story makes the most sense. Where like oh, somebody would like put it in there, like to troll somebody else. Like that's what makes the most sense to me. It's like that's the only way that can happen. But then like your story, like, oh no, that also makes sense that like, you know, you'd be drinking and having a fun time with your friends, and it'd be like a regular thing, and then you just get lazy and you'd accidentally, you know, slip up and leave it and forgot that you did that.
You're projecting. You would just get lazy.
Wait, no, but then
like on our first time, we were already lazy.
I don't know. I guess I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I guess Russ was. I guess in my imagination, he was surprised that he found it in there.
He
It doesn't sound like he was he?
Yeah,
well,
he was.
I mean, yeah, he's not a chaotic person. I mean,
Okay.
you know, so it's within the realm of possibility that it would end up there accidentally, and obviously it did. You know, but I guess the more plausible explanation was that I snuck it in there.
Right.
That's Huckham's razor tells that. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And who knows? You might have sleepwalked.
You still could be lying to us,
No.
but I highly doubt it.
I don't sleepwalk. That's very, very dangerous at our house because we sleep up so high and there's all these sharp angles and yeah.
I was playing this board game with my brother and my daughter, and then like there's this little token you stick on the characters to say that you're defending when you're defending. And so in the middle of the night, she sleepwalks. She had a screen from the kitchen, and I didn't know it was from the kitchen. I had no idea how she picked up the screen. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm a defender. I'm defending. I'm defending. I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, this is her little token defending her. It was so weird.
What do you mean, a window screen?
What did she pick up? Like, how big was
from
it?
the kitchen? Yeah.
Just like, is it like taller than her? It was like, how big was it?
It's not easy to get to. I don't know if she sleepwalked, and she did it.
No, it's a in fact, Vikings use screens to protect themselves. So.
And by the time I pulled out my phone to try to get her, she's like, no, don't record me. And she went back to sleep.
My brother did something like that when we were kids. He had a paper out, and it was like we were watching like Saturday Night Live. He runs up the stairs all confused, like, where are my papers? Where are my papers? We're like, it's nighttime. Go back to sleep. He was so confused. He was just like running around still.
Yeah, Russ used to sleepwalk when he was a child, but now he talks in his sleep and he's so articulate. Like sometimes people mumble. He's saying complete sentences. And sometimes I talk back to him, you know, and I'll tell him our conversation the next morning. And he says, don't talk to that guy. Do not.
That's good. I like that.
Night, Russ.
Yeah.
But
I can almost I don't do it very often because I wear like sleep.
He's even jealous of his subconscious. Damn.
Yeah, he just feels like he doesn't want that guy to represent him, you know.
Yeah.
Like he might say something wrong, and like sometimes he does, you know, or like.
But I think you're in a position to understand that, right? You're like, I'm not gonna take that as like face value.
Yeah. Oh, I would never hold anything against him. I mean, I have dreams and they're crazy and you can't control them. So
Did you ever try to guess what his narrative is and try to act as if you're in the narrative with him?
No.
Yeah, sometimes, but I wear these like headphones with white noise, so I don't do it very often. But yeah, sometimes I'll engage. A lot of times it's guy stuff, like fighting. Like he'll be saying, like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
Yeah, you gotta jump in, you gotta be like, yeah, thank you, protect me.
Yeah. Next time he's gonna say, "You motherfucker!"
Punch him. Get him. Get him. Are you gonna let him disrespect him like that?
Yeah.
Did you put kibble in my pocket? I'm gonna beat your ass.
That's a good.
Yeah.
So is it like sleep last that sleepwalk maybe?
I don't know. I don't think she sleep last.
I think sleep last, like we go to bed and we just crash at sleep last. I think that's yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think my partner's blast last. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Last.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, their blast turns on at night, and then they start doing stuff.
I know. But my wife says I run a marathon in the bed. Like I'm like constantly moving around and like moving my legs and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, that means that you're a restless sleeper.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, like maybe Russ being energy John, because Abby, I think on Facebook, made a post. She's lead NE, and she was saying how she's infodom and her partner is lead SE, and she thought it was a conflict because she wanted to have really good conversations
Oh
and he
yeah.
wanted more just like physical interaction. And I don't think she mentioned if he was info or energy, but I was thinking about Russ this morning, like lead SE and then, or, savior SE, not lead, but, and then being energy dom, that there's a conflict there because I want to talk about interesting things. And,
Yeah.
he wants to experience things. Like we had another thunderstorm and, it was a whole event, and he was going to come home early for the thunderstorm. He wants me to sit outside with him. Yeah. Which is,
Yes.
yeah, it's nice also, but it's just, I want to have a conversation. So.
Yeah.
I was asking my daughter the same thing. Like, do you like to have, like, just be together? Is that how you bond, or is it like having a conversation? And she said it was conversations.
Oh.
It could be a female male thing too.
Yeah.
What, she's infodom or she's energy dom?
My daughter?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably energy.
It might be a TE thing too. I don't know.
I don't know, because Abby, the person that posted it, she's the same type as me. So she's a double feminine INTP that's sleep last. I think number 2. And I certainly have it as well, where I prefer the conversations, and I see the energy doms in my life running the hell away from me because I want to talk for 6 hours at a time. And
yeah, you also double play talking.
I'm adding a lot.
Yeah. If they have an eye demon like your sister, then that's a lot. Yeah.
It's hard for especially the NE. It's hard for them to keep up with that. It's hard for anybody.
Yeah, that's something like my ideal social scenario with anyone, like a friend or a date, is always having a good conversation. And so I always thought it was so weird when you go on a date and you don't really know the person and they want to watch a movie with you. I'm like, I'm not going to sit and like back in the day, it was in theaters. Like, I'm not going to sit in a dark theater next to you. I don't know you. I want to know you. Like, we need to have a conversation. It's just so bizarre to me.
Yeah. It's like I feel like I need to get to know the other person's mind. Like, how does their mind like operate? Like, I got to work on that level to know then what is happening in the physical experience. Like,
yeah,
to see to be able to imagine their thoughts.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're going through.
Once that's fulfilled, then of course it's nice to just sit with someone. Just like experience the energy.
Right.
Yeah, it's lonely a lot for DI because you have a lot of different representations than the collective, and
right.
Like it's a good thing to have that, but it's also because it makes you who you are and makes you special, but it also sort of isolates you at the same time.
What do you mean by different representations?
Like the representations you have are different from the collective. Like no one has your same representations. And
of
you also
or of everything.
Of everything, any representation, sensory, intuition, whatever you have. And sharing those representations makes us a collective. So you also have shared representations with whoever's around you.
Yeah.
So, but the DI really makes it strong
it makes it strong. And then deciders, it's hard for us to like do both. Like because I will have like a really strong opinion about things, and then it's a struggle for me to like take in the consensus opinion and be like okay and accept it and just be like, yeah, there's two sides here. And I definitely do see both sides. The DI has such a strong opinion, like it has to be the opposite of the DE, right? If the DE is a consensus, there has to be the opposite coin, which is the non-consensus or
right. But every DI is the opposite of DE, right?
Yeah, but then,
it would tear the tribe apart if all of the DI, right?
Yeah.
If like it was only just DI. So like we do need shared representations for society to function.
Right.
That's what sort of makes us tribal as well, turns us into groups or polarities or things like that.
I heard you guys were talking about groups last live stream a little bit, I think.
Really?
I remember Annie was saying something about like how you need to section out into smaller groups, like from a larger group. It's good to have um like smaller subsections in the group, so it's not like too big of a group. And I've seen this in a few other places. So
Yeah, a lot of people said that. I don't know where the most recent quote I saw was like, they're talking about how as soon as the group gets too big, it gets stupid. It's like whatever we actually have in common is just so basic and dumb that like, what's the point of a group this big?
lowest common denominator. Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. There's actually a rule. I mean, there's a rule like societies over a certain number will become violent or dysfunctional. So I love the idea of really small communities, especially at my age, because it's less chaotic. But the problem is that's not good if you're in your 20s and there's only 100 people to choose from in the dating pool. And, I know this because I lived in a small town when I was in my 20s, and I was like, it was just like musical chairs, like, the dating and dating pool is way too small.
Same. I was in a small town in my early 20s, and it was like, get me out of here.
Yeah, I think about that. I bought a house there when I was like 21. It was really cheap, like $49,000. And I think about, I left because of that, because I was in my 20s and the kids were bored. They were drinking too much and doing meth, and it just wasn't my scene. And so I moved to a bigger town. But I think about living there now at my age, it would be great. It was such a nice life I lived like right by campus. So I could walk to campus easy and walk downtown easy. Like it would be really nice at my age to live in a small town.
Yeah, no, the town I grew up in, it was literally, it's like 10 or 15 minutes to go across town, and that's all there was. So
I'm seeing it like a tree with branches and whatever, like where all these little I don't know, leaves on all these branches, and then you get the communities that are smaller and they have things in common. But like the U.S. as a whole also has like a trunk, and then you have all of these like bigger branches, bigger communities that are saying we need to be the trunk, and it's like, no, you're a branch. The trunk needs to be the trunk, and you need to be a branch. I don't know. That's kind of what it felt like.
What you're saying, like the smaller towns are trying to be big towns? Is that what you're saying?
No, like the whole culture war thing is like it feels like all the branches want to be the trunk.
I think the branches have different requirements, though. Like, that's why there's so much disagreements between the people in the city and the people in the countryside. It's because they have totally opposite lived experiences that don't. Like one person's solution in the city is the person in the country is like nemesis. Like, why would you do that?
It's also like when you see how there is cognitive diversity. Once you accept that, you're like, okay, yeah, all of these branches are kind of needed for humanity to function. Like, not everyone has to be like me. Isn't that just basic?
Yeah, that's one of the major things that I've gotten out of OP is just to see that difference. Because like otherwise I'm just sort of like, why are you guys idiots? Just feels like you're living in a weird world where everybody's can't see the real world, and you're like, what's going on? But but OP like sort of spread it out and be like, it like makes sense of the chaos and like why it's there and stuff. So
thanks to Young too, because Young is the one who was pushing cognitive diversity from the beginning.
My mom and also my friend Dave were in Chicago this week, and they're having the Democratic National Convention. So I kept checking the news just to make sure nothing crazy happened. But I can't listen to it,
So what do? You just watch the pictures?
No, I would just check the headlines to see if anything, because my friend Dave, I don't know why he's there. I think it's just he's from there, so it's probably a coincidence, but I wasn't sure if he would be a protester,
right
outside of the DNC. So I just kept checking the news to make sure nothing got out of hand with the protesters. Okay. But I mean, I can't listen to the speakers. I can't listen to the hyperbole.
Yeah.
off the chart. Was there like big protests going on there or something? I didn't even hear anything.
Oh yeah, just planned. Like yeah, outside of the DNC for Palestinian rights.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the revolutionaries. Yeah, they were communist at first, and then they evolve. It's like the same group that evolves. It's the revolution. The people who want revolution.
Mm.
Yeah, when I lived in downtown Seattle,
I have that in me too. Yeah, I get it. I have that in me too, so I get it.
Mhm,
I get the need to want a revolution.
Yeah.
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 In like 2000, I lived in Seattle, and they had the World Trade Organization protests that went on there when they were like letting China in. So there's just people showed up, and they were like these anarchists. I've never seen anything like that. I was like, holy cow. So there's like the protesters that were like trying to change the system, and they were polite about it. Then there's just these people that are going there to set garbage cans on fire and do whatever they could to do that. I was like, holy Moses.
Anarchy, chaos, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys jump on board for sure. In all of those protests, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how a lot of this stuff happens. That's why we swing back. Like we can never be balanced because the scale just swings and it swings and it'll never balance because once you push the weight a little bit,
it
just goes the other
and
way.
if that starts happening on both sides simultaneously, that gets sparky.
Yeah, that's when the system's gonna break, and
that's when there's civil war, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's usually I don't like conspiracy theories, but
oh, you have a conspiracy theory about this?
What's that?
There's a conspiracy theory about this one?
I don't know.
Probably many.
Yeah, there's lots of the QAnon and then Antifa stuff, and they're yeah. I think you're looking at two extremes. So like most of the people are in the middle that they don't even know or don't care. Or, like tolerate their side because they.
Do those feel like true representations for you or foreign representations? Antifa and QAnon and all that stuff.
What's that?
Does that feel like true representations for you or foreign representations? The QAnon.
I think they're all distorted.
They're all distorted.
Yeah, they have to be like.
Yeah, probably. Makes sense.
Like, yeah, I think like a certain proportion of their view is probably accurate, and like they push against whatever.
Yeah, that's how it always goes. There's always some grain of truth in there.
Yeah,
but it's usually something so basic and dumb, and then they just hijack it for whatever.
Yeah, and then that's swing back and forth.
Yeah.
So I just want to avoid I know it's going to cause lots of suffering, though. That's the part I don't like. So I've been watching what's that show? Band of Brothers. It's like World War II, and because both my grandpas were in World War II, so I've been watching that and just like
heroes, good for them.
Well, I don't know. One of them was an MP, so he didn't see any action.
Oh, all right.
And the other grandpa was too young, so he got in right at the tail when it was ending, so he didn't see action either. But we're still there. But
yeah, you know that old saying, better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, that kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it feels like right now for me, I'm a warrior in a garden, and all the gardeners are going to war, and like I need to get up and sort of go help. Like I need a gun and I need to be there. Yeah.
Are you on the list?
I'm getting checked out medically first, and then I'll be able to do it.
And what would you be assigned to?
Well, I used to be a machine gunner, so I'll probably go back to being a machine gunner.
You're smart enough to try out for artillery. That way you can be back.
Yeah, can't you just do the smart guy stuff? Like behind the
but
scenes?
then I'd still be that warrior in the garden.
Yeah, but you might make more of an impact being the smart guy than being on the. Yeah, that's my position, man. My position is cannon fodder. You can't be cannon fodder.
Be the official designated like ops guy, like in the like hostage negotiation stuff.
Ooh, I-
maybe that's my future. Who knows?
oh my gosh, you could really do some evil stuff with that, huh?
He would need to have the NE, I think,
Oh, all right.
to be an
I'm not as good
investigator.
as you. I'm sorry, Dave. You're right. You should come here and do that.
Okay.
After you make lasagna. To prove it
Okay.
to
Let me go.
If you're
Let me go
good.
make it. Let me go break it real quick. I can't.
What did you
I'm
say?
so
Let me
done.
go make it really quick.
So
So you're gonna
done.
make it
I'm
before
so
you.
done.
He's gonna
Ah,
he's gonna be in charge of the
I
food.
thought I could get at least one more tease out of him, but I can't. It's not gonna work.
Okay. Okay. All right. See, I made lasagna.
That's how you banged your head. Okay.
You can't really see it much, but it's
It looks like saran wrap on tomato sauce.
it's cling wrapped. Yep. I don't have a lid.
Did you get stitches, or was that just a?
Yeah, you missed that story. I kind of did too. He hit his head somehow.
Dave, don't get stitches.
Okay. I
It's
really
gotta
thought
be a
you would do that.
lasagna war scar. Don't get stitches.
What is the design of your Band-Aid?
The design of my Band-Aid. I found it in the thing. It's Peppa Pig.
I don't really know who that is because
I never watched it growing
Nice.
up, but it's kind of funny. Jared, you know what it is?
Oh yeah, my daughter watched that
I know.
many years ago. So yeah.
It's a little kids TV show. So.
My brother's a game designer, so he used to work on the game for kids, Peppa Pig.
Oh yeah.
Fun teasing him about it. But yeah, it's good.
my mom gave Russ for Christmas a box of Band-Aids that's like darker shades, darker skin tone, because he's pretty dark and he's really excited about that. But he hasn't been cut yet, so I need to cut him. He's so dark. If I put my hand next to his, even when I am tan, I'm so pale compared to him.
I know what you need to do. You need to put glass in his pocket next time.
I didn't put anything in his pocket. Wasn't me.
Sure.
See, I told you, it's just like the lasagna.
Well, we did his gums are dark too, like purple. He did his ancestry, and he actually has like a black relative somewhere, and he's Samoan. It's weird. He's Samoan and Scottish.
Was that from 23andMe or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. Like his sister did it or something. I've never done it. My mom did it, but that doesn't. There's a whole piece missing, because my dad didn't do it.
Yeah, I've done it too, and like it nails some of the stuff, like the sleep, running in your sleep thing, and some other things like allergies, or it does pretty good at hitting some of them. Wonder how much work it would take to like marry that to the cognitive functions. Probably it's way down the future. Like we don't even know how the brain really works yet, right?
I'm pretty sure not everything has to connect, but I'm sure it will. You're right.
Yeah, it'll connect.
I'm sure it can. You can
I'm sure it can,
always
yeah.
you can always NI just shove things into a bucket.
Or any make anything fit.
Or any if you just too much intuition and all the sensory can go into the pattern.
Yeah. So you had a whole thing on Mr. Beast. Did you see that OP did something on that?
Did they? I haven't been watching the recent classes.
No. It's just an NI. You'll grab it in a second. You don't need to watch the class.
Let me grab it. I see Vanessa Lau in here. Vanessa Lau. I think I typed her a while ago. I just like she just seems so SETE a while ago.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. She was like SETE, right?
Yeah, because Abby posted like about her Hey Guys video, and then that's the entire. I think I watched a little bit of that. Is that the entire video that Dave does on her for her the weekly typing is her Hey Guys video, and it's really good. Hey Sadette, welcome on. Feel free to join. Oh, then here's the Mr. Beast. Oh, tall poppy syndrome. Is that where the one where you have to trim the poppy flowers?
Yeah. So that's the line.
Yeah.
You got it.
Done.
You don't need to watch it anymore.
Yeah.
I got it.
It's like Annie reading the title of the headlines. She doesn't need to read the article.
Yeah, but he said some random stuff, and so sometimes I'll listen to it just to to go elsewhere. He doesn't talk anything about the. I don't know what is the NI? Is like he's saying this is good for Mr. Beast. Is he gonna get bigger from this, or is he gonna get cut down?
No, he's getting too high, so the tribe's gonna come and cut him down, and that's fine.
Yeah,
that'll happen.
Yeah, but then is he gonna grow from that and then grow even taller after that? Then get cut down again? I'm just adding. See, I'm adding patterns. Never mind.
I forget how
he's tall and then he gets cut down. There we go.
Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I should have asked Russ because he grows poppies. But that's his jurisdiction. I'm not involved in that.
Wait,
saying, like,
does he grow a lot of poppies or just a few?
Just personally.
Enough to enjoy some of the medicine for a few weeks around May, June. Yeah, it helps. Like for me personally, I would only have it like twice a week. It really slows down my digestion. So, but it's nice, cozy, really good for bedtime.
Nice.
That's to your Hank.
Yes. So, my comment knows why the tribe cuts particular people down, because it's not just Mr. Beast who's cheating to win. It's like all the monopolist companies do the same thing. So, I'm just trying to understand that part. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Mr. Beast is an ENTJ.
It is some kind of reaction inside us to make sure no one gets too tall in the flock.
Yeah, and I didn't watch it, but I'm generally afraid of being too popular. You know, I don't want to be big. It scares the crap out of me. Because when you're famous, you're going to get hate, and it's complicated, and
you can see all the domino effects that will happen because of that and what you have to do. It's like, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of being hated, but I don't want to behave in a way I need to be liked in the first place, because it's just very dumb behavior.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you get famous because you're pretending to be a character, you'll get caught, and you'll get cut.
Yeah, but if I play myself, I'm not gonna get famous in the first place. So what?
What are you talking about? You're gonna be famous as hell, Hank. You're good.
You're like the leading person in these the panelverse. You're gonna be known as S tier Hank from now on.
Of course. Doesn't mean I'll get famous in any relevant sense, though.
You're gonna be known for your hats.
Who says what's relevant? You choose what's relevant, Ben.
Well, yes, I spend my money where I want to spend it, but it doesn't mean it's coming my way. That's the way I put it. So.
Well, all it takes is for the machine lines to get big, and you're a regular, so you're just gonna be a sidekick.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Or I could play my video games. I could probably get big on my own then.
I think I'll be fine on that one. I don't think it's going to be an issue.
The thing is, nobody hates the vice president. You're good as long as you're the vice president.
Yeah, we've got this. The guy. I'm not very tuned into him, but it seems like everybody loves him. Well, I mean, the Kamala's pick for vice.
Right.
Like a big puppy dog.
I mean, you might get hate, but like all the hate's going to be directed to the president in the end, not to the vice president.
You just hate adjacent. It's perfect.
Right, exactly.
Is he a governor or something?
Yes. Yeah, he's a governor. But yeah, for the hate thing, I have plenty of my own haters. But they just have a useless script that doesn't convince anyone. Except people in there.
I don't think you have haters. I think you have competitors, Hank. You got to crush them. There's no such thing as haters. Just competitors, right?
I'm not sure about that, but I will crush them. Either way.
That's what makes you S tier.
And if you want to see me crushing them, go to Officer Snap's last stream, Snapchat 08/20/2024, Wheat and Tear, #TruthYo. I totally dominated the conversation there. I'll put the link in the back.
Nice. Yeah, why don't you post it? And we'll okay, you posted it here.
We'll go solve this drama right here, right now. Let's see
How
what's
long?
up.
How long is the debate for?
So it's a panel. I was there most of the time when I went push backstage because I said something that offended them, but they just lost all their points. And in fact, there's a few times where I end up pointing and laughing at someone getting torn a new one by someone other than me.
So how long were you crushing them for?
I would say concurrently a good 30 minutes out of that.
30 minutes. All right.
Out of 3 hours.
Is there like 1 minute that stands out the best there?
Probably the first time it got on. So that'd be, I got the timestamp. About 31 minutes in, like 30 minutes in. Yeah, about 29, 30. That's probably when I came in.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna watch a minute of it then.
Yeah.
Okay, let's watch a minute of it.
Okay, so 29.
Yeah.
Wait, oh yeah, here you are.
29, 30. Go back to 29. Yep. About 29, 30.
So you get there you are.
Go back a bit.
Yeah, all right.
That's
so
my
we're
fault.
watching here.
Yeah.
I just gotta make sure my sound is not going to the loud stuff.
Sure. Hold on. Gay Black Jabbed Witch. Welcome
Yes.
to the. Welcome.
So I know
Well, actually,
Jack
fuck you. You're not really
spoon-fed
welcome.
everything
You're-
to
you're-
you.
time
You
out,
live
time out. I gotta not
spoon-fed-
say welcome. I gotta say fuck you because you're supporting predators and pedophiles and traitors and frauds, and you're jabbed and you're gay and you mock God. But hello, I'll say hello to you. I'm not gonna say welcome here to the crew.
Greetings, Officer Snaps. So everyone knows Jack Telcott spoon-fed all the information to you because you are really bad doing research. I mean, you still don't know the name of my church, even though I told you the name of it last time I was
Why
here.
are we bringing this to you? What do I care about you? Other
Because
than
you want me
show
to
that
die.
you're-
You think
show that
I
you're
don't
jabbed.
deserve life. That's why.
show
You
that
think
you
I should
support-
die.
Hey,
Okay, so I gotta say he was worked up a lot if he actually doesn't care about you. He obviously cares if he has that much energy to throw at you.
Yeah, sorry, he's so
Hey.
angry.
you brag about witchcraft. You brag about fucking sex torsos and plastic fucking sex toys and fuck with prostitutes. You sit by a lot of these people who have been laughing and ridiculing victims of rape and people who have been like put in
Okay, so he's using a moral argument now?
Yeah, he's using a
fucking
more.
predatory
Yeah.
behaviors online to make it seem like, oh, it's a laughing matter and it's funny business. All right.
Yeah, that's an
And
aggressive
you
attack.
really, Hank, we're trying to give you benefit
Very
of doubt
personal.
because I also get you're disabled in a sense. You're smart. You know right from wrong. And
Yes,
you're
riddle me this: why hasn't your God stroking me down? If I'm so
You
evil.
don't even take the bait.
Well, hey,
You just go somewhere
Just
completely.
repeating flow state. He said that to me. Riddle me this.
He's
How is there? How can you prove God? I said, well,
well, hey, remember, flow state
just
pretty
copy
much
him.
fucking. And remember,
So you just pulled a channel change on them. That's what you did. You just
Yes.
changed the channel. You didn't even pay attention to what he said about you.
Yeah, but the thing is, he has to throw the whole kitchen sink at me just to get some traction because his arguments were just horrible. So he has to literally throw the whole kitchen sink at me with
Right. So you got he was attacking you personally, not because you had any personal flaw. Like that's that was just dumb.
Yes, he has to start with
because
personal.
he didn't want to argue with you because you're just too dominant in the argumentative space, right?
Yes, I'm too
That's the
dominant.
narrative.
Yes, and
All right.
and he has to have all the like a whole list of stuff that I'm banned to listen before, because and he's pretty much you didn't know any of that stuff because I don't go around bragging about it. He says it way more than I do. He got caught stuff in interviews here and there, and he's trying to write it all down before he can slam it at me before I get a chance to say anything. So
I still have to say it's cool that he's like, it's his channel, but he still let you on, even though he has that much energy for you.
yeah.
Or despite having that much energy, maybe because of it. Maybe he just wanted to, attack you personally for a bit.
Yeah, he always wants to go for the personal attacks because his arguments, or trust me, bro, I have an omniscient best friend. And when we say, okay, show us the facts, it's, no, shut up, you're bad.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds intuitives hate being asked for facts.
Well, he's an intuitive non-T. He's an INTP pretty much, so he doesn't like facts. I do,
especially if their intuition is really bad and it's not backed up by facts or intuition.
Yeah, so I like being asked for facts because I know I can provide them, and it makes my argument stronger. He hates it because he can't do that. He doesn't care about the facts. He just cares about his feelings, his fee-fees.
You know,
And that,
yeah.
Sounds demon feeling to me.
yeah, and one more thing, he personally thinks rape is a joke. That's why he talks about it so often. When he goes around and talks about who's raping who's accused of what, he thinks it's a joke because I have a clip of him treating it like a joke with Paul enslaved. So he doesn't want to answer that because it pretty much wrecks everything else he's gonna do. Either he thinks it's a joke or he thinks it's serious and he wants to do it himself. And so anytime you see him, if you just ask if he thinks if rape is a joke to him, or sexual assault is a joke to him, he won't answer. He'll change the subject immediately because he can't. His whole worldview is destroyed based on his own actions.
I love your narrative, Hank. That's exactly what happens. I agree.
That's great. I love that.
That's a mic drop right there, right?
It sounds very masculine TE though of him. Like it sounds like that's one thing I can see on him right away. I think masculine TE.
Hank,
all on you.
I sure
Or
hope
DE. Sorry, not TE.
I sure hope his god doesn't strike you down. I sure hope his god does not strike you down.
I hope his God gives me his best shot, so he can expose himself
you
on how
don't.
pathetic and
We
weak he
don't.
is.
God is really happy you're here. You're a joke on the world.
Who's to say that we have the same God? I doubt
I think
it.
you don't.
Well, why didn't God strike you down? Why didn't his god strike you down?
Because his God's too weak to do so.
Yeah, I was just thinking that kind of environment doesn't seem fun. Arguing doesn't seem fun to me. But also, like about the fact checking thing, I fact check myself all day long. And it's like I'm writing something and I'll use a word. I'm pretty sure I know what this word means, but I need to go and see the exact definition just to make sure I got the connotation right. And then also I noticed in my dreams, I fact check them all the time. I write out my dreams in the morning journal, and then there will be a detail like yesterday it was something about I was in Greece and the floor that they had in Greece. I'm like, is this typical for a Grecian home? Do they have that kind of tile? You know, and I got it a little bit wrong because I had like a polished terracotta floor in the dream, but they would more typically have stone tile in their houses. And then
you're checking the facts to a very high degree there. Yeah.
And then last night I served someone some food. I put food in front of them and I said, buen provecho. I was like, I think that means good digestion, but in Spanish. But I'm like, wait, did I get that right? You know, I still haven't looked that one up, but I think it's
it's interesting.
Yeah.
It's weird that you're externalizing your representation and then you're checking it afterwards too.
I want to know because when I communicate with other people, or if I'm writing down this dream and I'm like, maybe I'll share this dream on my dream channel, then I want to check the facts, or in my videos, you know.
And maybe it'll make your dreams more rich too, right?
Sometimes it surprises me what I know. Like I'll dream something and I'll like wow, I knew that. That was like in my brain somewhere, and I got it right. You know,
Yeah.
it's interesting.
But it's like even if you have the wrong representation for that floor, your brain's going to find something to stick there. And it's not
Yeah.
important. Like it's not important the actual detail of the thing if it's actually 100% correct. Your brain stuck a representation there for a reason. It's trying to talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it on all different levels. Like I'm checking the facts, but then I'm also extrapolating like the meaning. Like what does this metaphor mean, represent in life?
Yeah, what does it mean for my unconscious to know this or that fact? Because you said like you talked in Spanish, like, and you don't normally talk in Spanish, and you're like, how did I know how to talk in Spanish in my dream? And I had a similar experience. to
Oh, did
that.
you share that dream on your channel?
No, I shared one recently, and it got 1 view.
I didn't see it. I don't know. I don't think I saw that.
Yeah,
see it
it's
either.
called. Yeah, it's called "Who's the Father." Yeah, that was kind of an intense one from last week, and then I've got more recorded that aren't posted yet.
Yeah, I wonder why it's not getting shown. Oh,
You know?
I do have something to share here. So I don't know why this came to me, but like, it's just really funny. It's like, okay, the same guy from last week showed up again, but he came back. Remember the guy who, Jesse? I'm not a woman, Jesse. Remember that one?
Hmm?
You're a beta,
Oh yeah. That was at the end of.
right?
Yeah.
So he for some reason popped back in my
Drag
feed.
queen is like an adult entertainer, Jesse. I'm not an adult entertainer. I'm a proper lady. I'm just an average woman. What is funny?
Oh God.
What are you laughing at, Jesse?
I'm laughing at you. The last time you were here, you came in as a man, a male, but you were homosexual or something, right?
No, I was not homosexual. I was straight at the time. You said I seemed feminine. That's what we had the
oh
argument.
yeah, right. She's turned you into a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
You a beta, Michael?
No,
Beta.
you are a beta.
Beta.
I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
No, a drag queen is like an adult entertainer, Jesse.
Yeah. Anyway,
That's the same guy.
yeah.
Okay.
He calls him a girl last time, and he fights. I'm not a girl. I'm not a girl. And this time he shows up as a girl.
That's hilarious.
That's a different laugh, Hank. How do we get you to laugh like that more often?
Be more funny.
That's a good one.
It's just a different. I've heard your laugh before, but that time it sounded different.
Hank's got the quips today.
All right. I'm headed back out to do some more yard work. I'll keep on
Enjoy,
listening.
man.
I'll be back probably in a minute.
See, we have Reggie in the chat today. Hello, Reggie. Welcome.
What's your channel called? My Stupid Dream?
Nobody cares about your stupid dream story.
Nobody cares. Nobody wants to hear your stupid.
Nobody
dream.
wants to hear your stupid dream. Yeah, I don't have the SI. I'm feminine sensory. I'm like close enough. I see. Who is the father?
I like that channel because they're so short. You know.
They're bite sized. I can.
Yeah, I can usually say them in less than 3 minutes.
Yeah, I found it. Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't showing up for me.
Well, you were logged into, I don't know, like on which device, but you were logged into your other channel for a good 10 or 15 days.
Oh, yeah, no, that's just a small window that I put up, and then
Oh, separate window.
separate
Yeah.
window, yeah. But yeah, my mom is visiting, and my kids were here for the last month, so I've been busy.
Yeah, I listened to your reading when I
Oh,
was walking a couple days. The second one was like, damn, that's a lot of rules. It's like all rules.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's catering the mood with rules.
You follow all those rules?
It's like if you get the right mood, you don't even need to think about the rules. Like it's just automatic.
Mm.
But like if you don't have the right I don't know, the right mood at the time, then you're breaking the rules.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's weird.
And you just feel like that it's okay.
What?
I mean, how does that feel? Like following the rules versus not following the rules? Like you're not disappointed in yourself, are you?
Like in general or on that specific occasion?
On that specific, like during the time when you're supposed
Right.
to. Yeah.
Yeah, so those rules specifically are like morning rules. And like, first of all, it's a shared representation across everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's something it's cultural. It's like a way to connect to each other and connect through like the history of your culture. It's like a historic event in our culture. So like, I don't know, the catered experience is a shared one, and it's you don't even think about the rules, you care more about the connection part of it.
But the extreme, really detailed stuff, like about washing.
Right.
I mean, do you take that literally and actually follow it?
I like on that day, yes. During the week before, not as much.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's like loopholes to get around stuff. So you're not supposed to wear clean clothes that are just washed. So if you wash your clothes, you like step on them a little bit and then you can wear them. Like still silly loopholes like that we use. Yeah.
Interesting.
But it adds to the atmosphere, just the fact that you're wearing clothes that were stepped on.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Your step why? What? Just clothes are being stepped on?
Yeah, because you're not supposed to wear clean clothes during a morning period.
During a morning
Step
period.
on them, yeah.
What are these rules? What are these rules that? What are all the damn rules about?
They're just rules. I have some interesting rules though.
Yeah, but where'd you make these rules? So that there's a bunch of rules somewhere.
Yeah, I was referencing when he was reading from what were you reading?
It's on another channel. I'm doing.
Yeah, an abridged version of some like religious rules around that certain time period.
I don't know if I even have it here. But I'll look. I got some really cool rules. You'll like these. These are for Dave.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's a channel change before I pulled them up. Okay, fine. Do you have any rules that you follow? You've got your fasting rules, like your diet rules that you make?
Yeah, I mean, I probably do, and I probably have some that seem, just as weird and random, but they're normal.
Really?
I don't think about it.
That's an achievement.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've got all kinds of rules.
Nice. And if you share those rules, people can control you, so you don't share them?
No, I'd say I'm pretty open about them, but they're just so second nature. I mean, like the food stuff, the way that I eat. I mean, I'm completely open about that, and I also break those rules sometimes. Yeah, and I don't know, like, if there were rules that were given to me. I think they're just not coming to mind, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like if you want to connect to a collective, then like there are ways to facilitate that. There's,
Yeah.
it's like how connected do you feel to America as a collective? Not really. And would you like to feel more connected to Americans on that level?
I don't want to be delusional.
Well, yeah, of course not.
That
goes without saying.
I'm just so skeptical, you know? Even stuff, always from a young age, I would think skeptically about everyone standing up and singing the national anthem. I was just sort of a skeptic of that.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of a way to unite people, for sure.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the trunk like we're talking about the trees and the trunk, and so you feel like more connected to a branch. That's your trunk.
Yeah.
Or is there anything that is a more fundamental trunk for you?
I'm gonna have to think about that. I mean, I have values, and I have things that they're not really rules, they're just traditions that make me feel good. Like, I'm not particularly religious, you know, but we do Christmassy things, but it's more about the vibe. It's like my relationship with God is outside of any religion.
That's true. So it is a Christian country, the U.S. So during that time of year, there are a lot of shared representations.
Yeah, we have Christmas trees and twinkling lights and presents, and you know, the vibe that I like, I'm attached to. It feels good, feels cozy, but it's not a religious thing for me.
Right.
Yeah.
So Dave, I sent them to you, so you're going to explore them for me.
All right, I'll uncover some stuff. You emailed them? Okay.
And I sent them to you on Facebook.
On Facebook. I see.
Yeah, full days with the fam, yeah. It's like everyone always takes the best fans and leave me with like a little fan. And I use the plug for the fan as a USB charger, so.
Oh.
Full days.
Full days. Oh, for rules about the mess hall. Okay.
Yeah, open that one up.
I was wondering what was the context?
This was a military school I was forced to go to when I was a kid.
Yeah. So
pull it up.
You made us stream this? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why, but like they printed off the mess hall rules. Like they just created a new eating area for all the students there. So they like published the rules and they gave them to everyone. And for some reason I kept them. So I thought it was really funny to see how extreme rules can get.
Okay, let's share. All right, these are the mess hall rules.
Yeah, zoom in a bit.
Let's zoom in. Okay. Prior to entering Landholm Hall for meals at any time.
That's the military school, right? So it's the name of the mess hall. Right? It's Landholm Hall. Yeah.
Landholm Hall. That's not even easy to say. Landholm Hall.
It's not easy. Yeah.
All ladies included will march from the start of the walkway to the doors. Ladies will walk respectfully. Don't forget about that. Right. All will acknowledge the sacred ground on which this building stands. Officers and COs cadets will salute. Ladies will acknowledge the nod of their head. The area will be marked by way of
it used to be the old parade square. So the school was kind of small, so they had this older parade square, and that's where the old parade square was. Then they made a bigger parade square. So they built this building on that. So that's why they're talking about the sacred ground. So
okay. Comb your hair. Okay. These are fine. I mean, I'm not.
Like, yeah, you'll do those when you enter. Like, it's kind of cool that everyone washes their hands.
Yeah, I want to see everyone wash their hands.
Silence will be maintained at all times.
Like this
You
one,
will
this
hung
second.
your outerwear and store your bag.
So this
No
is
talking.
no talking while you're eating.
That's right.
Okay, but no, I don't agree.
I don't
All
agree
right.
with that. You need the conversation around.
Yeah, but this is a military school. They don't care if you agree.
I know, but this is a very human need that
Yeah.
we rest and we digest and it's a restful time that you share with other people and you communicate and you have conversations.
Oh, so you're gonna disagree more and more as we go on.
I mean, that is bad for digestion.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Silence at all times is a bit weird. I understand it a little bit. Like why? I guess it makes sort of sense. But like when you were
Right.
there, what was it like? Was it just really like all silent? Is people just like eating sounds? the
Oh
entire
yeah.
time?
If someone talked, they would get in big trouble. Yeah. First infraction at the table. Well, they'll talk about the infractions and all the punishment. Just keep going. So here, you have to sit at your assigned seat. Like you have to go to your seat. That's what you have here next.
You have assigned seats now.
The head tables is where all the teachers sit. But the school is completely run by students. Students, if the teachers have to give discipline, that's very bad.
Okay, we have very specific instructions to sit in the chair.
Yeah, you have to lift your chair so that it doesn't drag. You can't drag your chair. So that's the other thing. Recruits, you're a recruit if you don't pass the physical tests. Or like there's a whole. You can also be demoted to recruit. So recruit is like something that can always happen. So you need to know the recruit rules. Is you have to stand behind your chair until you've been given permission to sit. At attention.
Yep, given permission to sit by a senior ranking IC or NCO.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you have to stand there at attention, and sometimes they'll even start eating and just let you stand there
How
because they're
old?
other kids.
How old?
Oh no. They're your age. Oh god.
Yeah.
Wait, how old were you when you?
I would make you stand, Dave, if you were a recruit. I would do it.
I know. Like, oh, it's so annoying.
I was 16, 17 when I was there, but there's kids that go down to grade 1, I guess. Yeah.
But why? Why did you end up there?
Because your parents hate you. That's
Your
what
parents-
happens.
Did you need discipline?
No, I was actually like one of the only people there that wasn't court ordered to be there. Like it was either that for a lot of kids, it was like either this or jail. But it meant a lot of them had already been to jail, and like this was a last resort sort of thing for them before something even worse. But it was weird having those conversations where everyone's like, "Oh, jail is so much better than this. At least in jail. And I never got to have those conversations. Yeah.
But why did your parents think that this was appropriate for you?
Because my mom's a lunatic.
Like, did she read the manual? Did she read the mess hall rules?
No.
She didn't go like even just. We just finished page 1, and it's already like ridiculous. But I understand it. Like I can imagine it. Just you know.
Is your mom really like controlling and like overbearing and over involved?
She's an ESTJ. Yeah.
Okay, so this is so weird because in the random, I had a dream last night. You weren't there, but Russ was there for some reason, and I was watching your kids, and they were really good. Like,
yeah, they're good. They're great.
Yeah, Mayora was a little cheeky, you know. She is. Yeah. She was being a little sassy, but we had a good rapport. They went to bed on time. They did their homework. Everything was good. But your mom was watching me. She just was micromanaging everything and like checking on me. And I remember.
Yeah, that sounds like her. Yeah.
I remember at one point, you know, I was just hanging out with the kids and I was looking around the room and I was thinking, I bet she has cameras in here.
She's not that bad.
Like, isn't that like, that's so weird that I like, why? I have no idea why I would dream that.
You're skipping forward, Dave. You see anything interesting?
Dude, this is so weird. Telling me how to eat. Oh,
yeah.
How to eat? How to eat my
Here,
food?
you have to have a napkin on your lap. One hand will remain under the table except when you are cutting your food. You will cut your food and transfer the fork from one hand to the other, right? Because you can only eat with your right hand, but when you're cutting, your knife has to be in your right hand.
Right.
And then you'll place the knife down, put the food in your mouth, chew, and repeat this procedure. You will break bread or cut bread.
That's right. Yeah. Like,
oh yeah, this is really important. Pushing the soup spoon away from you. You would get in trouble for pushing it. Yeah.
Push your spoon across your bowl away from you, filling up the spoon. Bring it up to your mouth. Tilt the spoon.
Right.
No
in your mouth.
slurping.
You can't slurp. Yeah, no slurping. You may blow gently. They give you permission.
Okay, good. Passing food. I didn't think that'd be.
Oh yeah.
Wait, you could pass like the salt and the pepper? Okay.
No, so how do you get the food to be passed to you? If you're not allowed to talk?
How do you ask?
Right, so here they have to tell you because you're not allowed to talk, right?
You will not use the item before passing the table. Who specifically asks for it? You will not ask down the table. You will pass the message. If more food is required, such as juice, water, condiments, soup, etc., you
have to pass the message to the person beside you, and they've got to pass it on. So if one dick doesn't want you to eat the food, you just won't pass it.
You just don't get the right. Yeah. Jeez. Let's see. What are these? These are just roles and positions.
So yeah, one of my friends was this chief steward. He's this crazy guy. He had a lot of these rules on him. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. It seems
so.
Like
first infraction, you have to stand up behind your chair for half a minute. Second infraction, you go and face the wall, and third infraction, you eat your meal outside, or don't eat at all.
That sounds lovely. I want to go outside and eat my food.
Yeah, I know. I had a great time when I was in big trouble there for a while. So I had like a month in the winter where I was eating a bland meal and outside facing a wall, eating from a metal tray in the winter.
Oh, wow.
Times.
Yeah.
Oh no! The first infraction is standing behind your chair for a half hour.
Oh, it's a half hour.
That's long.
That's
30,
right. Yeah.
30 minutes.
So, like, after going through all this, what did you get out of this? Do you say like, oh, this is part of who I am, so it was a good experience, or like, what did you get from this?
Trauma.
Yeah, it does not sound nice. It doesn't deserve that. I can't imagine.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like it prepared you for any sort of way like of what your life is right now. Like what you're doing right now in your life. It's like, did this really help build into that? I don't know. Maybe it did.
Dear Overlord.
Anna, what's your take on this? Ballbuster.
Anna's not like this. Anna's not this bad. I guarantee it.
This is what her house
is
looks
next
like,
level.
Because
I'm just
not
kidding.
double activated, I guess. On the
she's got some consume. Mm-hmm.
and I had a dream about you last night too.
What?
Yeah, I know, weird. Yeah, I was like your domestic assistant, like maid / helper, and
okay. Carry on.
I thought like, oh, this is gonna be cool, whatever. But then, yeah, you were really scrutinizing me. I wasn't doing it right.
I hate this already.
Okay, we got 3 awkward deciders here. Thanks for making that awkward.
No, it was great.
And this is just a dream. This is not I mean, I know you're cool. I'm sure that, I could come into your house and be your domestic assistant and we would get along just fine. But yeah, I felt I was getting more and more on edge because I was afraid I was going to do something wrong, put something in the wrong place.
Put some kibble in her pocket.
Yeah.
I think Anna would be so happy to have you as her domestic assistant. You could put the kibble wherever you want.
Yeah.
No, she raised an eyebrow. No.
I'm still in the EJ. I'm still like trying to be the host, and you can do whatever you want, and I don't care. It's only if I really know you that it's gonna be like, put that shit back. You're doing it wrong. Like whenever I had, my mother-in-law or someone at the house that's not in our immediate circle, I'm very lenient about everything because they're just staying for a little while. I'll only have to put up with this disorder for a little while.
Yeah.
I heard that you guys were awkward designers in a need of an observer.
Observers have arrived to
Unfortunately,
help us out.
my internet is
out.
food.
We got 2 feminine Ennies on now.
What?
So welcome. Reggie's also joined. If you're aware, we have 2 people. How you doing, Reggie?
What's up, Reggie?
Hi.
How's it going, guys? Hi.
How was the meeting?
It was good. I got a lot of help. So I'm working on some code stuff, but
Yeah.
like I overbooked it by like half an hour, which is crazy. So like the good news is that I was like, oh yeah, I'm actually done, so we can leave. So I have half an hour.
All right.
Yeah.
Sweet. What have you been processing?
You already know. I'm not gonna bring it up. Like,
You're still processing the same thing?
It's the same. Yeah, it's the same thing. I actually reached out to Shan recently, and she gave me some great feedback on it.
That's some introvertedness going on there. If you're still processing the same thing, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah.
What?
But yeah,
you can talk to Shan. Talking to Shan is.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Only if you're special like Reggie. Only if you're number one friend to Shan.
That's a DLC. Okay. That's like a DLC unlock.
Yeah. I did have a question though about to circle back from I think it was like 2 hangouts ago about the specialization, because I think I missed the answer. So it's like I think it was right when I logged out that I think it was you, Anna, that were saying it's like you guys like you guys stay in your own lanes, which I'm like, I don't understand that. Like even remotely, right? And so I was wondering, it's like if you specialize, if you're in a relationship with a specializer, whether it's a friendship or whatever, it's like, do you guys literally stay in your own lanes, even if they're like the same lane? Like, is that all you guys do together?
Yes, I'm married to we're both 3s. So we have a very parallel relationship. It's like everyone's doing their own thing, but together.
I was, sorry, go ahead.
So I want to say one thing about that. About the specialization, one thing that just popped in my mind was not the specialization, but like the SI thing where OpenAI, it was just like some guy just like was doing his own specialization or like his SI, and then like they just let him work on it, just let him go do his thing, and then he eventually, like, that's when it eventually came out. So like that's what it feels like to me, where it's just like when I'm now in a room, now in a house with all guys that have SI. I'm realizing that's like everyone does have their SI thing. That's like, yeah, they just go do that in their own way. They just go, they're working on that thing. It's gonna come back, and whenever it's done, I don't know. Let them deal with the process of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't jump in there and help them because they're like deep in on that thing.
Yeah. No, I think that's interesting. I think I very much am the opposite of that. Even from like a philosophical point of view. Like one thing that I'm thinking about, and unfortunately I do have to bring up NI for 2 seconds, is like, even when it comes to other functions, I feel responsible for having like an 80-20 on those functions. It's like I need to cover literally all bases in life, is like my bias. It's like I need
80,
to know
80 everywhere.
Yeah, everywhere.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't just have 100 and neglect something else.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel obligated to stay in one place and not get involved anywhere else.
Yeah, number 3 plus OI. Yeah.
Plus play last. Just
Plus,
like, fuck you, I'm
yeah.
doing this.
This is we're all like career, like this is like your career wise. You're going like what you're working on, like that way. Like that's what you're talking about here.
Well, yeah, I've had hints of where I've had opportunities to branch out, and every time I've shut everyone down and explained to them that I am very good at this one thing. If you want me to diversify, I will not be able to be as quality in this area for you. So
yeah, I find that interesting though, because it's like, do you like, are there consequences to that? Like for me, it's like I'm very hyper sensitive to the risk of consequences. I don't know if the consequences are real or not, but my thought process
for me, they feel real for sure.
They feel
it's
real.
Like I see how it degrades and how it's only 80.
How it's only 80, right? So the quality, but I guess the trade-off is like for me, it's like I feel like I need 80 out of necessity, because it's like what if I get thrown in that scenario, right? Like, and it's like I need to do something, right? It's like I don't want to be a 0, either. If that makes sense.
Well, yes, and there's a very small level of anxiety for me around what if shit hits the fan? What if I lose my job? What if, right? Like I'm Demon N. So it's going to be always the question of what if I just lose my job? Or what if nobody needs me in this area anymore? That's very difficult because I can't
Yeah.
pivot as easily.
I think that's fascinating because I think the fear, like, so very much how like observers and deciders can be clumped into those categories, but they just have opposite, like there's polarity. It's almost like the generalized and specialized. Like there's, I don't know what the category would be called necessarily, but it's like the underlying fear is the same. It's like, yeah, what if I'm no longer useful here? Or what if I need to be thrown somewhere else?
Mm-hmm.
We're just having like opposite responses to that, which I find very fascinating.
Yes. It's not easy if in a rough job market, or even just personally, or even just personally, right? Where you're going camping. I'm only going to be making the food. I'm not going to help you set up the tent. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do this. And if you ask me to, I'll be like, I'm busy.
But I guess the trade-off is that when you cook, you do it really well. Is that the exchange?
I'm still TE, so it's going to be sloppy on some level.
Bruh.
Well, that's the paradox of being a 3, but also TE, is that it's specialized. I'm still doing one thing, but it's sloppy.
So you get like, so you're getting an 80% on one thing. Yeah,
that's also the contradiction between observer and number 3 high, because observers are just bound to fuck something up. And whenever you got this,
what is
that?
You know,
he's in the lab.
Oh, I'm in the lab, boys. I'm in the lab.
What kind of Walter White
specialized
is
place?
this?
He's in chemistry.
Yeah, I'm a chemist.
Oh, nice. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
That's his specialized.
Yeah.
That's 4. My number 3. It's pretty. My number, like, it's weird. Like, I'm number 3 until people get involved, and then it just number 4 happens.
And like, the specialized is just like, oh, I gotta go do generalized now for the sake of other people.
Yeah, because it's like, what do I call it? It's like, I'm pretty on the introvert side, so the number 3 can be a bit more apparent until like what you said happens.
Anyone see that meme where like there's a sign on the guy's back who's working, like, don't talk to me, otherwise I'll talk to you for the rest of the day and never get to work with you?
That.
Yeah. Those are the number. Those are the 4s.
Yeah.
If you have, especially if they've NE. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me ask you that, Reginald.
NE, blast last. Oh, so shit.
We were talking earlier. We're trying to process like NE and SD, and like the theory is like NE like wants to have more conversations and wants to have like that back and forth where we're exchanging connections and understandings, and we want to be talking to each other.
Yeah.
While the SE is more, let's have a sensory experience together, right? Like go to the movies and sit down and just be next to each other. That's great. That's good enough.
I think that is generally true. The exception is like, I mean, with all things obviously, but it's like the exception would be, in my experience, is like sometimes the SE, like even if they're demon NI, it's like if something falls in their NI, that's literally all they want to talk about, and then I get, it's like a reversal, because it's like now I'm getting drained because I'm like, dude, we're spending like 5 hours on this.
Yeah.
Like it's like, why are we still? Like kind of like how you think I talk about NI too much, which I probably do, but it's like that feeling.
No, I'm over that. That was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
I still remember 2 weeks ago.
I'm good. It's okay. I don't hold grudges. I'm feminine Effie. I'm just making it up as I go along.
Yeah, but yeah, I think like so a great example is that like I'm talking to a friend and like we're doing things on like spirituality. Like I'll just be very general, but it's like I can only talk about spirituality so much before I want to talk about something else. Maybe because I'm a very materialistic person, maybe. Mm-hmm. But it's like for them, it's like that. Like once we fall down that hole, it's like we could talk for hours.
Is that an NF sleep or something? What is that?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
NF sleep?
Yeah, specifically, yeah. because they're a gamma. But yeah, I think just to go back to your point, yeah, like generally it's like I like these type of conversations where it's a little bit more I can get something out of it, like conceptually. It's like I'm not. Yeah, exactly.
I do enjoy here. I use these, as an extrovert to extrovertly process a little bit about what's going on in my life. Like that's what I did here the first 5 minutes on this live stream, just like hijacking it to process my own shit, And so it's not like a sensory experience. Like I don't need to. I don't even know what that would look like. I feel like this is how it's working out for me. I don't know.
I'm just here to give ST tips. Blast my ST tip.
We showed you. Benjamin brought up the ST, and it just summoned Anna. Like, oh, an ST manual. Look at that.
My daughter has this big water jug, and it's got like little marks on it with times of day on what you should be drinking, like how much you should be down on your water jug.
Yeah.
And she just finishes the whole thing within like an hour. She's like, I'm on my third one.
Yeah.
It's supposed to last the whole day.
Yeah, I need
kind of SI. That's masculine SI. I feel like I don't give a shit about that.
She's very SE.
Yeah.
But it's just a big water jug. That's why she got it. She doesn't care about the markings.
Some people do. They're like, oh, I have to track this.
Yeah, I mean, you only need to think about that if you don't drink enough water. I mean, and I love water, so I don't need to keep track because I drink plenty.
So that's exactly the thing with the rules. It's like, okay, you've got these rules, but if you're doing it anyways, you don't need them. Like they're just extraneous. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then you have me who drinks like 1 bottle of water on a good day. Like, I need one of those. I need one of the what are they? The water jugs or whatever. But
it's a water bottle. It's got this weird straw that pops out, like it's a rubber straw, and she pushes it back in. I don't know. It's a big one.
I can tell how hydrated people are when I give them a massage. I can tell how much if they're not drinking enough. Yeah.
They make all those action stars go on water fasts for like 24 hours or even longer for them to be in. I think longer. It's like for 2 days for them to show off their muscles in the scenes because otherwise their muscles don't look like that.
Yeah, no salt as well.
No salt? Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. So yes. In the bodybuilding competitions, it's a low sodium diet, and then also carbs. For every gram or molecule or whatever something of carbs, it has to hold extra water molecules or something. So, like if I eat carbs on Christmas, then the next day I will literally weigh 3 pounds more, and it's water weight. And then
is this a sleep talk for you, Reggie? Is this also interesting?
I'm interested because this is in my sleep. I freaking hate like water weight. It's so annoying. I get pissed off by it. But yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I usually hear women complain about it more.
I'm girly as well.
Wasn't there like creatine at some point which absorbs extra water and gives you water weight?
Yeah, I think that some people do that intentionally. I'm trying to lose weight, so that's why I'm super conscious about it. So it's like, so I've been tracking my carbs, and it's like I've noticed when I'm like I overdo the carbs, it's like I like the 3 pound kind of rule is what you're saying.
You're like Jared there, just pulling out your thing from your shelf in front of you.
I happen to have what you're talking about on my desk.
Yeah, you can't prove it though because of your background.
Nope, I can prove it. If I put it behind my body, I'm good, right?
This is where.
What is that supposed to do for you, Dave? Why do you have that?
I don't really use it anymore, but
he just has it.
I mean, I bought it and I'm like, I'm not gonna use this. I'm an INTP. I don't need.
Why do you have that within reach though? Is my question.
My friend moved it. He wanted to play on my piano, and it was sitting on my piano. So
sitting on your piano. So you're
That's what I hate about.
That's how the dog food ends up in the pocket. Don't you get it?
Well, it's better than being on the piano at least. I don't know.
That's what I hate about
it got to a better Benjamin. It got to a better position, not a worse position.
All right.
Wait, what are you saying about the protein powders?
I just hate how big they are. Like you have to commit to like $50
Yeah.
Protein.
They do that on purpose, don't they?
It's like
It's
I want
so
to try it. What if I don't like it? What if the flavor
Well,
sucks?
I mean, you can get a smaller bottle of it that's like
no. I got something.
expensive per gram.
So as a guy who cuts costs at like all who tries his best, his damnedest, to cut costs because I am a sad, broke college kid. I have discovered a website where you can buy a 50-pound bag of what is it? Milk whey, of like whey powder, just pure
Yeah.
whey, nothing else added. Just a 50-pound bag for I think like maybe $60, $70. I don't know, something insanely cheap for the amount of
Did you see the
stuff you
bug
pay.
powder they grow? Did you see that bug powder? How they grow it and crush it and turn it into bug powder for protein?
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's kind of gross.
What?
Not gonna lie.
Y'all glitched. I glitched. Someone glitched. School Wi-Fi.
Yeah. To answer that question, when your pee is too dark, that means you're not drinking enough water. And like for me as a massage therapist, I can feel it in the sponginess of the skin. I don't know, it's subtle. It's just something
Really?
I can
Whoa.
Yeah.
I wonder if you can you do that for yourself? Is there like a spongy test?
Well, yeah, I know I'm hydrated because I drink water all day long. But
That's true. You don't need to check it for yourself because you know the water you drink. Yeah.
Yeah, I've rarely been dehydrated. One of my all-time favorite Amazon reviews was for this electrolyte powder, and this lady gave it 1 star because it made her retain water. And it's funny because that's literally what electrolytes are for.
Well,
what is this?
What
Protein?
is
this bug protein?
Yeah, they grow crickets.
And then they like smash them down, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they cook them here. They cook them first.
Put them in the toaster. That actually looks good. I'm not gonna lie. That actually looks kind of tasty.
Yeah. Right. But that's not it. Then they put them
Okay,
in.
that much. Oh god, that's not. Okay,
Yeah,
like a
no.
little bit of it was nice, but there's so much.
Yeah, we're very
Sorry.
different people.
I'm sorry, Demon Sensor here. Just looking at.
And this is
Oh
this is
my God.
actually selling really well right now. It's like it's in high demand.
You just it doesn't seem that bad. Like crickets are
And you don't
actually
know where
good.
they stick it either.
Nah.
I guarantee you've eaten cochinet extract, which makes things red. It also comes from a bug.
Yes.
Look,
Guaranteed.
I'm okay with it as long as I don't know.
People, I don't know why people are so freaked out by bugs or eating bugs. I feel like eating bugs should be normalized.
It should.
In that quantity?
As a powder, as a protein powder,
They
drink your shake.
I don't know where, but there's one place that they like serve you live live fish in like a little container, and you have to like shake it to kill all the fish, and then you eat it.
Yeah, I don't mess with that either.
That's a little too close to the process for me. Okay, I don't want to be the one to kill it.
There's a Filipino thing where they cook the eggs when there's like a chick in them, and then they eat the chick afterwards, like out of the egg.
Oh,
I feel like
it hasn't developed any bones, so you just
but they let it rot for a bit first, like because you can't eat it when it's just cooked. They have to leave it for a long time, like a month or something, and then you eat it.
Nope.
I saw Anthony Bourdain eat that one time.
Oh, right. Okay. I loved him.
I don't know. I eat chicken, so it's like I feel like I'm a bit of a hypocrite to be like that's gross, but I feel like the intentionality of eating the chick like right out. I'm like, why?
Well, because in America we're at least very desensitized to the process of killing animals.
Yeah.
We don't get to see it on a regular basis.
Would you eat dog if it was normal in America?
If it was normal, sure, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not normal.
I mean,
some dogs are annoying.
I've thought about this and we've talked about it, if there's some sort of apocalypse or like if there's the Cascadia quake and the dam breaks or something, then we'll eat Cedar. He's a good run. He's 14.7 years old.
No, don't talk about eating your dog, please. I think it's so situationally like contextual. Like you're talking about that and like you don't have a preference. We're asking for like, would you eat it or would you like it or not eat it? You're like, oh, would you eat it if it was a zombie apocalypse? Like you have to eat it to survive.
I would have a hard time eating dog or horse. The hardest thing that I eat, we get a couple lambs every year from the local farmer, and they're babies and they look like poodles, and I don't like to think about it. Really, all of it. I don't think about it. I'm a total hypocrite.
Yeah.
I eat the meat and I don't think about it.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. on some level, it's like ignorance is bliss. I'm totally aware of my ignorance or my like shutting off certain parts of life. And for my sanity, that's okay.
Okay. Welcome, Claire.
CSO.
CSO Squirrel Incorporated Inc. Squirrel
Yes.
Inc. No
So that
glasses
makes
this time. What's going on?
Chief Squirrel
And
Officer.
haircut since I saw you last.
Oh yeah, yeah. I joined the Squirrel Inc. and I cut my hair.
Nice.
Nice.
So that must mean he likes eating squirrels as well. We're on the topic of eating. Eating
I've never
animals.
had squirrel.
Well, you'd have to do something if you killed them all, right, Claire? Like, what are you going to do with all the squirrels? After the squirrel genocide, what do you do?
What's gonna happen?
There's
It would
no
be
rule
rude
that
tonight.
says you can't eat them, so
Yeah,
You can't
yeah.
eat them?
Yeah.
there's no rule
Meat?
for it.
They got meat.
There's a rule?
He's rural.
No,
Oh.
there's no rule that says you can't eat them.
Oh,
Oh, right. People
Sorry.
do. Yeah.
people do, yeah.
They're free.
they are free.
Yeah.
We scared him away with that one.
Let's get them away. What about how are you with seafood? You have like octopus?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just so socially attuned. It's like I don't necessarily mind eating octopi or whatever. I eat sushi, so it's like, I've
Sushi's
had
good.
shrimp and stuff like that. So I feel like with octopus, I just have not had the opportunity. I heard it tastes okay, so I'm like, that's the only reason I'm not like attracted to it.
I just don't think it's very good. Maybe I haven't had it prepared the right way. I just don't like it.
Yeah. It doesn't look like it would taste.
They only live like a year, right? Something like that. And they're genius animals.
Yeah.
They live really short lives. The
I
females,
know.
at least.
Hmm.
Yeah. Benjamin, did you talk about your paper yet? How's that going?
Oh, I saw you checked it a little bit.
Yeah, I gave my little SI, my demon SI comments. I'm like,
So actually, you know what? I got a message back from them. It got rejected for whatever reasons.
Oh.
So I shared those reasons, and I already wrote a new paper, and I actually put all of your suggestions in the new paper.
Oh, nice.
Like not purposely because I'm DI, but I ended up like, yeah, Reggie's right. Let's do it like that.
Nice. Yeah, as long as it got done, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's cool. So I guess like, so your goal is the goal like just publication for its own sake, or are you like trying to aim at something bigger with that?
It's not like a scam. I'm not. Yeah, I'm just doing it because like that's what I want. Yeah, for its own sake. Yeah.
For the knowledge, huh?
Right. Yeah, I'm not using it to get anywhere.
Hey guys, look what I figured out.
I totally do that stuff. What do you mean? Gotta market it.
I actually wasn't going to do it. I was letting like all these other people do it, but it's just taking so long. So.
Well, nice flex regardless.
Yeah.
Put your name on it, literally.
And everyone else's, yeah.
Well,
You did put everyone else's on there. Yeah, that is true. But
I literally put like my name, my initials on all of the files that I create. So nobody could possibly mistake it for anyone else.
Yeah. That's so funny. I guess I'm very curious as to like this, like why it's viewed as a scam. It's like I'm just thinking as like there's so many cool things that can
I'm
be
just
used.
using the OP language.
Okay.
Yeah. I
What
don't
is
know.
that? I feel like there's other stuff that could be built off of it. Like it's like, are you just gonna write the paper and then you're done? Like
Probably not. Yeah. I'm also very OE. Like I don't have any long-term plans here.
Yeah, I think it's just like there's no agenda. You really are doing
Right.
something for the sake of doing it. It's and I was thinking about like I don't have that thing, Anna. That like that's not what my flex is, and I don't know if I'm just a bad 3 or like a worn out, busted 3 who doesn't care anymore, or if I'm a really fucked up 4 that doesn't have any friends. Like
I also think you're not sensory. For me, the sensory is like jarring and in my face. And if I'm doing a physical product, delivering a physical product, it better
Yeah.
have my name on it.
You
And
don't
it's
put
a
your name on your earrings?
No. If it was a mug, I would put some sort of.
Do you have a mark?
symbol.
You have a stamp or like a
I don't now, but if I was throwing pots and like making dishware, I would make a stamp.
I guess your earrings are so unique, no one else makes them anyways.
Yeah, and there's no I mean,
But
it's
they gotta
jewelry.
trace it back to me.
You don't really stamp jewelry. Yeah, I was talking
Right.
to another massage therapist about her, marketing stuff and like issues with marketing. And she was saying, she described it as she had more of a catch and release vibe, like not pushy with getting clients to come back. And I thought that was an interesting way to say that. And she was some sort of, probably a 4, but yeah.
So all I say is like with scam, like an OP, that literally just means ulterior motive.
Yeah, doing things with no ulterior motive sounds beautiful. I don't relate. I really don't, but that's okay. Like I feel like
At least you can say that, right?
Yeah.
At least you're not doing liar
It
talk.
doesn't sound like he's ashamed or embarrassed of it at all, man. Like it seems just normal to him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because for me, like I don't see any negativity in wanting to do something for the sake of something else.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
As long as that something else is worth it.
as long as it's worth it, exactly. I can't be something stupid. But yeah, like so for example, it's like so in contrast, it's like I'm working on my doc. I want like I'm doing it so that I can understand. So I don't know if that's I don't know if that counts as an ulterior motive because I genuinely want to understand.
No, that's not an ulterior motive. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then I guess there is some personal like non-scamminess about it, but it's like I also am thinking it's like once I'm done with this, it's like I'm gonna leverage this so that I can build more docs. Like, and then I'm gonna leverage those docs to be popular. Like
okay.
there's
So it's for friends.
There's definitely a friends component. I'm like, it's like, yeah, I want to talk to this. Like, it's like I need an excuse.
He's building the
to talk.
scams. He's building the scams.
Yeah, I need an excuse to talk OP to people. Like, I can't just talk randomly about it.
Oh yeah, I had a good way of doing that. So when I was moving in, I had a whiteboard, and usually I did a typing with my mom every Tuesday. I would type somebody that she wanted to type, and like you have all the proof, everything's on the whiteboard. And so when I was moving in, that whiteboard was just sitting outside, just everyone could see it, and so everyone started asking questions about what was on the whiteboard. And yeah, that's how I started getting people to talk about it, like a visual representation of it. It really helps out.
Exactly. Now, is
I
that
think
a
my
scam?
motivation is also.
It's not.
Like,
I'm
I
not
also have
scamming.
I might have an ulterior motive. Like my motivation is also that I'm DI and I have this representation that I think is really good, and I want to share that representation.
Yeah. It's like I want to lift the tribe up in some sort of way with this,
Right.
Yeah.
One thing that I'm also seeing and learning from this process is like I see how leaders become leaders. They don't become leaders by putting a whole bunch of people under them. They become leaders by like including them, like going on a journey and including other people in it and putting their name on it too.
Hey, they say the number 4s make the best leaders because of that. And the
Who
number
says
4s
that?
in the choose.
We make horrible leaders.
They say that because it's because we don't want to be the leader. We don't want to. That's what makes us such a great leader. You're saying like as a number 4 is, what you're saying, what makes a good leader is being with the people. So like 1, that's like specialization, not like generalization, not trying to manage everybody. And then 2, that's also friend energy, trying to the playing the leveling game, right? And so
I would say that's more like a. I don't know if that's a leader or a manager or what that
a
is.
lot of the time, like, that's like not how it is. It's like, the 4s are just like going along and supporting and being that support group. Because they don't want to be the leader, so they're not going to be the leader 90% of the time. It's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I accidentally ended up like in those positions. Like I didn't want cognitive resolution group, but I accidentally created it, and now what do I do with it?
And now you're leading it, and then here we are.
Well, not anymore because Annie thankfully took it from me.
Annie did take it from you.
Yes.
And honestly, I've been
Annie.
really liking it. I have a good team.
Oh, nice.
Everything's been running smoothly, right? When we send the client report out, Annie is ready with the new client. I think that's great that you're like always ready with one. Because I feel like in some other typing groups, we don't have enough like people coming in to like do the typings with. So it feels like there's a lot of people in CRG and it's like people know about it. And we talk about it on these things. So if you want to get typed in CRG, please come through. I might be bringing a few people in myself.
Well, we're not marketing it.
I don't know how that works.
I don't know if we can handle a big group. Can we handle a big group, Annie?
Yeah. So we need more people to type because and we just today there was a new one, a new submission, which was great. Because we're going back so far and it's causing problems, like going back deep into 2023 and double. And then those videos are deleted. And I'm messaging people and they're saying like, no, I'm good with the first typing I got. And I don't feel comfortable having that video public anymore. So we're running into those problems. I don't know, if you look at the spreadsheet, it's all doubled up going back way, way, way too far.
Oh, okay.
Going back too far, like.
All right, so we should advertise then. Well, I'm glad I'm not in charge.
Yeah, and I was gonna, I was gonna like have a conversation with you about that, but it just seems like because you have your kids all month, I was just like, nah, we'll talk about it in September.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we can talk about it whenever. It's not a heavy thing.
Yeah. I want to do something. I just want to I want to do it the right way. I don't know. I feel.
I think the number of typings is going down as well for Dave and Chen. Like I think the growth is going down.
Yeah, and I saw a post on Facebook yesterday. I almost jumped in. Somebody said my husband and I are new to the OP class. It looks like you have to wait 2 months to get typed. Is it worth it? And I almost wanted to jump in and say like, oh yeah, it's worth it. Totally get typed by Dave and Shan. But if you're interested,
good for you. Go for it.
I didn't do it though. I feel insecure about like, am I allowed to say this?
Of course.
I feel like I'm not allowed. I need to get more comfortable with it.
Yeah.
And I haven't said anything at all on my channel about like how I'm doing this project. So I could make a video about that.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're in charge of it. So it's good.
It's up to you now.
I know, but I still feel like I need to ask you if I'm doing it right. And like, please tell me if I'm doing something wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good to get advice and stuff, but yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What happened, Lindsay?
I just want to honor the original mission. I don't want to make like a misstep.
That's nice, yeah.
I don't want to offend you or like anybody, do anything wrong. So.
I mean, it's really there. Like you see, there is a void in the community of that because the other groups only really want to interview you and type you if you're going to get typed by Dave and Chen. And a lot of people don't want to get typed by Dave and Chen, or they're just curious, or don't have the money, or they get rejected because their language is so bad, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a void.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, we've had a lot of foreign speakers come through my team. Or a few.
Right.
And
they
I'm
did
really
speak English, but it wasn't their first.
Yeah. I'm really good with those. It doesn't faze me at all. The heavy accents are really easy for me, being so good at audio consuming. But yeah, for other people, it's more difficult.
I don't know, Anna. You've been in our group longer than I have. How long have you been in our team, Team 15? Oh, sorry,
you're muted, by the way.
Sorry, about a year.
A year. Wow.
Nice.
What about it?
I was just wondering, SI lore, SI history, whatever you can
Reggie
share.
was on the first team too, and he had a horrible time.
Did I have a horrible time? I don't even remember at this point.
You were abused by Melanie or something. Is that how you felt?
God, don't even.
Oh, Melanie. Is she on our team though? Oh, not the same one?
Might be.
Yeah, I remember those days. Those were not fun days.
What happened?
We just clashed a lot. Like she was very strong-willed about a certain like function or type or whatever, and I was like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, basically. So yeah, our approaches to typing just didn't go well together.
That's a very diplomatic response, Reggie. Good for you.
Well, it's kind of the point too.
Yeah.
I kind of miss typing, but at the same time, it's like I literally only care about one function right now, and like maybe two, because it's like I am worried about like SF sleep right now as well.
Right.
It was like if you don't have either of those things, like that's a wide bucket because that means like you can be like in 3 of 4 quadras. But it's like basically if you're what is it called, an alpha or whatever, it's like you're
a beta. If you're one of me.
No, you have NI.
Oh, NI. So everyone.
No, not the alphas.
Oh, the alphas don't have either, right?
Yeah, so I'm like, all right, forget you. Like I don't care.
Yeah, bye, Dave.
Is that specialized? I don't know. I really don't. I have no idea.
What was the point?
Like it's like I'm interested in typing again, but it's like I literally only want to type if you have SF sleep or if you have NI, which is pretty broad.
What about the dichotomy of knowing that you don't have that?
That's more than half the people, you know?
More than half the people. Yeah. I think the dichotomy, do I care about that? No, I don't.
I mean, last stream, Annie really, I don't know if it helped them learn about their own functions, but they were kind of surprised about where my emotional energy goes. And it's, yeah. And like, I think it helped her learn more about what she's doing by that or something like that, is what I was seeing at least.
Yeah, I've still been thinking about that. I have this insane curiosity. It drives me crazy that I can't, like, for example, just be you for a day. Yeah, or anybody.
I get that. Yeah,
right.
You can't actually jump into somebody else's shoes and experience what they experience.
Yeah, like I want to understand, like, what's it like to be Dave, like for a week, like, you know,
nuts, crazy.
And
you don't want to be in this brain for
and I can't ever
2 hours.
know that.
You can't. Right.
I think if he jumped into my body, he'd be like, "What the fuck? It's so quiet in here."
Wait, is your mind quiet?
Yeah.
Oh man, I want that.
That sounds great. That sounds like SI. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I mean, you say you want that.
Yeah, you say you want.
Oh, I'm scared of having that. I can't quiet down my brain. I can't do that. It won't shut up.
I mean, this is why I sleep so well. This is why...
SF sleep. Like I don't deny that you have that, you know, locked down.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are both double activated on SF sleep. Yeah.
Who?
You and Annie.
Oh.
Yeah, masculine. Double masculine SF.
Yes, right. You're my husband's type, except the B and the P are switched.
Info dom.
Mm-hmm.
You just muted yourself by accident.
Sorry. Wait, can you hear me now?
Yeah, now you're good. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, which is pretty engaging because I'm also info dom, so it's nice to both appreciate the info, whereas my husband's like. So.
Isn't that weird? I think all of my relationships were with energy dumbs too. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Why do we do that to ourselves?
Just to have a little break, I guess, to chill with the info, maybe.
Huh.
To learn to relax about the info, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm so purposeful with it.
No, of course not. It's subconscious, but
yeah.
I mean, quite literally, Annie and I are almost opposites in every way, except in the same quadra, and specialize.
Right. You both have double.
Yeah, you would have it opposites of everything except for the sleep, double activated sleep.
That's so weird. You have both double activated sleep, but opposite saviors, opposite modalities.
Well,
same social.
Opposite all of the coins except for that one.
Yeah, and I mean, I live with that every day, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
but
great.
Same functions.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's what Dave and Jen have magically opposite everything in their stack.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the info energy dom.
Info energy dom.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, it helps me learn because I don't know how to vibe, for example. It's a
You know
very
you know how to
difficult thing.
vibe. I think you know how to vibe.
I don't do vibe. I don't do
Sorry.
vibe.
Vibe is such a weird word.
It is, but it's the best. It's one of the best ways to explain what's going on. Um, I don't know. I think a very easy example of that, gotta prove it, right? Is going on a walk. Like if I'm on the walk, I'm there to get there, to have an objective. I'm not trying to absorb my surroundings. I'm not trying to explore how I'm feeling in the moment with it. It's very
On a mission.
on a mission.
I think
Whereas
that in it of itself to me is a vibe. That's like that you have that ST.
that's not a vibe.
Making everything fit.
There's no
Dave.
emotions. We're doing there's an emotion behind not having any emotions, right? There can't be no zero. Terrence Howard, guys. There's no zero.
You can't argue with Dave. He's always right. There you go.
Okay, I've done the Trump
I don't
hands.
know,
I've done
like,
the Trump hands.
I feel like I have both. I mean, when I'm in the grocery store, I am there for a reason. I'm not browsing. There's all these people walking around like they've never seen food before. Like, my way, I know why I'm here. And
I know, yeah.
You know, but then when I'm like walking my dogs, I'm totally in sleep.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
it's a total vibe.
Yes. Yeah, you know, my husband, he likes to like absorb the surroundings, the nature, the sounds. What is he like looking at? Different homes, how are people living?
Yeah.
Like, and
Yeah.
then just,
Oh, I'm so curious about like who lives in that house. Why did they paint their door that color?
Yes.
I know,
all
it's
of
so
the
weird. Like I'm like, why? It's just like these people have lived next to me for like 20 years, and when I imagine their house, it's just like black. I can't see inside their house. What's in there?
I'm not interested.
Yeah.
I'm very much like in my lane. I'm not a snooper. You know?
I'm a bit
or-
curious. Yeah.
Yeah, curious. That's a good word. SI word. I'm not very curious. It's just like
Yeah. And that's why, for that question, you know, what do you want your superpower to be, like flying or whatever? I always want invisibility because I want to listen in. I want to just go into people's homes and listen to their conversations.
Damn. Okay. Interesting.
And also, if you're invisible, you can still fly because you can get on any flight and go anywhere. You don't even need a passport.
I think it would be annoying to walk across a crosswalk, though. Cars won't stop you.
You got to be aware of your surroundings and choose your timing. Yeah.
You do gotta be careful. Yeah, I think it's the intuition with we want to know what's behind the curtain. What's behind the scenes. That's like the
Oh, that's
intuition.
so
We can't
cute.
see all of it, but we want to see what's behind there.
That's so cute. I'm like, nothing exists behind there to me.
Wow.
It's just a sensor, yeah, at face value.
Wow.
Actually, yeah. Well, and recently, I went. I don't know. I probably told you guys. I went to the museum with another ESTJ in our community, Javier. He lives in San Francisco, and
Yeah,
so we went out.
TENE.
We hung out. Yeah, and but he's TENE.
Yep.
And I'm TSI. And he was always talking about the meaning behind things. And I'm just like, it's a pink wall. What is there to understand about it? Or like, it's just a thing that you just have to absorb it for what it physically is. And that's the end of it. So it was interesting. It was a good, fun time.
All right, Benjamin, I sent you a reel. I'm gonna share it real quick. This is what it's like for like save your sensors. I think. It's like there's just like this thing's crashing down and it's
And what?
no.
You gotta see stuff.
Why is it? Sorry, let me. Sorry, we're about to- That's what it's like for sensors. They're just, oh, it's here, okay. Then
Yeah. Yeah. Even the idea of driving would freak me out. I don't have a license.
This is what is this?
He's putting meaning behind his clothes, like he's designing his clothes to have any meaning. It's not SF meaning, but it's
His clothes are so ugly. I'm sorry.
Look,
There's
It's his curious suit. Leave his curious suit alone.
It's all right. This is how double feminine NTPs. A lot of us do this.
It's like you're in your 60s, bro. Like you had your experimentation.
A lot of us do this. Oh my god.
You had your chance to do this, like in your 20s, and you missed it.
You go like here. See, compare this with the same type of Jacob Collier. Exactly.
This is like those kind of cubist paintings or whatever, when they draw squares on the. It's the same one. Oh, he's got someone signed it. So it was animated because they signed it.
He signed it. It says Arsenal on there, I think.
What?
No, I think it says Peterson. I think he made it.
I mean, I think a lot of, at least I think his type, what is this type? The double feminine NTPs. They will like do this certain thing with the SF, I guess. It's like, I don't know exactly,
He's
but
trying to put meaning. He has NT meaning in his.
It's like
in his
standing,
SF,
standing on the NT. Can you look at Jacob Collier? He's the same type as Peterson. He's a magician, or not a magician. He's a pianist, and he's like one of the best pianists. And he's the same type, so double feminine, NETI, sleep last, number 3, and was doing this.
Yeah, but he looks like he's in his 20s, right?
Yeah, he's much younger,
No, they're the same age.
Oh yeah, he could get away with this in my mind. I don't know. Maybe this is me being like an old crotchety person secretly. It's like, bro. Like, yeah, you have your time to mess with colors, and it's like when you're in your 70s and 80s,
All right.
like figure out, like it's like you should have, you had time to figure out how to make this look good.
I mean,
he just did his SF like later in life. That's you gotta give him like he did SF later.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy, we haven't seen him in his 70s. We don't know what he's gonna be like.
Yeah, no. When he's in his 70s, I'll yell at him. It's like, bro, you have all that time.
Yeah, he's already figuring it out. Like I can see that he's on a better path for clothing.
Guys, I resent the idea of having to stop doing SF stuff in your older age. I'm going to be one of the most colorful grannies you've ever seen.
Look, as long as I don't run into you, that's cool. I'm the judgmental one. Like,
I love the masculine SF sleeve. It's like as long as I don't see that SF, like I don't have a problem.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey Dave, what's going on though with SF sleep when it's a demon? Can you elaborate any on that?
SF sleep when it's a demon? Oh, ST. You mean ST? My ST sleep when it's a demon. Struggle. This is what it's like. I just don't know.
This is what it's like.
What am I like my NE always needs. I need to compare it to something for context. Like, am I comparing it to what I said about masculine SF sleep in some sort of way?
Yeah, do that.
Like if I see something, I read something yesterday. I watched something here. I could explain this in a video I liked, a small short.
Oh my god.
I know my consume. Masculine consume. Like I just remember everything I freaking watch. It's crazy. But here it's called POV running with the German. I'm also German. Let me share it. And it's basically like this is what it feels like to be like ST sleep, I guess. Like this is the vibe.
You ready now?
Right then.
Let's go. Hey, you can start the floor. From nothing comes nothing. Without the clouds, the sun burns very hard today. Your shoelace is undone. Oh, it's fine now. I'll stop. What? Wow, look at this corn. Whoa. We are not criminals. I wonder how many square meters has this house. What do you think the meter is for this place? I wouldn't want to live next to these fields.
Pace 5 minutes 27.
Oh, that's quite good, isn't it? No, you're slowing me down. Oh, did I agree to this again? Inside a healthy body lives a healthy ghost. What? You know yesterday I had afternoon tea. That's enough small talk. I need to concentrate on my breathing. Can you please have a rest? The one who rests gets rusty.
There, that's ST sleep to me. It's kind of like that.
That's so funny.
He sounds like a retarded Terminator, man.
Sounds like very insecure about the ST. Yeah.
We're a little insecure about the ST, a little bit. Yep. Feel like it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Terminator.
I mean, you had to prove that you made lasagna. I don't know what that was about.
I mean,
you kept making this pattern that I didn't made lasagna, and then I kept seeing it got filled with, but I did make lasagna. Like ST
I was there.
that fact it got stored, and so every time you come in with the incorrect fact, like I have to go fix that.
Yeah.
And go think, no, I didn't make lasagna. Did I make lasagna? I made lasagna, and then like you keep going over the facts. Did I make lasagna? I made lasagna. I know I made it, and it's like you're like you didn't make it. But I said to myself like 40 times that I made it, like and I made it. And I have
it's like gaslighting you? Is that what I was doing?
It feels like, yeah, gaslighting. It's like, you could sure call it gaslighting, because it's like, I feel like TIs will get gaslit the most. I mean, because it's like, they're being, it's from what I've seen. I will gaslit other TIs, so I do see that.
I'm sure you can make that fit.
I'm trying to make that, but it's like, everyone can be gaslit, so you're not safe, you know, but it's just not just the TIs. But I don't know, I don't know how to explain that simply better than that, Jared. Like, that was pretty good. I saw that yesterday, and I was like, this is kind of what it feels like. It's just like you're doing your ST, and then there's someone else is like slowing. Like you don't want to do the play energy for the other person. But like to me, like watching that, it's why it's funny is because it makes you like feel uncomfortable. Because it's like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy like doing all the ST sleep stuff because it's like against the vibe of the tribe in some sort of way. It's like he's a Terminator. He's weird about his ST. There's something weird going on there with it, but it's like that's the subjective side of it. Something like that.
I definitely get annoyed when it's the sensory's too exacting. I'm like, why do you give a shit? It's 2:34. Just tell me that it's 2:30.
Brian Johnson. It's like it's like I have that level of Brian Johnson. I don't have it as a savior. He's going all in savior ST sleep. Like I have that, but I don't do it that intensely. I don't care so much for it. Like I maybe like I can connect just like even career wise, Jared. Like everyone can see in me that like he's the math guy. He does the math. He's the INTP that every INTP is good at math. That kind of stuff. Like I am the ST sleep identity. And so that's what happened when I went into college. Is like that's what it was seen. It's like, oh yeah, you got to do stats. You got to do actuarial science. You got to do all this stats stuff because you're the ST guy and that's your identity and that kind of matches with you. And you're like, sure, whatever.
Who's talking to you? Who's
just
telling you this?
Just people in my past. I'm any clumping a lot of.
All right.
I'm clumping. I'm just saying like, that was a general force that was on me from the tribe, if that makes sense. And then like kind of getting into it, I feel like one thing that did change my decision, that would change my pathways, even though I'm still going into an ST sort of thing, was more like at this time in my life. Yes, I'm ST sleep, and that's my identity, and that's what I want to do longer term. It's just like I need to get done with my NF play first. I gotta do the NF stuff. I gotta like do these talks and make sure I'm processing NF, help people process out stuff like that, adding other things, and being ungrounded and having ungrounded opinions and stuff. Starting there, and then moving as time goes on into like the video I kind of showed you, where like I kind of get into that thing later, but like I don't want to do that now. I don't. So, what was the question?
My dad is Bob Lazar's type, and I don't know, for some reason he got it into his brain that he needs a silent computer case, and he took it upon himself to design the world's most silent computer case, and he's learning CAD, and he's just going all in on figuring out little tweaks to make it more silent, and he's building little models of it. It's just so insane to me. What is this ST sleep?
ST sleep, yeah. Just do all the physical work by yourself. Just all of it is your own little. I had a friend that he talking about me of his teacher was doing a coding class, and the teacher like developed his entire like coding system. He was like I think he was like an ENTP, and he made his entire coding system that like nobody in the class knew how to use. Nobody knew what was going on with the coding. Only he could use it, and that's what it feels like for ST sleep, where.
What's funny? My dad was on my ass for that all the time. I'm like, my coding is clear. He's like, no, you got to make your coding more clear. Your coding. I'm like, you haven't seen my coding. Like, have you ever looked at my coding? Yeah. And he's like always talking about how important it is to make your coding clear.
But I
guess it's projecting.
It could be a bit projecting because it's like you don't be as clear on the coding. You need to like do something else to figure that out.
Right.
Yeah, because I feel like if I'm with somebody that's NI, if I'm with like a TA that's an NI and they're trying to help me code, it's there's a bit weird because they're trying to like help me with the SE, but like I need the specific SI like unlock of like I just don't know what this is. I just don't know. I need this SI here. And they're like, no, like and they're like trying to like teach me more about coding overall and like how, it's more like NI things. It's just not not helpful to me because I think the SI unlocks.
You're getting
like,
NI advice and you need the SI advice.
I need the next step to get to the next step, and I don't need
What
the overall
what
understanding.
What part of a computer case is noisy? I don't understand.
Fans?
What do you? That doesn't make any sense.
All of the fans turn and they make noise, and you have fans on the GPU, you have fans on the outside. So he's designing a new airflow system, and he's like found a really cheap way because he's just using.
So he hasn't learned about water cooling, like.
No, he doesn't want water cooling. No.
He doesn't want water cooling. He wants a new system.
I have a suggestion for him. He needs to make him in the shape of a termite mound, so it has a natural heat pull.
Well, you got to see what he's got. You're going to ask him to throw out like 3 years of work. So.
No, you're going to do it.
He's got something really fine-tuned. He's really getting there. I even gave him like advice on you can do noise canceling headphone principles, but like putting a speaker in there and recording the sound and then playing the opposite of that sound.
A noise wave canceling? Is that what you said?
Right, noise wave cancellation. Yeah. So. Why did we drop?
Sorry, did he is he here? Nico?
Yeah.
Here?
He's doing chemistry lab stuff.
He probably has bad connection.
Welcome back, Anna.
I do not think Nico's here.
You just made me so Dave just I think officially made me interested in the alphas. I just realized.
I was seeing that on your face. Yeah.
I could like ST sleep is also weird. I just realized. I'm like, what the hell is this? Like,
I'm trying.
Are you guys robots? Like, what is this?
What is this?
I think one thing I was pausing SC sleep is like we're NF on the outside, so like I'm the most like silly idiot, this dumbass unconscious person in the call, right? But then like that's like that's how I exchange stuff, right? That's how I exchange stuff. But then like underneath, there's the ST sleep robot. I guess whatever we're gonna call it, like
yeah,
not a robot. Robot's not the right word. I don't think robot. It's not robotic.
I mean, I was processing this a while back, where a lot of the NTPs specifically, but everyone in your quadra kind of has a weird NF. Like, if someone from your quadra is a creep, like it's like the NF is off.
I bet you it's way bad.
Yeah, and it's like you need that feedback to know what your NF is. Like you're for some reason you don't see your own NF. And like the feedback will let you update that. I've seen that once.
But you can't get you're pulling out from one pattern, and I'm always
one pattern. That's true. My NI is pulling out from one pattern.
I'm trying to I don't know. We can maybe maybe it's just that one guy. I don't. Yeah.
Do you know who I'm talking about?
Well, yeah. Well, you've made it clear. We talked about it multiple. We've reached this point. Right. We reached this point, and like it's a point where I'm like, okay, I need to know more about the NTPs fucking up because it just feels like, oh, that's a daemon FE thing. Like, is that also the ISFJs and also the ESFJs and also the ENTPs and also is it all of the alpha quadra, or is it just if you're NETI, if you're lead daemon FE, right? Because
I mean, I think in general you do need that ping back on the NF to know what your NF is.
But isn't that what we're getting? It's just like it's because we're not storing NF. We're not like. I mean, it doesn't feel like we're not like internalizing it in any sort of way.
You're not internalizing.
You're just
no, you are internalizing it. You're internalizing it a bit on the end side.
Because I do see the problem with
how do you internalize it? That's the question. You have to internalize it by getting the feedback.
Why is the NF weird? I don't know.
What's nice about NF is that your demons and they are sensory. I'd rather have demons sensory in a way because then it's very concrete what it is that you need to Work
Yeah,
on it.
yeah.
You know what it
being
is.
like being like a crazy type, it's easier, like it's so much easier to type a type that's crazy. Like if you're Jordan Peterson lead any, it's like, oh, that's so easy to type him. He's just any on crack all day.
Although people are calling him INFJ.
Still intuitive all day. So much intuition.
I just mean his demon is to clean his fucking room. Like it's very straightforward. He doesn't want to do it. But like that's
I don't want to go walk 30 minutes to my class. It's fucking horrible. I don't do that 3 times a week. But I have.
When you say it like that, it sounds really dumb.
That's it. That's it.
Your
Man.
demon is cleaning your room.
Dude.
My demons is like finding a better place for this creatine. Like I gotta go solve that now. That's what I've been thinking about. Like where am I gonna put this? And then there's like it's that for everything. So
Jared will tell you it's great that it's in reach like that.
I think I mean I know it's great that it's probably in reach, but I think one thing with Demon SC Sleep that will get really weird about, like everything that's in the room. Like I'll get into like this like kind of like paranoid state about it, and like you can call this OCD. I can see you can call it OCD, but it's like everything like in the way that it's specifically placed, and the way that, like everything is just like the visuals of it is just like weird to me to process the sensory, because it's all real. I don't. It's all real. I don't. It like I will when I go on walks, I will look at nature and I look at the grass and I look at the sky and I like it's all real. It's all like sensory. It's all there. And then I go look at a car or I go look at a house and it's like weird. That's like it looks like an alien piece of technology. Like why? Like this wasn't like created naturally. Like it didn't just grow out of the ground. It's like no, it was man-made. It was just still like a human thing, but it's less. There's like levels of humanity. Something like that. Yeah, it's a demon sensory process a lot of times on the walks. Trying to like
I don't know.
Process the visuals.
That's the problem with demon intuition is that you don't know what to solve.
Yeah, it's like you're grasping at clouds, right? You're so used to being like do sensory, and you can say, "Oh, if I move this cup, that's solved," right? But to solve something in ANF, it's like a cloud just swirling around. You're like
cleaning your room isn't a demon.
Yeah.
The thing is, I feel like I do well in the NF, or I do well like seeing the NF or piecing it out, or like why, or like I feel like I do a lot of meta analysis on things, which like yeah, I'm like NT. I feel like I'm more on the NT side.
I'm sure there's things that you're not seeing that you're just sliding by on, and it's other people are seeing it, but
I know. I feel like at least
deal.
for me, like I'm just. I am a very extremely neurotic person, so like always tied into whatever the vibe is like. It's just like I feel like it's there, and like it's just like I feel it on my I don't know, people demon FE or feminine FE.
I'll tell you for myself,
weird.
people always approach me on like the SF to like Benjamin, we got to tell you something. It's about the SF. It's like, oh, all right, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, I honestly, I'm an IP. I haven't had enough times in my life of tribe feedback to really know what it's like. You know what I mean?
The interventions on your NF, yeah.
I don't have it in not NF, but just F. I had one recently over the summer. That was one.
What?
Because I think that's why we brought up the other guy, is because I was talking about my situation. Where like I thought I was being too FE, and I wasn't being like sensory grounded, so I was being like too NF. I think that's the problem, is that like there's too much NF and too much connection, where it's like that's where he comes off as a creep, because you just kind of want to be like ST working things out with other people, not like trying to develop their life path and their life. It's like you just want to have small talk with the person, like really quickly. I want to like be working on your life, like let's start working shit out, and you're like, well, that's small talk and the weather and others, and that's great. I'll talk about that stuff as well. So I feel like the NF play is like I'm trying to find your purpose and your meaning, and it's just like I'm aggressive about it, and it's like, yeah, I don't know.
I have a question. I post this on Facebook. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
But, about your double masculine function, whatever it is, demon or savior, introverted, extroverted. It's obviously the one that you're going to be pushing on the hardest. On some level, so
I already put that up.
Me too. Yeah.
What is?
You missed that, dude.
Reggie's the sleep last.
No, I know. I already put it up. You just put it up again.
Sleep last. So many. I know. I was just gonna comment on it. Just man, that's sleep last.
Sorry, and you see, there's a bad NF. You interrupted Anna. That was bad.
I'm watching
need to
you
be
with my
told.
NF. Film.
Okay. Really call me tomorrow, okay?
No, but like whatever your double masculine function is, are you most triggered by the flip side of it? If I'm double masculine NETE play, I am most triggered by NITI sleep because it's the functions I'm going to push on. And I am bothered by the idea that solutions are personal. And I am bothered by the idea that,
Are you?
abstractions are personal.
Are you bothered by that for real?
For real. I find it so painful.
Why?
Because it's so narrow. It's so closed-minded.
It is.
Well,
Why does it
that's
bother you so
obvious.
much? Okay.
Well, because I'm pushing, I want more NE and I want more TE. For me, that's very triggering to see somebody narrow down so quickly when we are solutioning together.
Uh-huh.
And so I'm just wondering if you take whatever your double masculine is and invert it, do you feel, since you will be pushing on that specifically, are you going to be triggered by that?
Wait, so your double masculine is what?
Mine is NETE play.
And so the opposite.
The opposite is NITI sleep. Right?
That's right. Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a very NITI rabbit hole you're going down there, Anna. You've got it all fleshed out.
No, it was the other guy. It was the other guy. It was this guy, Poseidon, right?
Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, he's got shadow theory. He's bringing back shadow theory into ops.
Is that shadow theory?
Shadow functions, shadow animals, stuff like that. Like he was talking about your shadow animals, like he even put on there like Benjamin as an example.
Yeah.
Like, his would be like NF consume.
What I'm saying, okay,
He would have NF consume last in his opposite stack.
So if mine are SI/FI, then you mean the opposite, but also shadow?
Listen, so you have double masculine and SI/FI sleep.
Uh-huh.
You would be most triggered by any form of SE/FE play.
Trump.
Oh yeah, probably.
Oh yeah.
Okay, no, anybody gets triggered by Trump. That's you can't.
You can't use Trump.
Maybe. Yeah.
Terrence Howard, maybe. I don't. Benjamin, you get
about Trump. It's just like this extroverted of, like imposing a communal vibe on. Don't tell me how to feel. That's what FI is going to think, especially masculine FI. Don't tell me how to feel.
Mm-hmm.
And so when FE will go around and play with emotions or play with the communal vibe, you're just like, I need to get out of here. And I don't have that as bad because it's feminine and I'll tolerate SEFE play because I'm like, oh, that's cute. Nice try, but I'm not moving, but it's also flexible.
Right. Yeah, if I'm in my mood and there's like FE is trying to change my mood and I just am not up for it, it's really annoying. Yeah.
Yes. And then, of course, SE will want to broaden your scope of sensory, which you're also not down to with masculine. So, yeah, just wondering for any of you if that rings true. Would that be the most triggering function on the flip side for you?
I mean, I'm sure I could see that. I could see any function or any masculine as triggering for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, ST blast, double masculine, that's a hard function.
Mm-hmm. But wait, yours is SETI.
Right.
Okay.
So ST blast, you're saying, should be my trigger.
More specifically SITE, so ISTJ blast. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what ST blast is. ISTJ or ESTJ. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
I made a little visual that can help us remember this if it's a bit confusing at this time. I know.
We don't. Why?
I want visuals. I want visuals, please.
See, yes. Let me bring up the visual. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This will help our friend Anna. So I drew this. I called it tables and corners, but so like basically like this is me. I'm consume, play, blast, sleep over here. So my opposite animal stack is going to be sleep, blast, play, consume, and that's also going to have my opposite functions as well. So that would be, this is like a gamma function. So it's like NI, and then this is the TENI, and then this is the play is the SETE, and then consume last would be SF consume last. So my last animal in the shadow stack is.
Does this help you, Anna?
Does this help you like visualize it? So where's Anna? Anna's gonna.
I think it helps you, Dave.
So listen. Let me. Anna, you're in the bottom right corner here, right? And so you're in the DE side.
Yeah.
But you're the only DE also with the play, consume, sleep, which is the opposite. The only DEs that are introverts, right? So you're the only introverted DEs, like the opposite side, where the DIs. I'm the only extroverted DIs. So you're the only introverted DEs, and so you're over here. So your opposite would be the play, consume, sleeps, in the so that'd be play as in, that'd be SF play, and then ST consume, and NT sleep, and then NF blast last for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Can you explain to me why this is helpful, Dave? I'm curious.
One, I use this for myself personally.
Okay.
This is my ST sleep. So here we go.
Yeah.
I use this when I'm typing as a visual reminder to know where all the animals are. So when I don't think this person is an extrovert, I know that I could look here because these are not extroverts. And then everything in the blast and play are also not the extroverts except for the corner. So like it helps me eliminate stuff, and like you have to. I've gone through the SE sleep and I just like created the.
You know what's something really funny? I was looking at this entropy stuff, and so basically, like, there's a point in time where the explanation becomes so much more complicated.
No, yeah, I don't have to explain it anymore. The overview is just like I use this, and then when I find like whatever pops up, I could use that to like.
But it's like something that's super low entropy looks like a random mess of noise unless you understand how to decode it.
Huh? Okay. How
Yeah.
does it connect? How does it connect?
Because like, so your decoding of this graphic is so much longer than
what?
Than how he explains to play a board game.
Yeah, then
right.
like just processing whatever you need to process in the moment without the thing.
Only because we're not used to seeing it. It's not.
Right.
in
Well,
our
what
sleep.
I was trying to do was I was trying to answer questions before they came. I was just trying to explain it before
Yep.
you had questions about it.
We're used to seeing Dave and Shang's version, which is that table, right? But like at the end of the day, it's whatever our sleep has already absorbed. So I mean, I'm sure Dave's is great if we had already absorbed it in our sleep before. It just feels like
It looks, it's like you don't need to use it. It's like it works for me, but like like I can use. Honestly, I don't use this all the time. I probably haven't used it in a while, but like it's
But
a
you visualize it.
It's a visual thing, yeah.
You don't need the page anymore. You can just visualize it.
I never look at it. Yeah, I like had to go like
Now that you've made it,
I had to
you
go a
don't need
year
it.
back on my phone to find the photo. I was like, where is this thing?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I mean, I definitely don't use a tool like this, but I definitely use visual typing as a reference a lot more often than probably a lot of people, just because it's
just
really real.
visual typing.
It's really real.
Yeah, I think that's the looks like game. I know, it's intense. You know, the last girl, Vanessa Liu, just instantly, I'm like, this girl's SETE. Like 5 months ago.
I don't want to
So
talk about
fast.
her. I don't want to talk about.
Okay, we'll leave it as that then. Okay.
She triggered me so much, and she does not have SEFE play.
She's not SEFE.
I
No,
know.
she doesn't have SEFE play.
She doesn't.
You're right.
I'm just saying she really triggered me with her like, I don't know who I am. Fuck off, dude.
Well, sleep last is triggering. The sleep last is triggering.
It's like it's like low.
The whole thing.
Yeah, the whole thing.
It's every ESFP. You just hate them all.
I don't hate them all. I just struggle to connect on that level.
Why?
But also, I don't know. And maybe this is also, we talked about this, the friends versus flex coin. Like I've often referred to friends coin as humility versus flex as the opposing word.
Yeah, right.
Because it often comes off that way. And it's something that I do not value, like to no end. I don't give a shit about being humble. So I just can see it, how much more I relate on that level to flex. And so when I see her going, oh, the people, I just wanted to be liked. It just feels like a I don't value myself thing, and that she needs to work on her self-esteem. So it really triggered me. I was just like, where's your self-worth?
TINE, and I don't find it triggering. Shadow.
That's a different theory.
Yeah, it's a theory. The Danny's theory.
Oh,
Yeah.
the different consume.
Yeah, it's like
this.
Yeah, he's saying I should NF blast to figure out my NF.
Right. Or just like, I don't even know what the theory
That doesn't
is
sound right to me.
I don't know. I don't know what the theory is. It's just like, at least in my mind, like he's opposite functions than me, so he's probably looking at it in a different way of like finding the purpose there. I feel like just
He's got his own eye.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is for me, but I'm just like I'm looking at this like mathematically, trying to figure out the math of like of it all. It's like puzzling it out. So it's like, oh, so I know, like my mind's already ready to like take someone's type and then like flip it on its head and give the shadow type. So I want to be ready for that first, and then I'll find meaning later. But I'm not seeing a void in meaning and trying to fill that with. I'm just like discovering more meaning, naturally.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Yeah. It's an interesting theory. I don't see a ton of value in the shadow stack. I mean, they don't talk. Dave and Chan don't talk. Okay, Dave has one time said that his shadow animal stack is like the consume, play, blast, sleep blast. He talked about that, but it's the only other type that's DI and extrovert, and it would be his shadow stack according to the chart. But I don't know what it means. Like, what's the like? When does that happen?
I had a vlog about that too at some point. The animal shadow stack.
Oh, Benjamin. Oh God, that's what started this. That's why I drew this. Is because it's your fucking vlog. I was watching you. So this is all your fault. This is your theory, my guy. What is the meaning of it? Come on, tell me the meaning. You brought me down this train, and I drew a visual for you. I took whatever was on your video, and I basically just like, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Maybe that's true. Do we have shadow animals? No. And so I went forward with that, and then I guess I just hit it. I did TI, SI, like, no one's gonna give a shit about this. I'm gonna use it for myself, but it's not actually like the theory is not actually like, let's just make a video about it. Let's talk about it on one live stream, and then let's just leave it alone at that. You know what I mean? That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know what conclusion I eventually came to that. I think it was a dead end, but it was an interesting thing to think about at least.
It was. I definitely took a couple months on it, but then at the end, I'm like, I'm done. It's not useful. Or I don't. It can be useful, but it's what you said. It's what you guys were saying at the start, where like the explanation of it is longer than whatever that's whatever that was. That was right. It's exactly that I discovered.
Yeah, there's like in the art stuff that I learn about. There's like these proportions, and it shows like crosses and the lines and.
Elijah.
Once you get so many lines going, like there's all these lines going to do like proportions, like it's like a guide to help you do compositions, right? And like when it gets to be so complicated that anything could be anything, that's when it loses meaning. That's sort of like that's what it seems like with some of the stuff. It's like your mind can like make all these connections, but like how meaningful could it be? Is it actually there?
Yeah. You could assimilate the info if you wanted to.
It's a dead. We have the different. We have the better INTJ. Sorry, Elijah.
The better.
That's the way to get someone on your show, right?
That's right. Anyways, Sadet, welcome. Or S. Welcome,
Hey.
S. What's up?
I was lazy to write out my full name, so I just put the first time.
Oh, you're
Demon
you an S tier Sadet or something.
S tier Sadet. There we go.
Yeah.
How are you guys?
Good, good. We've been processing some stuff on stream. It's been good so far. And now I'm taking over for some reason, so I'll step back.
No, you're good.
I'm the number 4. Don't let me take over.
What were you processing? I didn't watch it.
Shadow animals theory. Have you heard about shadow animals at all, or care about them, or
like
your
functions that
animal
you don't-
stack? So you have NIFI, right?
Okay.
It's the opposite of that. So it'd be like my function stack, right? See, she needs a visual. She needs a visual. I'm stuck. Here we go. So
My dad's the same way. It's funny because like he likes to explain things. He calls it explaining it, but then he like just goes into this convoluted internalization process.
I
and he
know,
feels
I
like he's
know, I
explaining
know.
something.
You've talked about it. I'm sorry.
It's funny.
I know this pattern. You're like, oh god. But yeah, let me just go into whatever you're about to say. So, Sadet, you are sleep consume blast or sleep consume play blast. So
Yeah.
you are in the OI corner. So I call this tables and corners. So you're in the corner, and if you're in the corner, you're one of the weirdos because you're double activated on a demon. That's what it means to be in a corner, basically. That's the overall. I don't know what that means, but
Glass lizard.
that's
okay.
that's the math of it. Yeah, glass lizard, right? So the opposite of your animal stack is going to be in the opposite corner. So you're going to be the play, blast, consume, sleep.
Sleep consume. No.
You're going to be you're going to be the ISFJ or not ISFJ. You're going to be ESFJ or ISFJ. No, what is it? What is your gamma? So it'd be alpha. It'd be alpha. So it would be ISFJ.
Like FENE with consume last.
So it'd be SF blast, NF play, NT
SF
consume,
blast.
and then you have sleep blast. That's what.
No.
See, it doesn't make any sense. This is
No, it should be NT consume last. No, because I am now NT blast last. Therefore, it should be NT consume last.
Oh, you want it like you want it this. You want it
How
long way.
does that
I see
work?
it. It depends on how you work it. Yeah.
You're putting people to sleep there, David.
I'm putting the people to sleep with my dumb theory. I'm so sorry. And I brought this up for you. I'm sorry. You let.
Yeah, I gotta move around. I'm getting antsy.
Oh my god.
Just need to go do chores and move around.
I mean, that's good NF feedback. What can I say?
Yeah, I'll be
It's not
listening.
NF feedback. It's just demon FE. It's just demon FE. Like it's not
Okay.
anything
Alright,
with
sure.
the alpha quadra. Okay, it's
I'll
like
see you guys
alright.
later.
it's you.
man.
I have.
Thanks for joining.
It's sorry. It's just like
Can you
all
let-
these little like little FE things I mess up. They're all just building up, and you're like, we gotta get this guy. He's fucking up the FE too much. We gotta get him. I'm like, I know. I gotta get him. I don't know what he's doing.
That's next level.
Okay, so why do you have this theory?
We were talking about it because someone recently in the community, Danny,
Yeah.
he brought it up, and he's been talking about it. So we wanted to explore it a little bit, and so far it hasn't gone greatly. It's been not appreciated, which is okay. My TI work not being appreciated is okay, and it's totally fine, and it's totally how it should be.
Okay, but what does this theory like? What does it solve?
That's what I don't know. He has some sort of NI for it that I don't understand. I don't know what it solves. It just a while ago, Benjamin made a video about the shadow animals, and so I took it from him, and I made a
It's my
visual
fault.
from it.
It's my fault. It's my fault. Everyone's
It's
sleeping.
no one's fault, but because you got it from David Shan, which created the animals, so it's all their fault. I mean, like, come on.
I see.
Okay, what is
The
your
SI
shadow
source?
animal?
No, it's Young's fault. He shouldn't have developed the cognitive functions. You know. Okay.
Okay,
I don't know.
I think what I was processing about the animal stack was that once you have a type, you sort of sink into that type. And
True.
Right,
I've
and
synced into two types, so I can.
right,
So,
and you
yeah.
can you self-identify with it, and then so your opposite animal stack should be like giving you information about what you've been sinking into. I don't know, something like that. I don't exactly remember.
Okay.
So like for me, it's like a sleep blast play is my opposite. animal
Right.
snack.
Sleep blast play.
So
Especially if
douchebag.
you're masculine intuition,
Dave.
you're gonna just accept it.
So you're Dave. Yeah. Yeah. So you can go deeper with that, which is what I think is why I made people go to sleep.
Okay, but is
So
it
it's like
also
the side of me that I'm not
opposite
expressing. So that function stack is like a side of you.
Okay.
Like Young is saying whatever your opposite is what you're not expressing. So
Mhm.
your opposite side is what you're not expressing. So it's like a personality you have within you. So for me, it's like my inner Dave Powers wants to come out.
Okay, now if he came up, what would if he came out, what would happen?
I would be so embarrassed and I would hate myself for a week.
Wait, so what's mine then?
Play, consume, sleep, blah. You're Shani.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're the
Oh,
Shani.
Ew. No thanks.
Mine is like Dave Ramsey. I think.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I talk about that in my video. Sometimes you have an energy dom opposite and sometimes you don't.
What do you mean? There's sometimes the opposite energy dom, sometimes there's not.
Yeah, sometimes sometimes your opposite is an energy dom or an info dom. Like those are the opposites.
Wait, that's not the case in the thing though.
And
My
sometimes,
sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
So
Am
like,
I st-
my-
alright, let me
my
bring it-
opposite-
No,
my
I
opposite
understand.
is an energy
Let me
dom.
just bring this up one more time.
Don't do this.
One more time. So you see how so I understand so I'm consume, play, blast, sleep. That's info, and then sleep, blast, play is the opposite. That's energy. So over
That's
here,
right.
let's say it's consume, play, sleep, blast. That's energy. The opposite of that's sleep, blast, consume, play. That's info.
Right. But then there's some where it's not.
I know what they're doing.
ones.
I know what they're doing. Watch. They're doing the ambiverted, omniverted line. So there's a line here of the omniverts and the ambiverts. So let's do the ambiverted one. Where you go from consume, play, blast over to here, consume, play, blast, sleep, blast. You go across the table, and you think this is the opposite of consume, play, sleep, blast, sleep, play, consume. And then you go down to this all the way to Anna, and then you look back to Shan, and then you go back to Reggie, and then you come back to my friend, and then you're back at Dave Powers. So there's
Okay,
the ST sleep there. That make complete sense, right, guys? Right,
Yes.
right, people.
Yes. Thank you.
Checking in with the tribe, make sure my TI NE is not ungrounded at all.
Okay, then mine is with the sleep, consume, play, blast. Mine is blast, play, consume, sleep.
Blast, play, consume, sleep. Yeah.
So it's not play, blast, sleep, consume, blast.
In my theory, I don't know, and Danny might have another theory.
Hmm. So okay, I also switched from energy dominant to info dom.
Right, because you're a glass lizard.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone has an info and an energy side. I think that's true.
No.
Yes, that's also what I was trying to explain, but I NE ran
Then
off.
on the table, if the infos have an opposite info.
No, there's no opposites of info, or there's no. You mean to bring it up one more time to explain this?
No,
Okay,
never mind.
I will. Okay.
Where's your lasagna?
Look, let me tell you what your brain is doing. Let me just visualize it. So at the table, you're gonna find the opposite infos and the opposite energies by going across the table this way. So like if you look in the sleep and the play section at the table, they're all info. Oh,
Oh, that's rude. Oh, this is bad, Epi.
I'm trying to explain my TI here because you keep asking for it, and then I'm like, all right, let me start explaining it, and you're like, oh, this shit's boring. Okay, let me answer Samuel. So what is the shadow for consume, sleep, play,
Blast, play, sleep, consume, blast.
blast, play, sleep, consume? Yeah. So you're
Do we
this
have
right
to
here.
see this?
All right, I'm
Pretty
done.
sure we
I'm
don't
done.
need that
I'm
graphic
done.
to figure this
I'm
out.
done. I'm done. Whoops, wrong button.
Oh.
All right, next
So
topic.
how was your week, Sedette? How's your Italian?
It's been super boring. Yeah, I'm home alone because everyone is back to their city. Like all of my homemates are Italian, so they went back to their like houses, so parents' houses. So now I'm like alone. It's very boring, and I have a hard time concentrating on studying because when I don't like my TISI is that I have to go to library to study, and when libraries are closed, I don't have my like place to study. My TI isn't working. So yeah. What happened, Dave?
Why do you have to go to the library to study? The
Because
environment makes
that's
it.
how I like. That was my TISI routine. Like I would wake up in the morning, like pack my bag, like get myself mentally ready and go to the library, and everyone else is also sitting down and studying and focusing on this one thing. Therefore I can get myself into that mental space. But now I'm home, I just watch YouTube videos or I sleep or I just eat, and this is not the place for me to focus on to study. And I've always trained myself to go out to do something, and when I don't go out, I don't do something at home. So it's yeah.
I'm sure that's true for everybody. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, some people can like. I also have like a routine where I have to like wake up early to work. If I wake up late, the day is over for me. It's stupid, but yeah.
That's exactly, yeah. A lot of people say that you're getting up at like 5:30. Well, maybe not that early, but like if you're, I've experienced this recently with school, just because like if you wake up and the first thing you think is like, oh, I gotta go to class and it's a rush and you gotta make it. It's like the rest of your day is stressful. But like if you have a quiet morning where you can kind of go on a walk, on a jog, take a shower, everything's slow. You're not in a rush to get to class or do whatever you have to do. It's yeah, it's a lot nicer. Yes.
No, it's not nicer for me.
It's sorry. It's, you don't like the slow mornings? You don't like?
No, I like waking up and doing everything in the morning, and then the whole day I can just chill and do whatever I want for the rest of it.
Blast.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it is, right?
Yeah. Me too.
See, yeah, it's opposite. Like my daughter just started back at school this week, and like now I might have to get up early, have to do. But I'm back on my pattern though. I'm more productive.
Yes, exactly.
I like it like if like for class, if I just woke up and I got to class, I like, you're not like awake yet. But I like the feeling of like, oh, this person's they've already been awake for a few hours. Or like they're into their day. I feel like dead, or people feel dead if like the first thing they did is like wake up, got to their 7:30 and then it's just weird. I don't know.
I'm so
Just
glad I
without-
didn't have to study for
Dude,
my
I'm
college.
like so done with school. I'm so close. I'm this close, guys. I know.
No, you're not. You just started a new degree.
Relatively, man. Relatively. Like,
I'm just so glad my degree was so project based. I didn't have tests or study for anything. Thank God. Don't make me NT,
Yes.
okay?
you could do the cold showers. Oh man, my feminine SF has a hard time with the cold showers. I'll do them, but it's hard.
Yeah.
I think it's hard for everybody. That's the point.
Yeah, it definitely is. Just, I'm so sensitive to that
A
stuff.
jolt to the system.
I don't know how I got through my school. I still don't know how I did.
Oh, did they have cold showers at the like where you had the mess hall place, the land?
Oh, there?
The hall, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if we had cold showers. We had communal showers, and you only had like very little time to finish showering before you had to go to bed. You had to iron all your clothes for the next day and prepare them all properly for inspection, and yeah, you didn't have a lot of time to shower. But
Mm-hmm. I understand that. Yeah.
yeah, if you didn't shower, you didn't
yes. This is exactly what I think blasters are. They're like telling you to do something when like they're not doing it at all.
Yeah. They don't do what I do what I say. That's what it is.
Yeah, right.
You still got to give the appropriate advice, even if you don't follow it.
Yeah.
Or that
Yeah,
helps
right.
you follow it. Once you give it, then you follow it.
Right, because like you're always giving advice to yourself. That's how
That's
I
right.
feel. When I give advice, I feel like I'm giving it to
That
myself.
is your NI, you know. Here you
No,
go.
it's an SI. I just keep saying it.
Well, then after you say it, then you feel obligated to follow up. It's like a strategy.
Well, I just feel like that's what happens. That's the pattern when I guess it's an NI. It's a personal pattern that happens when
Yeah.
I give advice. But I don't think it's my NI. I think that happens to everybody. So I think it's any.
It is, yep.
I think it's happening to
No,
everybody.
I think it's not any. I think it's the pattern that you see in yourself, and you also see in other people when they give advice. They're only giving advice, but that's the NI that you see, because that's
Oh,
the
that's
NI.
that's NI. I see. You're saying other people can't see that NI. Like
No,
that's
I'm not saying other people can see the NI, but that is your pattern that you picked up, that you keep. You also see it in yourself, and you see it in
I
every.
think I picked it up a little bit from Benjamin, but also from personal experience too.
Yeah.
Because I know he talked about that, with just.
But
like,
I don't. I
Yep.
would say it is
I think
more
I was
NI.
I was
than-
talking I was processing.
That's definitely my NI. I agree.
Yeah. Right.
It's also Dave's NI.
It sounds like what most people do. Like people, that's just how it is. I remember processing one night like blast and like hypocrisy. So that's kind of what that was. It's like I'll do as I say, not as I do. That sort of thing. Where I was thinking like with the teachers in the class, like the teachers are telling you, all right, you study the material, you go do this thing. It's like they're saying all this stuff, but like there's no DI to it. So it's just to you. It's not they're doing it obviously for their job. So there's that, but like they're telling you to study not because they need to study it at all.
I think we need a visual, Dave.
You need a visual? Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the visual.
Yeah, I mean
That
that's
was-
what a blaster is. It's teaching. It's narrowing down the information for others, not for themselves. So
Yeah, but why is that contradictory or whatever you said? It's not just because it doesn't have the I doesn't mean it's contradictory or whatever.
yeah.
There we go.
I didn't mean we really needed one. I was joking, Dave.
Well, no, you're in the class, and the guys up here, like the ratio from blasters to consumers is like you need one blaster for like 500 consumers, right?
Okay, I don't get this. Where am I sitting?
So like I'm saying like the level you're sitting, you're this guy.
The thing is,
You're this
blasters
guy.
love other blast. They're happy when someone else is blasting.
Ew, no.
What?
No,
I don't want to hear other people blast. That's my
no, not
job.
hear them blast. You want them to blast other people, so you don't have to blast other people.
Because you feel obligated to blast when you see other people doing it. You're like, yes, good job.
You're doing it wrong. You would rather someone step up and tell them how to do it right rather than you having to do it.
I suppose it saves you some energy if our blast is the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I remember like Gray's channel, the most people that were subscribed to her channel also had Consume Last. They were all just blasters listening to her blast.
Really?
Yeah.
But how do you know she had so many subscribers? How do you know that
That's
they
what,
were?
that's what she was telling us.
How do you?
All of her comments were from blasters. How does she know? I don't know. She knows. But I definitely wasn't listening to it.
I tried. I couldn't listen to her.
I watched a fair few of her videos. She was what, augmented personality?
Mhm.
For
Yeah.
way? Yeah.
I can't watch Kendrick's blast. It
the
doesn't
best.
have any substance or like
Delta. Delta
God.
Oh yeah. Well, Kendrick's been getting better at the interviews. It's just
No,
That's
not
true.
the interviews. I'm saying like, okay, NI is an introverted function. So NI if I sleep is they're going over their known information. Like just why do you make this video? It's so boring.
it's like too info dumb, even. Yeah. I know what you mean. I know what you guys are talking about. Yeah.
No, it's
He's
like
hitting all the beats. It's concise. It's concise.
I like
it's-
it though. Yeah.
It's hitting all of the beats. He's not missing anything out. He's not adding anything to the conversation, but it's organized.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what
If
you're talking
you're
about.
not adding anything to conversation, why are you making the video?
Yeah.
It's
It's for
It's
people
play-
who may be not in the class or don't know the info, or like
it's
some
play.
people might be
That's what I'm
asking
saying.
me
It's play energy. It's like for the tribe. It's for like the
It's
NET you play.
class.
There's not like a level of deafness. It's NT play.
But the thing is, my theory is that Kendrick is
Well, not saying
like this set.
Why is it? Oh, yes. She theorizes Kendrick is double activated
On
on
blast.
his blast, his ST blast.
Hmm.
I see this as a possibility. We talked about that before. Now I'm getting Darren Brown into that, so oh god.
What?
She's Darren Browning me into believing Kendrick's
Look at what
consume
I'm
last.
thinking of.
Because I'm like, oh, I have been thinking that. I was like, who started that? It was you.
Yeah, it
You
was
started
me.
the ideas.
Yeah.
No, well, I don't know. How do you prove type? I don't know. That's what we're trying to
It
figure that
makes
out from
sense
day
to
one.
me. It makes sense to me that Kendrick's makes the most sense to me. It's an interview. You don't need to add anything more. It's factual.
No, that's not. I
It's
understand
his
that,
videos.
but
His videos.
but
It's like other
but
videos.
okay, I will try to prove consume last, and I will get to that. When he's interviewing people, especially if they're the people who didn't really process their types, they just got their types like 3 days ago and they're on an interview. What Kendrick does is he's like
He
pushing
feeds
them
them the answers. Yeah.
answer, and then he gets the same answer, and he's like, yeah, he's happy to hear that, and then he moves on to another thing that he already thinks. He's like, okay, so SITI sleep, they focus on these
Confirmation
things.
bias,
So
yeah.
how do you also see that in yourself? Well, you already said what it is for me, so only thing I can do is to give examples.
I think he's expecting people to know their type and have a sleep and push back when he's wrong, like strongly, but they just
Like,
don't.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Like,
who's
yeah.
going to go into this interview and say like, well, actually, you got it all wrong, and that is like, and then like put him back on the spot?
Oh,
Who's going to do
Sidat,
that?
I could do that. I don't have a Kendrick interview yet. Let me go on there and do the TI correcting. Okay, I'll find him for you.
Will you bring up some diagrams?
I'll bring up some diagrams. I'll bring up the
Nice.
charts.
Nice, sweet.
He uses StreamYard, so I think he uses Zoom. I don't know how to do it on Zoom.
There's an ST. It works. You can do it in Zoom.
I can double observe, figure it out. Okay. I'll bring up the videos.
Print them. If anything, print them and show on the screen.
But the thing is, like, exactly what you're talking about. Like, that's why I don't want to go have an interview.
This is why I'm so very attracted to interviews and documentaries. I made documentaries when I was in college and high school, and I was really attracted to that because it was like the ST sensor, maybe some overarching masculine NE message across the whole thing, and make other people interview people in the documentary so that I don't have to do play. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you use blast on other people so you don't have to do play?
Of course.
Hey, Kat. I was actually going to make a video about how anti-consume is the real consume, but I'm just so lazy to make it, so I'm just going to put this NI here, and maybe in the future.
Oh, stop! Oh gosh, anti-consume is a real consume. That's IJ bait, IJ trap.
No, I do.
Real NT, please stand up.
Kat, why don't you come here? It's been a while.
Why don't you come here, Sidat? Like, why are you just jumping on them?
I am here now.
You are, yeah.
So yeah, I do think the actual consume is the anti-consume, not the other ones. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah, what's his name? Cherie.
Oh, that? Oh, yeah.
What was her name?
Oh yeah.
She caused a lot of chaos, yep.
Yeah, I think that was one of the best things that has happened in Kendrick's channel.
She made me understand how IJs are the chaos and EPs are actually the control.
Right.
Yeah. But she's also last extroverted, so she can go and cause some chaos with people, yeah.
It made me understand how my husband is actually the
controlling one.
We're both controlling if you think about it, but on the side of control.
Yeah, and the IPs are the actual desperate idiots. We're the actual desperate idiots because like we want connection so badly.
That you need to hide.
Yeah, need to hide.
You hide and then you work on something and you come out to connect and people are already.
Don't show me that. Don't show me that.
Okay.
I'm thinking of Leon is
I'm thinking of
definitely
Leon
very
too.
chaotic.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking of Terrence Howard, but apparently that's not.
We had a Discord stream with Leon, and he was drinking and driving and
Oh no.
do like on stream, and yeah, making everybody very
Nervous.
controlling of him. Yeah.
Like a child. Ah. Yeah.
But
yeah.
peacocking it at the same time. Like, if you do that, don't peacock
Because you eventually swing to whatever demon. So
it. Is that how it works?
IPs are the only ones living the truth of the DI. We all want to be IPs. I can see that. I can see that.
Can you really?
I think I can force that. Yeah, I can make that a thing.
I'm
I can
an
make it fit.
honorary IP, okay?
If I were to add to it, I would say let's add in the DE to it, where we want to live the best truth by like being better than the tribe, or seeing the flaws in the tribe, and wanting to live, above those flaws. So that's what it feels like.
you
to be the
completely
IP.
changed it, but okay.
No, that's what it is, right? We all want to be the IPs because we're the best. That's why.
No, because we want to feel significant.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah, you see.
I mean, it's really hard to just go along with things, for sure.
What do you mean?
Significance is really hard when your identity is so flexible. I could be anything. Damn it. I don't know what I am.
I don't, people say that, but I don't believe it. Sorry.
What?
You don't believe it because you're masculine DI.
No, I don't believe it because even though you say, oh, my identity is so movable, I'm changing so much, there are things about you that don't change, and you don't even question that these things are not changing, because therefore you don't see them, but you only see the parts that are changing, so you always think that, oh, it's always changing, but it's not actually. You know what I mean? Because you can't see yourself outside of yourself. There are things that you are repetitively doing and thinking and feeling, and you think that, okay, why you disagree?
But everyone perceives you in a different way, so there's no singular identity that, like a collective way that everyone sees you. Right.
That is true.
Which is what the video on Facebook who posted that. That was a interesting IP message in that video. Was that you, Dave?
She's got an SI in mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Someone posted a video.
A video about what?
It was like the IP identity of being able to see, damn it, feminine sensory. I'm sorry.
That people observe you differently. Everyone observes you as a different person.
Yes. And how
that refers to everyone.
Yeah, but DE higher will be more aware of it and probably more comfortable with it because it's okay to be perceived as a different identity, especially when I don't even know what it is myself. I'm like, okay, well, I'm an asshole to that guy and he thinks I'm nice and she thinks I'm mean or whatever, and that's fine. I don't need to be a singular identity to all people. Whereas I think IPs, and maybe I'm wrong, consolidate that or want to consolidate that.
Yeah.
As a singular identity.
I don't know. I feel like there's it's like,
way.
yeah, it's not like it's a singular identity. It's more like the bubble is bigger, that our identity bubble is like, it's big.
I was thinking that the energy DOMs are less bipolar in who they really are versus how they present themselves.
Yeah.
Because they're doing the comparison of play and sleep all the time.
Yeah.
That's an old NI I have. It might be wrong.
I agree with that, NI.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah, that's right.
Infodoms have a bigger
difference between who they are and how they're perceived. Yeah.
We want the info. That's all we want. And it's like, here's your character. I'm like, why do I need that? I don't need that. Good.
Yeah.
I do. I feel like I do. Like you're looking for your identity, right, Hannah? And like I feel like Sadet can see that you do have an identity that is kind of consistent. And I feel like for myself is you can project. I'm gonna read that in a second. You can project your masculine DI on other people and see their masculine DI like after you've gotten to know them, right? And so like
That's true of all the functions. Yeah, you can always project your functions on yours.
yeah, and so like I know at least for myself growing up, I just thought everybody in school was TI. We all got to be the most competitive in all the video games. We got to be competitive in everything. That's just I was TI, and then there's like it's still
On
like
the
a few
video
years.
games, not on the school, on the subjects.
No
on the video
school.
games.
I mean everything. It's just
Okay,
the NF fun is from the video games. The NF sadness and guilt and shame is from other things. So there's separation of yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna channel change and not finish my point. Anyone have any theories on what's the point of the IP? From the evolutionary point of view, I can see how IJs, IEPs, EJs are useful for the tribe, but it's not obvious what IPs are contributing.
Why is
They
it
don't
your job to
contribute.
contribute?
We're selfish dicks, right? That's how it works.
Yeah.
What is the point of IPs?
I mean,
Why
for
is-
the tribe. What's the point of IPs for the tribe? Yeah.
Okay, let me think.
There we go. For the tribe.
Why should there be a point to anyone?
That's also true.
Like,
But evolutionary.
Like,
He's trying to
someone
fit it into his
needs
TI&I of evolution and why this exists in the evolutionary curve.
to
Right,
go
right. In evolution.
discover the other lands, like other concepts. Like we need the EPs for that. We need a blaster like EJ to actually care about everyone.
I mean, so what's the point of Einstein is basically what he's asking. What's the point of somebody going
it's the
against the
lone wolves.
consensus?
It's the
and
lone
being
wolves
like,
people, you know?
Yeah.
And they
But
go
why
in
do
and
we
they,
need
yeah.
lone wolves though? There's a reason
Why do we
they're-
need Carl Jung in psychology?
Right.
You know? All the IPs
So it's
are
like
doing-
you have a whole bunch of trash IPs that are never going anywhere, but every so often one of them has a good representation that
Yeah.
should be shared.
So like a lot of them end up on like panels, hangout panels, like just doing nothing with their life.
Right, exactly. Nothing
Other
with
ones
their
are
life.
going out and they're doing great things with their life.
They're doing great things. That's right.
IPs remind us to value the self. They're a constant reminder for others.
I've
to-
never seen an IP and be like, I should just focus on myself.
No. Okay. Here's
I'm
what
like,
it is.
no,
Here's what it is. Here's why we need
But
IPs.
they will.
We need
The-
more we needed the double observers. You know what I mean? Sorry, and I interrupted you.
It's okay.
I'm just saying we need the double observers. Like
But we have EJs for that.
It's true.
we need more we need
Why
the confident
can't you
double
see
observers.
sensory and patterns? Don't be stupid.
We need the IPs because we need somebody to go figure out the darkness for us as the humans.
Darkness.
We need to go. We need to go. We need to have do the hardest path, the most extreme things, so then the tribe can learn from us.
That's a good NE. It's not a good NI, but it's good NE.
It's not a good NI.
No.
What's bad NI about it? Can I learn that any
It doesn't go
perspective?
deep enough. Yeah.
Other types can also go and find the darkness or be
It's not
there,
deep
but-
enough. Yeah. Right. It's like the thing. It's like, oh, the IPs have it the hardest because they're putting the most pressure on themselves and stuff like that, and they got the double observers. They're not worried about that. And then the tribes all trying to take them down. Everyone hates them. They think everybody hates them. You know, it's just everyone has their own problems, right? The IPs just happen to be everybody else.
Yes, this is what I'm saying. It's like
I did not
a
give a
general
shit.
sense of self that other types can work on to
Like, yeah, the-
appreciate.
Takeaway: most
Most
types
types
of
of-
yeah, no, right.
No, I disagree. That's like that's the worst takeaway. The takeaway is that IPs are useless.
It's a good any.
It's still a takeaway.
No, that's a bad one.
That's his takeaway.
Ideas are not personal, right, Dave?
Right. Most types are trash. It's a great idea. Great idea.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
All
that.
types
NE.
are trash. There we go. Even better. That's
Woo!
better.
The ultimate
No,
NE.
You see, if all types are trash, none of them are trash, and then you're back to zero. It says nothing.
I know. I
Bad.
agree. It doesn't go anywhere, but I'll take
Because
it.
you need the IPs to give ourselves
Nobody
significance.
respects DI in general more than IPs, so no one will respect your DI as well.
Right.
more than
Right.
Mm.
You have such a high opinion of yourself. and other people are like they can't have that high an opinion of themselves, and so when they look at you like doing that, it's like I can't. Sorry, I can't have that high of opinion. I can't do that. Can't be that. That's what I'm saying. It's a bigger bubble. Big.
I think. Okay, go ahead.
I'm just saying it's a bigger bubble, and people's other bubbles they're smaller bubbles. They can't see.
We need a diagram of bubbles.
I need the like I have a picture in my head.
I know you do.
Of everything, but like I'm like. How do I explain like this motion? There's like a motion.
Maybe
here.
IPs are useful in being the bad example.
No, nice.
What,
like,
sorry, what'd you say? I just missed it. I got roasted. I missed it.
That's
your fault, Dave.
She said that IPs are bad examples.
Yeah, being bad
The
examples.
good thing about IPs is what not to do.
Right.
You need to watch enough of us
like
get burned.
how to actually go wrong about things. Because like when you let me go NI, but when you actually think about
NI here.
I'm looking at the IPs in culture today, like Elon Musk, for example, or something like that. Like that kind of thing is important for civilization in some way. And like no one gave him permission to go off and build his own rockets and do his own thing and make those kind of cars. But he's got the confidence to go do it, and he's not doing it for himself.
I mean, my
I
whole
was
life
thinking
arc
in
is around
general, like not one specific person, but
Oh, sorry, you don't want SE. Okay, let's just stay in the NI. Never mind.
yeah, I don't want specific examples. They're exceptions. Like, why bad example is because if you really have to NI force it.
What's
I feel that, yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, for me, it's very clear. I love DI. Obviously, it's the biggest mystery in the world. So anybody who has DI at the top, I'm just like, oh, you're a god. How do you do that? And so I just get so.
It's not that
I
impressive.
think about that with the double deciders when I see them double deciding, and like I feel like I could like perceive it, and there's a smoothness to it, and for me, I gotta like. They're doing it unconsciously. I gotta do it consciously. I gotta put all my effort into double deciding to do it, and it drains me. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I just want to I could do double observing all day. I just it's so easy. But everything else is not like that. With the people, it's like it's a slowdown. It's an awkwardness. It's a feeling here, like I don't know.
But do you
It's a
also
wiggle.
feel the same way when it is not like your problem to solve? Like if it is someone like double deciding for someone else to give advice on someone else.
Sometimes it's like it's not even advice for someone else. It's like figuring out what the advice would be for that situation. Like the double. It's not even like how do I fix my car? It's like it's not like advice you give to a person. It's like what's the situation? What's the
Let's say someone is having like a problem with their like parents or their girlfriend, boyfriend. When you give advice, do you push on the double deciding?
Yeah.
No, I think the DI. What do you want? What like?
Yeah, I put what do you
trying to figure out their DI on it.
But do you
trying to
also
figure out. Yeah,
try
right.
to?
Yeah.
But when you are giving advice, do you also try to let them see other person's point of view?
Mm-hmm.
I'm asking that.
You're asking me? Oh, sorry. So someone's having problems with their parents, and I mean, I was just talking about someone else yesterday with the problems with their parents, so I should. It's like, I see a lot of the times other people they have their story. If they're DI, they have their story kind of already figured out, and so they're already ready to tell you their opinion, and so you have to listen to that, and then you kind of fill the void of the other person's opinion, where like I now feel like the other person's parents, like, okay, what is their parents' mind? Because I understand what this person's going through. They just told me very clearly. What is you kind of feel it's more you feel the void. So
that is exactly my point. When it is not you, it's easier to see the void or the double deciding. But when it is you, it is very difficult to do.
Yeah.
So, this also breaks your NI, by the way. You can give advice on someone like on the things that you are not good at.
Okay, let me TI that. Hold on.
Because I mean, if you switch it, you say you give advice to something that you want to hear.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, in that situation it works. because you need to hear the double deciding advice, but you can give it to someone else.
Right. It's like I need like I'm like, okay, how do I double decide right? And then I do.
So you know the double deciding. It's not the knowing of it. It's the application.
The yeah, I'm trying to practice it. Trying to practice it in the moment.
Yeah, as soon as you're involved in the story, it's not an objective story anymore.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, but since I'm not in the story,
Double deciding
I
needs
can
to
see
be-
the other person's. Right. Yeah, because it's like if you, I do see that. Like if you have a DI, like opinion in the fight, then like you're gonna fight for that side. But there's no fight there. Yeah.
Yeah.
This makes me think about, this is perspective. It's NI perspective. Like you need like NIs, especially the INFJs. We'll talk about that. You need a different perspective. Like imagine you're a person that had to live with a wheelchair their entire life and was blind, and they're still making it through. Like it's just like you got to get into that emotional state, which I just ignored completely. But like, it's okay. I remember I don't know why I thought this, but it was like I remember talking to the moon, and like thinking about the perspective of like the moon looking at Earth, and the moon's like chill. It's like it doesn't care. Like it's like looking at the Earth, like whatever happens down there, it happens. Like I'm here on Earth, freaking out. The Earth's freaking out. Moon's just up there. It's just a spectator from the outside, and that's what you got to be in those situations, and that's what's gonna like help you with getting triggered, is being able to jump out to an outside observer of it.
I actually have now that Lai just said that, I have a example of a bad example IP, which is J.K. Rowling.
I know.
Do you know? So she is she has like strong opinions on certain matter, and now she's gonna get into a lawsuit. Like the person started like legal action against her, and she erased all the tweets, but once you tweet something, it can never go away because like they took the screenshots of it. It's there. So it is a good, like what she was saying there, like you can be serious about something, but not that serious that you will go all in and like erase everything, because now she cannot double decide, but she can't double observe either in that situation.
Yeah, that's a big problem for me.
But it makes sense that an IP would go against tribe opinion like that.
I also agree with her opinion, but so yeah,
it's easy to swing into DI for me. I'm just like, I don't care what you say. This is what I'm doing right now. and then everyone's like, what's the big deal? Can we just go have burgers? Why are you trying to get us to eat sushi? You're being weird. You're pushing too hard for the DI.
But what J.K. Rowling was doing is that she was going after people like an EJ. Yeah. She was like shaming people. She was saying this is wrong.
People in general or specific individuals?
She was doing both, actually. She was specifically calling this person out, but also she was calling other people out for not speaking up also.
I mean, that's kind of, I don't know, engaging with the tribe like that, that's not an IP thing. That's kind of alpha-like.
That's what?
That's a bit alpha-like. That's not an IP. IPs wouldn't be naturally comfortable with that. So she's going beyond the type a little bit.
Okay.
It's also J.K. Rowling too.
So,
someone that successful, right?
That means something, I'm sure. So yes.
It means something to me.
Yeah.
So if someone is so successful, they kind of can do anything and get away with anything. That's why they're doing it.
So
no,
it's successful, you just be an EJ.
No, like YouTube content creators, like everything that's been happening recently with them, it's like that sort of thing where it's like you keep wanting more and more, you keep getting your DI and you want it more and more. That like it keeps. I don't know what social J.K. Rowling
I don't
is.
know
Maybe
either.
A 3? Maybe a 3?
I was thinking 3 or 1, probably 3. Not French.
She could be a 3, but to me, her books look very sloppy.
She don't care about being friends with you.
Maybe.
I don't know. I think she understood the social types pretty well in her books, or like the social types is a concept that has existed longer than
Yeah,
a couple years, right?
Yeah.
Like you can see in other places. So she captured that really well.
I mean, if any of this is real, it's existed in humanity since conception. So
that's NI right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like this pattern has always existed. You know? I feel like it's like.
God, that's wild.
You
Yeah,
recusing
Slytherin for life. Yeah, Slytherins are the
I'm
number
Slytherin
ones.
as well. Slytherin is social hierarchy number 1.
Yeah, join the Hufflepuff gang, guys. Have a pink
I'm
background.
the Ravenclaw, of course.
I always thought I was
is
Ravenclaw.
3,
Yeah.
Hufflepuff is 4, and Gryffindor is 2.
Gryffindors are the 2s. Yeah, they're the save the day.
Yeah, probably internal consistency or like
Maybe you
plausibility.
think lack of TI.
She's not lack of TI, lack of sensory. Okay.
Yeah.
There's
No, it's like
she's
she's the way she's presenting her books as if it's like a reality that's layered on top of our reality in our world, and this could actually be. And like the way she does it, it's like, no, this could not actually ever be.
Well, yeah. Well,
It
in
doesn't
my
make sense in our world
I know,
at
but
all.
in my intuition, it makes sense. Okay, I make it make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me too.
It would not overlap with our world.
I know it wouldn't, but like for the purpose of the book and to get the point of the book, you have to imagine it that
Like
way.
their financial system and all that stuff, like they would break the economy with the way they can just create things and never work. Like, why wouldn't they just all be rich? Why are some of them poor? Why are they poor?
I know. I do this with TI too. You just over criticize something. 'Cause
Why are there
it's
poor magicians and they can just
internally
create whatever
accurate.
they want and sell it?
It's because it's like
Why are there
it's
magician
an
banks?
It's an NF Dream World. It's INFP Dream World. Come on, it's Dream World. You can't attack that.
Also, there are
Do
videos.
whatever I want. I'm an artist.
I know, but Vinny, the more you attack that, the more the next one's gonna be even crazier. Like you know.
I was just answering a question. I don't know.
No, you were asking questions nobody cares about.
Oh.
Bruh.
Sorry.
Don't attack.
It's a bad day for IPs today. Damn.
Yeah.
we had it coming to us apparently.
And IP started it.
What happened last week? Were you guys talking behind my back the whole time or what?
I got that in your head, Dave.
No.
We weren't talking about you last week. We were talking about you 2 weeks ago.
Well, I was
But
there.
on the secret stream that you're not a part of.
No, you see, you always do that. I know your patterns. You can't fool me.
Fool me once, shame on you.
I know, but their financial system, I love that. It makes complete sense. It's like, yeah, they can literally create stuff. They'd break the world, you know. But they're not doing the, what is it?
The world doesn't make sense. That's all. It just doesn't make sense.
Is it like FE? It's like
Even according to the rules of the world that she created, it doesn't work.
It doesn't
Why
work.
do you
It
think-
doesn't work.
I want to ask, why do you think some wizards can, like, some of them can be rich, some of them can be poor? Why it doesn't make sense to you?
Like, what is their
There's a
economy
caste-
based on?
There's a magical caste system.
And like, look at them all. They're all just going to wizard school to learn to be wizards. Who's like, what are they gonna actually do in the real world?
No, but they're doing, like, they have actual jobs. Like, some of them are teachers, some of them are bankers, some of them, like, doing things. And
Right. So why are they bankers if they could just like magically do things and make money? I don't know. It just doesn't.
There's just so much more of, you know,
I
the
think-
world
I think
that we don't
there's-
know. You know?
I think there's magical rules and laws behind that. Like, something. Yes, money.
I don't have this
money printing
organized, by the way. I
was
can't give you
bad
good
first.
No,
I
yeah,
remember
it's good.
triggering me.
Yeah, I feel what you're saying. I feel that the TI on it, and also like I feel there's maybe it's some like sensory or like masculine sensory fighting on that. Or, like it just like wouldn't work in reality. I'm like, at least in my mind, I see the TI, I see all the criticism, I understand them. I'm also in the point of like I want to enjoy. I want to be involved into the story, and if I'm thinking all these things, it's like taking away from it. So like I just
I mean,
try to ignore that.
this book and movie came out when I was older too, so it's not like.
That is true.
And
I did grow up on Harry Potter. So that's true.
Wait, can you guys hear me or no?
No.
We can.
Okay.
No.
So it's gonna be like the next like Harry Potter thing. I'm gonna be thinking like, oh, this is like this is not internally accurate. Like,
Sorry, Dave.
The one like
Come back
the
just with a dagger.
Fantastic Beasts. I watched that one and I'm like, what is this? This was not no.
Fantastic Beasts and where to find them.
Benjamin, I think it's because there's like a limit to magic. There's not all like you can create like something out of nothing or something like that. That's why.
Are you retconning it to make it make sense? Do you like Harry Potter in your FI and you have to make it?
No, but there's like in fiction, there's something called like soft magic and hard magic, and those like areas they differ. Like I think what was his name? Brandon Sanderson. I think he has more of what you're saying. Like the rules of the magic make sense.
And Voldemort makes no sense either. What is his motivation? Why does he care about Harry? Move on. Like I don't what?
Why
He's
does
a
he care
4.
about what?
He's a
About
4.
Harry.
Harry
Move on.
he survived Voldemort. Like that's a rare. You know, you got to take
You're
care of.
Voldemort. You care about this like school kid?
Yes, it's like it's a part of his identity. He got
All right.
trapped in that. He was just a random guy. He happened to like stumble upon him as a baby. Like, all right,
And then
let's
no
try
one can say his name, but then everyone says his name later. I don't know.
Well, he got protected by love. You know.
Yeah.
That makes so much
Love
sense.
of- yeah,
Protected
love
by
of
love.
his mother. Yeah.
Yes. See, Benjamin, have you watched anime growing up? Like, have you watched any anime?
I'm not doing this right now.
Because
Benjamin, you're
getting
a
in
diehard
watching anime
Naruto
helps you
fan.
understand like what Sadet was trying to explain, like with like the magic systems and like the power systems. Like each anime has a different one, and yes, there's better ones and more logical.
Yeah, there are better
least
ones.
logical
Harry Potter's
ones.
one of the bad ones.
I think Hunter x Hunter has one of the better ones out there. Maybe one of the best
Or
ones.
Alchemist or whatever.
Or Alchemist, yeah, that one also really good.
Right.
Yeah, so
I
you
need to
know
watch
a few.
those.
See,
But
it's
like
got
these
internally
fake
consistent
these fake worlds, they all like yes, you're full metal alchemist. You could you have magical powers, but like the economy, you're not worried about the economy crashing. Or there's not.
Yeah, but the difference is they're not trying to layer it on top of our world as if it's a plausible reality.
Benjamin,
It is
this
their
is
own world.
child's book.
It is their own book.
I know. I don't know why we're all stuck on this. I'm not stuck on it. I'm just saying.
I'm not stuck. I'm processing it. It's being processed. I'm processing both sides of like, okay, what happens when you're 2 TI with this? Okay, and then what happens when you're 2 FI with this? There's too much logic and too less logic, right? How do you find the middle ground?
I'm just saying it's probably a fun story and like
Benjamin.
fantasy, but you got to shut off your brain and think.
Yeah,
it's in a
Hunter,
different world.
yeah. Harry
Benjamin,
Potter's
why are
great.
you being a hard magic user right now?
Am I being a hard magic user? I don't know.
Do you think then, if you know Brandon Sanderson's type, do you think he might be some sort of maybe Sleep Last ENTP?
Oh, Bernie Sanders?
No, Brandon Sanderson,
Brandon
the hard magic guy.
Sanderson. American author,
Yeah.
high fantasy and science fiction. He's got the EP look, the EP head.
But he
Hey, I'm one of those
produces
guys.
so much. Like he writes like 5 books in his free time. He takes a break and writes 5 books instead. But to me, he looks like an ENTP.
He looks like
Yeah, he's got. He definitely has the EP head and then the eyes.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is the EP head?
It's round. That's all I can say. It's just really round.
Look at,
I mean, he
okay,
could be an ESFP with glasses.
Wait, look at my head.
Yeah.
Is it
He's
is
got
it
the
round? Is my
side
face
lips.
round or is my head round?
Yeah, you got a face. You got a round face.
Okay,
You know, so
face.
It's
Okay,
observer.
there we
It's
go.
also just
Face.
observers. Like
Okay.
IPs will have the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
skin
The
of your
spiders
head.
have angles. The spiders have angles on their faces.
Opposite of angles is roundness. Yeah.
Okay, but head. But I was like head wise, and I'm like, God, my shit's weird because it goes like, I have like, kind of like that stronger esque, not angles, but like I don't know how to describe it. But then there's the head, which is just like, it's out of place. My head is just.
There we
Like,
go.
look,
I need
look,
some
look.
bigger.
Look, see, the face is round, but then the head just kind of like protrudes. Like if you cut it down just a little, like to like here or something, it would fit more. But like,
this whole part is just like it's wrong.
Is this Demon SI?
Huh?
We're processing, we're processing Demon SI right now. Processing our sensory of ourselves and of the world.
It's weird. It's weird because I don't know. I've been like made fun of for having a big head, so it's like, eh.
Maybe I don't think it was. I think
anything
it'd be.
anything that you take offense to, you'll be made fun of. Like anything that's an
I think
actual
that's so
pressure
true.
point.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 100% true. I mean, I typically just ignore.
So now I know, and I'm just going to talk about your head all the time. Just saying.
I don't. Were you called big-headed in like a?
That doesn't.
Was it big-headed in the sense like you were physically big-headed, or like you have like a big TI? You have a big-headed brain.
Both.
All right.
A bearded dragon.
Well, yeah. What's in the cage? Is it a snake?
Is that your snake?
Yeah.
It's a snake.
It's a snake. It's a corn snake.
I
I
might
have a
be able to.
giant forehead. I get it. You got a big brain in there, Lijo.
Yeah, I might be able to show. I don't know. I'm not sure if he wants out.
Let's see this. Let's see the snake. We saw him on. If he was on a different stream before he ate garlic. Go look.
See, that's a bad NF, Dave. If you ask people if they want to see your snake.
No. That
it's
was
not.
after. That was after I ate garlic.
People want to see a snake. Most people want to see a snake.
They want to. You all want to see the
Go,
snake?
yeah, go ask in the child playground. That same question. Go for it.
Why would I do that? On stream, it's like, it's not gonna touch me. It's on the stream. I do feel like one thing with the NF and what you've been processing is just over video. It's just like I don't like even like Discord calls are hard because not like hard, like I'll do them, but it's like it's just such a different connection. It's just so I'm processing the DE, right? Of like people are a lot more of their DI on like these voice calls and stuff. Not like, I mean, they could do their own persona. That's also true. They could be, but like, you gotta be careful because, you're just gonna board everybody out with your DI just by rambling on about nonsense for hours and hours, and nobody's listening and nobody cares.
Don't call me out.
But
Don't call my. Don't call.
I'm just saying
my
over the voice call, you're gonna have a lot more. You're gonna have these little like. It's not even like FE. It's like almost like it's like demon SE. It's like randomness that is bad for the emotions. Like your internet cuts out, or you interrupt somebody because the timing is off in the latency, or your cameras. You don't actually hear the person because they're not actually as loud on your headphones. Like all these sensory things are affecting the vibe in some sort of way. And it's just when you're in person with someone, it's a lot more connectivity with them, just by a lot. But talking on here is great because I can get to talk about the NE. I get to hear the NE ideas. I get to run my brain through that, and that's great. It's just everyone becomes a little more narcissistic online. There's
100%. 100%. I mean,
we're supposed to be an identity. We're supposed to be somebody. You come on internet. There's millions of people. Nobody cares about your opinion. Who are you? I don't know. It's like you become more in that narcissistic person, or whatever you. Yeah. So you go ahead, Nico.
It becomes a lot more competitive, in which people want to get their voice out there, or get whatever out there. And boost themselves up, and also at the same time, there's no accountability. There is no accountability online for.
That's a fair point.
For anybody, like I can post and drop hate basically on like every ethnic group possible, and like anonymously or whatever, right? And no one there's no what, I'll get canceled on Twitter, like what? Like come on, that's nothing, or the Discord servers or anything. And whenever people get away with that more and more, it's just positive reinforcement, and then people will just keep doing it. It's simple logic.
It was drinking time.
Drinking time. How was your week, Nico? You didn't tell us. You got a haircut.
I did. Oh, you know, it's been all right. I've been chilling. Getting into physics, physics 2 actually, which is fun. Learned about electrostatic fields, which is pretty cool. Though the one thing that I'm the biggest
curl, the divergence, cross products and dot products of electric fields.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
And then, but the one thing that I'm most excited about is that my kinetics professor, he reminds me of like some sort of combination between Bill Nye and Jordan Peterson. He's got like the feminine NE Kermit voice, and we clicked. And I asked him, I'm like, you teach math really good. And he goes, oh, yeah, I'll teach you math. You know, we can hang out for like 2-3 hours, you know, every day at like 6, you know, and we'll just discuss math, and, you know, you'll get good at math. Don't worry. And I'm like, heck yeah, I'm going to become a math head.
Right? That's till you sleep. Go crazy. Learn all you can. Learn all the stuff you can.
Is math ST or is it NT?
I'm not even thinking about that. I just learn all the stuff you can. You know, whatever you can say to make yourself do that. Go ahead.
Well, I just decided, you know, I think maybe a couple weeks ago, I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna turn on the jets. I'm gonna be, you know, just for this stretch of time, I'm gonna act like a number one and just DI on myself, just go until I'm at a stable enough plateau to where I can start, you know, actually, you know, giving back, right? This could also be a consume journey as well, but it's just like, no, I'm gonna get like good at the sciences, like math particularly. You know, I just decided, I'm like, you know what, fuck it, right? Because the thing is, I know my social type. I know I'm a 4, so it's like, okay, I need, you know, based off of this math, I need some of this, this, and this. I need number 1 in my life. I need blast in my life, and I need sensory in my life. You know, those are the 3, you know, pillars that I need.
It's interesting to think about how to balance things and how much to stay in your type and how much to leave your type. Like, it sounds like I want to get good at something is like your 3 side. You want
to specialize.
Yeah, you're specialized.
Well, I mean, I'm already like a chemist, but I need to get. But also another thing is that kind of like I don't have enough of the physical resources or space to set up my own like shit to a huge degree. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna work on the theoretical side and just go all in on the math. That way, essentially, anything that can teach me with math, anything with math that can be taught, I can understand and figure out the derivations of what they're talking about. Just get like, you know, just kind of start moving up in the intellectual sphere. Just like, there's that kind of thing where a lot of trauma, whatnot, kind of took me down. But like, I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to let that get me. So I just decided I'm not going to let it get me. And there'll be times where it gets me, you know, of course, but no.
Don't do this, please. I just don't know about like learn everything about math and yeah, do this to yourself.
What? What's wrong with math? It's like one of the ultimate logic builders.
I like math a lot. Like in high school, it was my best lesson. but it's just now you're having a monologue, so I don't know what to answer that.
Oh, this is one of those. Yeah. Okay. So
He's working on it, so that
also
he's
I need to
okay.
work on that.
Yeah, he's working on it.
I'm working on that also. So
That's good NF feedback,
yeah, that is good feedback.
right, Dave?
I'm
Dave
like-
hates NI.
Do you hate NI?
That NI especially.
Huh?
It's not even that. It's like I posted something another day. It was like of TI needing to prove everybody's wrong. It's just like
Yeah,
the more you do this, the more I'm gonna be like laying in my bed later, just being like, I'm just like feeling it, just like not even like I don't have any. There's no words. It's just a feeling of like.
I love that I got you that deep in your TI. I love that you're going to be stressing about this at night. It's great. Great.
I stress about like, everything, man. I think about everything. Very stressful.
Dave, if you want to talk later, we can.
I can talk with Nico. Talking with Nico is great because he's chill and you can just.
I'm a
rant.
chill dude.
Yeah.
Wait, let me guess. Dave was also having monologues, and he got this feedback a lot of times.
No, that's a good guess though. No, it's just an NI I have that you need the feedback for your play functions in order to get it. So all of the alphas are going to need NF feedback in order to know that their NF is off. They'll be able to see it on everyone else, but not themselves. That's my NI. And Dave doesn't like that NI, and he's always trying to fight it. But I'll keep pointing out where it lines up.
Because I think I don't like the word feedback.
Because
feedback just sounds like
your TI is wrong.
Feedback feels more like a bigger IP problem than a.
Like an authority telling you what to do.
It's much
This
like
is the
maybe
feedback
your
changes.
Yeah, like maybe
Okay.
the NI is right, but like at least for me, the SI word feedback goes into my IP fears.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah,
why.
because I mean.
So
no,
do you
that-
think what I did was wrong?
No, you didn't do it. No, you're good.
No, I'm asking Dave.
What did you? Sorry.
That me giving feedback on that. Do you think that was wrong?
On that?
I should have said it.
On my
On what?
monologue?
On Nico's monologue.
On his NF, yeah. The NF that he was throwing off.
We were all feeling it.
Yeah. The
It's not
other
like-
thing is like you should. It's not personal either. When you guys get that NF feedback, it's like, oh yeah, I can change the NF. Not a big deal.
That's what I'm saying. It's like he knows. Nico knows. He's done it 30 times already. He's got to
And he's gotten
change.
feedback
He's
every
got to
time, too.
change. He's got to
Well, most
not.
of them.
The thing is, we get NF feedback, but we need to change the ST. That's what we need to do.
Old habits die hard.
You got to change your habits. You got to know when you're ranting and you're making other people uncomfortable.
It's funny when people like give me SF feedback, like, oh, like this is serious. I got to give you SF feedback. I'm like, oh, all right, fine, not a big deal. It's just SF. Who cares?
I don't get. See, I don't get what you mean. It's SF feedback. What do you mean SF feedback? Like what?
Like-
Not popular enough?
Like you need to put on deodorant in the afternoon or something like that. You know what I mean?
That's okay. That's for anybody.
Yeah, but that is still SF feedback given on him.
Right.
But why would SF plays not be wearing deodorant? They would be the people most likely to wear deodorant. Maybe.
Maybe.
Because they want to
Just
get.
an
They want to do
example
the
I have in my
SF.
head. It's just like a random SE.
Give me another
But it's like-
example. That's not good.
Or like you need to adjust your collar or something like that. Like you're always going around with a bent collar. That kind of thing. And like they come at you, they're like, hey, we need to do an
that's so
intervention
annoying.
and tell you about this. This is going to be really weird. And it's not weird. It's like, okay, yeah, fine. You're right.
No, that's so
Or why?
annoying.
Oh, it's
Leave
because you're
me
being.
my
Oh, I
bent
see. Because you're
collar
being
alone.
sloppy with the sensory, while the SI is like, we're making sure the color is good. All the sensory is good, so no one's giving us feedback on that. Because we fix that we do the SI ourselves.
Right. That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Speak for yourself, Dave. Leave me and my bent collar alone and my alfalfa hair alone.
I'm still
Yeah,
not
I'm
a
just
pro at
trying
the
to go
sensory yet.
outside.
I can't ridicule you. I'm no pro at sensory. I have no good grounds to stand on.
Dude, it's weird. You're the most like you're a glass lizard. So You're double on
Well,
FE.
everybody is except you.
Everybody here's a glass lizard, really? Wait.
Sorry,
what-
you're gonna say something, but then I interrupted. I made you think about something more interesting than about.
That's very interesting. But
We are 3 glasses here now.
yeah, and I'm a mope.
Near the mope. Yeah.
Mope. Last mope. The most
Double activated saviors. Yeah.
The most IPEP.
Yeah, he's at the table. Do you want me to bring up the visual?
Yes, please, Dave.
Yeah,
Please.
bring it up.
Thank you
Yeah,
so
I
much.
forgot to do it.
Visual. Yeah, go for it. I want to see.
Okay, now I want to ask though. So I should be getting feedback on my ST so I can improve my NF. I don't know if I've ever been given feedback on ST in my life. Maybe I don't remember.
That's why I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what feedback.
It's
means.
probably what you fuck up, like the your ST, whatever your ST is. And you don't mind the feedback, like it doesn't bother you.
Okay, I need to think.
What things do you do?
Like you put this in the microwave wrong. Here, let me show you how to do it.
Okay, I think I understood a little bit more. I'll try to explain this today. A bit more of what you're saying. Is it like it's like where
You're gonna explain it. I understand what that means. Yes.
It's like it's you said like I understood the vibe of like when you said like oh they take the feedback and it's like oh they could see it and they don't care about it. It's like oh like that's what it is, you know. That's when it that's kind of when it made a little bit more sense to me of like
something that I get feedback on and I don't mind it.
Yeah, because Nico we just had Nico take the feedback of the NF and like. Having that example in my mind as he said that, like it just like connected it and it made sense. And I said in my mind it made sense, and now I'm trying to
make it make sense for other people, but you're only making it make more sense for you.
I'm making it make more sense to me apparently.
Yeah.
But
I have one friend who like when you said microwave, it was actually a microwave that I couldn't open it, and my friend just like pushed like a button on the side and it's like you've never used microwave before, and I got so offended by that.
Oh, really?
yeah, see that's where it's tied to like your bottom function.
What is
a sensory trigger? Yeah.
Yeah.
What type are you?
NIFI.
NIFI. Oh shit.
Last.
Oh shit.
That's why it's glass lizard. The double activated
on the ST. So when I got feedback on the ST, like not being able to make the thing work, like I'm like, you think I'm stupid? I'm smarter than you. So it's come to me.
Every FI has got a TI. I feel it's something I've been processing and I've been typing a few people
it's like everybody's an idiot except for me. Like I'll hear Dave Powell, like Dave.
Yeah, like Dave
talk about that. Like, oh yeah, you know, all those idiots. And I'm like, what? Do you
like demon? Yeah, because demon
you're probably interpreting it through your TI lens, and he's doing it. He's saying it in a TE way.
They feel like idiots.
No, I have TI, Benjamin. Get over it.
Fine, Sadet. Okay? You're the exception.
Sadet's like so good at wavelength. Like that's TI right there.
What?
I'm good at what?
The wavelength game, the number game.
That's
yeah.
NI.
That's her TI.
That's NI, man. That's just NI.
Yeah. Oh, it's just NI? It is probably NI, yeah. Because it's doing, it's based off of SE, so it's probably good.
What wavelength game are you on? I'm
Come
curious.
on, Dave, explain.
I'm like
make a chart.
Don't bring
hold up you have to hide. Remember you did it. You have to hide your eyes and then someone holds up a number.
I want to see if I explained it well enough.
Wait. Oh, that. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay, cool. Okay, never mind. We're good. All good.
Good. He remembered.
What other ST things do you have to do, Sadet?
Like ST thing. Okay, I will make you the responsible. Like give me ST things. I will like tell if
Change a tire.
I cannot do that, no.
Would you get offended if you were doing it wrong and someone showed you how to do it right?
No, stop offending. You get
I would be like,
sorry.
show me. No,
I
I
went
would
down
be
to
like,
Cider
I
Lane.
would
I'm like,
tell
Yeah,
people
just show
to
me.
show me.
just
Yeah,
show me.
exactly.
That's
Because
how
I
I
don't
want
know
it.
it.
I
What
need a
if you
visual.
have all of your friends cheering?
I would
you?
I would get offended, like quote unquote, like I know how
It's
to
a,
do this. Don't tell me how. Go away.
I'll
but
figure
let's
it
say
out.
we are in a
Leave me
different
alone.
car. Let's say if it's a different type of car, and that car has a different tire, and someone said like, okay, this is a different
It's the
tire
same
than the
thing.
usual. No,
It's
no,
gonna
let
be
me.
it's gonna be the same thing, and no matter the car, unless it's like a really tire that you've never worked. Most tires are
Like, let's say it's like one of those cars that are like super
the
small,
Cybertruck.
or like okay, Cybertruck, whatever.
Like I don't know how to take off the wheels of a Cybertruck.
I would just look in the manual and tell the
I'll
people
figure
not
it
to
out
tell me. Yeah.
yourself.
SD
Yeah.
consume. Yeah.
Mm.
So is NT consume the real consume?
Yes, this is the real consume. Because when you actually like look at the definition and look at the studies of how people understand and how people learn things, it is the anti-consume, not
It is
the
NT consume. It's right. I
It is
love a lot
making
of that from like
connections.
Dr.
Yeah, okay.
K. Dr. K or like Prem. They talk a lot about that stuff, and I have too. Discovering the same things of like learning a skill and then making it unconscious. I'm telling my people here about it. Like I'm seeing myself process it this week too. Where I'm talking about like going from an unconscious loser to a conscious loser to a conscious winner, and then to finally the highest point, the unconscious winner.
Yeah.
Where like so you understand that like if you understand that good, I think that's something to do with like the Dunning-Kruger effect. Where you come into something and you're an unconscious loser. You don't know you're a loser, but you think you're the best. So you think you're the opposite. You think you're conscious about winning. You think you're so good at it, and then you start learning it a bit more, right? Right? You start learning it a bit more.
What was his name?
And then if you
besides
consume
NITI,
last,
but
you
he
give up and go
actually-
somewhere else.
What?
What? Sorry, say that.
There was this guy besides NITI, but he was actually SCTI. What was his name?
Howard, Terrence Howard. Yeah.
He is having that problem, thinking that like he knows so much about one topic, but he only thinks that because we know so little about that topic.
Right. He doesn't know anything.
But he
about
spent a lot of time in that topic. That's the problem.
But spending a lot of time doesn't necessarily translate to knowing a lot.
That's right.
Yeah. I think Dr. K, he gives like a lot of analogies about like video games and stuff. And so he talks about like a lot about video games and leveling up
That's
and
what
going to
he
the next
does,
level
yes.
and getting better. And like it's funny that he talks about that, and then I talk with Prem a little bit, and then he's like saying the same like words in the same way. It's like interesting because of the same type.
When did you talk
And
to
you were
Prem?
also talking
We talked to
about
Prem on
the-
here.
Ah.
And like he's like using the same words, like to level up, to get to the next game, and all that other stuff. So it's something that a lot of the NTPs are talking about is like the learning the skills and then putting them into the unconscious. Because he asked you, how do I just wake up every day and just like get out of my bed and like can I just be done thinking about that? Because I'm still struggling with that right now. I want to answer that for next week, and then for the rest of my life, I don't have to think about it anymore. I'm into the top unconscious winning. You could also look at Jordan Peterson or the lobsters. The lobsters things. The winning lobster, like if the lobster wins, it gains more like serotonin and things, and if it loses more. And so like you have to get to the winning lobster winning programs where it's like you're unconsciously just doing stuff in your life or in a certain field, and it's like comfortable. So here, like on these panels, right? Like the first panel you come on, like you're so nervous. I was like so nervous. I don't want to come. I really just watched the first one, thinking to myself I was going to join. I didn't join. Next one I did join. But like it's just like I feel like unconscious. It's like I'm at that lower stage in that process, and then you build up, and then now I'm here where I'm just like it's just a thing that just happens. I don't have to think about it. I'm just here.
I will channel change a bit.
Yes,
I was thinking about this the other day because Benjamin kind of invited me to do an interview once, but that invitation was just so FE shaming that I was like, I'm not coming. No.
What? I FE shamed you? That doesn't sound like me.
You told me like the message was like, are we gonna do it or no? Like it felt so sad.
Oh, we had a thing. We had a weird thing where I even had to apologize to you or something. I don't know what that was.
No, that was because I asked to be a mod, and you told me the only person that I need to moderate is you. That's what you told me, and I got offended by that, and then you apologized. I still have the video. I downloaded it.
No. Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
But this other thing is like you messaged me like instead of asking, "You want to do interview? We can like do it." You just said like, "Are we gonna do it? Like, when are we gonna do it?" Like it just felt so sassy. I'm like, I'm not doing it. So, and then I was thinking, oh, I must have forgotten about that now that I'm coming to panels.
Interesting. See, I didn't know the NF. I need the feedback on the NF.
Yeah.
No, that looks like that attacked the TE.
What do you mean?
Are you gonna do it or no? Like that? It looks like that.
I mean, I feel like the NF you're giving my message is not the NF I gave the message when I wrote it.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
It felt a bit like sassy to me. Which
I'm not sassy. What are you talking about?
you see, you are sassy.
No, dude. That was one of the first things I kind of learned about my type when I was like researching my type twins. Is that like a lot of us are really sassy, and it's a lead TI. It's a lead masculine TI for sure.
Yeah. And some TIs are very dismissive. They're like what Benjamin said.
maybe.
Sure, saw that. Sure.
Well, like that goes with Benjamin's NI. He had
exact opposite
no,
FP.
the word
and
dismissive
you cannot
is
call
right.
it.
There is this.
Thank you.
double
I'm looking for
feminine-
the SI. Hold on. I will get to that.
There is this double feminine ISTP that I saw in like this one episode of Wife Swap, where
That doesn't sound like a good show to watch.
He was one of the. Oh, my girlfriend showed it to me. He was one of the sassiest fuckers I've ever seen. He's hilarious.
Huh.
Like imagine
competition.
you know, all the analogies that like Penguin Z0 throws at you. Now imagine that, but with like a sassy, like with a sass voice, and it's incredible.
The person who told me you've never used microwave before was also an ISTP. So, yeah.
You just have friction. That's it. That's what's going on.
Yeah. Both with INTPs and ISTPs. Yeah.
With a lot of people.
Good one. Yeah, Wife Swap. Tell about that show. What are they actually doing? Is it like a swinger thing?
Okay, so they take these couples, and for like 10 days or whatever, like a week or something, they swap wives. So like you have a couple A and couple B, and their wives they swap, or like their spouses swap.
Okay.
So now each one is living with the other, and it's just a recipe for like FE drama.
Yes.
Which is it's insanity. It's a recipe.
Who would agree to that? That just doesn't sound like something a real husband and wife would agree to.
Apparently, a lot of the guys on that show just come out of it learning so much, while the girls just like are like in hatred. But that's also like my bias as well, because I've only watched like three. I've only watched like three of them YouTube commentary, and I typically watch the most clickbaity one, of course.
Well, you're good about at least you know your sample bias.
But there's one. But that ISTP guy, oh my god! And it was with a shanty. He got paired with a shanty, a blast high shanty.
Oh yeah, those ones are like wheels are falling off.
Oh my god! She was like, and it was like an older bitter lady too, which was just like, holy shit. The ISTP guy called her a space creature.
Oh god!
On the planet. It was great. It was great. Yeah, that's it.
What's the most strict rule set you've ever had to follow, Nico?
Me? Nico.
Most strict rule set?
Yeah. Do you have a problem with rules?
Literally public school. To the point where I just stopped. Like, I just stopped. I just stopped like attempting it. Like, I just stopped caring about any of the paperwork. Like, I just didn't. I didn't do it. I'm like, this is unnecessary. You know, it's limiting. You know, it's you know, they put me on drugs to like.
It's funny you never mentioned paperwork once when you thought you were an I.
Oh, yeah. I was trying to like keep that. It's weird because every time I think like, is a weird bias of like everybody has one SI, you know, or one sensor that they freak out about, right? And it's like, oh no, okay.
I don't like things sticking to my skin in water. I don't like that. That's my sensory thing. Yeah, like algae or something, or like what's it called, seaweeds that stick to you in the water. I hate that.
Oh, that is a bad texture. No,
Yeah.
No, we're not doing that.
Oh, damn it!
What, Dave?
But okay, so like yeah, public school. So one of the things, one of my teachers was, so I eat a lot, and of course, you know, they have you wake up at like 7:20. No, they start school at 7:20 a.m. and they're like forcing kids to wake up then. It's like you're not building a good environment to learn anything. They're just like sedating you at a certain point. And you know, with
I feel like every ENTP has something against the school system.
Everyone,
I feel like
I
that's
know.
a pattern.
It's a lot of the TIs do. I feel like, but ENTPs will go the hardest on it. I feel like.
Yeah,
it stems from the TI, and then it goes down to the SI.
It blows. Because
I feel like it starts from a place of like the TI is like, okay, the school system's done. I want to do TI, learn it my own way. School systems are great. They give you access to do that, but it's like the school system telling me how to do that. It's a bit weird because I rather like figure it out my own way. And then the second part is like the OE of it. So it doesn't not even NE or SE, but like the feeling of controlled and like a course is like you learn this. It's like, can I learn over here, or can I learn over here, or over here, or over here? And a lot of that I discover for myself as the semester goes, and I take away 80% of the class of like stuff I learned from it, like I NE'd out like that, and then 20% it's like stuff I kind of learned from the class, kind of half forgot after the exam. I don't remember any of it, so it's like it's like there's the frustration of that is building upon, you know, hundreds of classes as you're growing up, you know, and you're getting older. So all these classes are like, it's all just triggering to you because it's like feeling
I feel
like all
like
this
school
control.
system can't, like, it has to be bad for everybody for it to be fair. Otherwise, it's like good for one type and horrible for every other type.
Yeah.
And
it's good. It's good for the SIs. It's because it's like
I hear people say that, but I would ask an SI and see.
Not like save your SI, but like I feel like,
Like
a lot of it is
ESFJ.
just like having SI in the stack.
Or
like
the
I get,
SEs.
or like even being infodom. Being infodom helps me in school because it makes it easier. It's just like, here's the info, learn it, and it's not like there's not a big pushback against that.
So, okay. So
I think for my type, like I think it can go both ways. Like for me personally, school was always easy, and I didn't really have hard time with it at all. Other than like the depression, I had like a huge depression in high school. But other than that, I was always successful, and it was easy for me. But the thing is, like, yes, I would get bored in classes, but when I was bored, I would just read the things that I wanted to read. I was just not paying attention to teachers, and all the things that I wanted to learn, I would learn on my own because
On your own.
some of the teachers, I liked how they're explaining, but there were other classes like history. I hated it. Like I hated history more than I hated physics. so it it tells something.
And
It
yeah,
looks,
it
but
could be the teacher.
but at the same time, yes, those are not the things that I wanted to learn. But I think I had the NI goal that I'm only learning this for the exam, and after exam, I'm just never going to look at it
Exactly. Yeah.
again. And I would just learn it for the exam and get good
It
grades.
feels like such a waste of time. It's just such
It
a waste
feels like
of time if you're
such a
learning
waste of
something
time. Holy
It
shit.
just for exam.
100% just for the exam, just for standardized testing. That's it.
I know. That's like
there's-
that's the hardest part. It's like you're making me. I could be.
Okay.
You're going through some pretty shitty consume is what it feels like. It's like this consume is bad. Why am I going through this consume? Like
Exactly.
let me consume something better than this. I'm gonna forget about this. I don't need this.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, right? I was very, very. There's a point in time, like, or actually throughout all of school, where everybody would just kind of like call me the smartest kid in the class, basically, and it leads to just there's no pressure. there's no pressure anymore.
So you needed the pressure from the people to call you dumb, and then you'd try it more.
Well, there was no self pressure because it's like, okay, well, I'm already.
You need
better.
like another guy that's smarter than you, better than you, to like trigger
Yeah,
your TI to be like, okay, I gotta work on shit now. I gotta be better than that guy.
So that's why you're so dumb today? No one competed with you?
Huh?
Nothing. I'm just being a sass. You're just being sassy. That's.
You know what? I'll be glad I didn't hear that. Okay. I think I know what you said though, but it's fine.
In my class, I also like had some TIs, like especially like TI NEs or NE TIs that were like so good at class. They would get so bored because they already figured it out. They already learned it on their own.
The real consume.
But for me personally, whatever was like, for example, let's say literature class, and I already know the material and the teacher was just repeating the same things we learned, like it's boring. I would just find a way to make the class entertaining for me. I would just ask like very strange questions to make myself stay in the class. Whereas then they would get bored and they would do stupid shit. And I'm like, you are stupid if you don't know how to stay in the class. Yes, you are.
I had that problem. Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, right.
I would like the teacher would come by like, why aren't you doing your work? I'd be like, I already did it, and like, okay, here's more. Shit, I shouldn't have said anything.
Yeah.
I'll do it now. I'm sorry. No.
or like doing work for a different class while you're in that class. Like
that. Yeah.
I should be able to do the other work in the class. Like I'm like I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
but
you can't do
what
work
I'm
from other.
saying is that if your consume isn't interested in it, you should be able to find a way to make it interesting for you, or like have your attention.
Right. Because consume, I think the good thing is like having a lot of consume, or as a savior, it will have the responsibility of going through the bad consume of the class. Like, it's not great, but I'll do it. I'll learn it.
But not the reviewing process. Not like the.
I don't want to actually learn it. Yeah.
Yeah, not learning it the second, third time so that it actually sticks. Like the first time's enough. Let's move on.
The first time after the test, like I feel like that's such a scary thing. Like it's after the test, it's just gone. I just
exactly.
like do people not know about this, or like why are we doing this, guys?
Why don't you just use your mind palace and stick it in a room, and then it doesn't go anywhere?
Okay, mind palaces are hard.
Oh, okay.
You got to have a lot of concentration to bring it back up.
Isn't that the double feminine way to remember things?
Well, visual, yeah. Well, like if you have the visual modality, like masculine intuition.
I need to like meditate or like
Is it,
really concentrate to do that.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I have done that. But only whenever like the symbolic memory only happens whenever I can really see it whenever I get like it's always there. It's always there actually.
It's NT, man. Like that's what I think about, like your imagination. Like I was thinking about the processing yesterday. I was in the shower processing this in the dark.
Dude, showers are like the best place to process, especially like if it's dark.
Yeah.
Dark and warm.
And it was like
some good shit.
Like when it was dark and when it was in the shower, like essentially it was like pitch black. I could see like everything around me. It's just like everything starts holographing out, like
That-
the room, the shower, my where my bed is, where the house is, and then it goes out on campus. And then the more I just I process, the more it's why I call it NT, because it's like not SF, it's not NF, sorry, it's not like INFP Dreamland in a way. It's just like NT. I need to figure out everything. I need to know it now, and so it's just like that's the processing of the ST sleep, is figuring out.
I'll
It's
go
a
in-
tool. Yes, mind palaces are
Dark
tools.
and,
I'll go
dark
in there.
and warm though.
Like there's what?
The vet's trolling you.
What
She's
is
trolling me?
Who's trolling you?
I'll go back. I'll go into the shower and I'll be like thinking about chemistry or whatnot, and all the configurations of the molecules.
Okay, but why dark and warm?
Huh?
Why dark and warm?
Oh, why dark and warm?
Concentration. You need to get to your introverted ST.
But why warm?
Why,
I don't
why
know.
warm shower?
No, it's not warm and dark. It's warm is comfortable. It's comfy. You're cozy. You're not scared of any threats. You're able to go in and solve things. Yeah.
Okay,
And
but
then-
then why
and then
not
dark.
just lay down on your bed?
Okay, and then in
In
dark, right? So, okay, I take my showers before I go to bed. And what I do in order to wind down to make sure that, like, I'm starting to get into that sleepy mode already is shower in darkness. I don't want to shower where there's just light, like, owning the hell out of me. No, I turn the lights off. I shower. Don't worry. I can just feel everything around. It's good.
Yeah.
It's fine, you know. And then I'll just make it back to my room, which I already leave dark, you know, before I go into the shower and get into bed.
Right. I need to add some like FE laughs for Benjamin's struggle. Just trying to process the crazy NEs. Yeah. No. Yeah.
So you can't do the same process if you just lay down on your bed and it's dark.
No, it'd be very similar. It'd be very similar. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I can, yeah, but it's like shower though.
The shower is a different one. Yeah, it's a different specific. The shower is a shower, and the bed is the bed. They're close, but they're completely different. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I get more of like a flow, you know, with the
Okay, so if it is the same, if you just go to sea and you just swim and it's
No,
warm.
because like the water is like it's like falling on you. There's like it's like,
And there's the seaweed that could get stuck to your leg.
There's
It's
meaning
enveloping.
behind everything. There's like it's just there's meaning behind everything. It's like
Yeah,
it's that
yeah.
specific situation. Like each shower is you have different shower thoughts for each shower. Even if it's pitch black and you can't see anything, you visualize everything. You're in a different
Yeah,
place.
you can just think,
So
right?
good.
You know,
It's
you're
shower thought. Yeah.
So that's what you need. Instead of a mind palace, you need a mind shower.
I'll spend like 50 minutes in the shower. You
No,
know,
because,
just
see that's the problem with mind palaces is that I want to be able to like bring it up right now, and I would be able to like kind of sort
Just
of
stick
do
it in a different shampoo bottle.
Like okay, here's something. Here's a little visual. No. Okay, here's a little visual test I did the other day. Okay, so I was imagining
You said your creatine.
Are you done?
No. Keep talking.
Put it in my lasagna. Is that what you're gonna say next? Lasagna palace. Okay, that doesn't sound so bad. Just kind of lasagna palace.
You coined it first.
I coined it first. Yep, that's right.
So like what would like each bit of information be kind of like stored in the lasagna folds like it was a brain or something?
Yeah, it'd be in the folds, in the meat sauce, in the cottage cheese, the mozzarella cheese, the Swiss cheese, the ground beef, the tomato paste.
Okay, what would be stored in
tomato
the
sauce?
cottage cheese versus the Swiss cheese? There is a
Salt
difference.
for the boiling noodles and the lasagna noodles, and the oven, and the 350-degree oven.
Okay, and that would be stored in the cottage cheese?
So the cottage
What is
cheese.
this SI going on?
They're trying to be funny. I don't get it though.
No, we're
don't
NT. We're trying to make lasagna palace.
Yeah, we're making lasagna palace work.
Yeah.
Right.
So like the so I'll tell you this. So there's eight lasagna noodles. Those are the 8 functions. Okay.
Okay.
And then the meat sauce is the feelings, and the cheese sauce is the thinking. Okay. And then the temperature that's the sensory. That's the sensory.
Okay, but then what's the SI versus
We need a diagram, Dave.
So
We need
you
a
have to
picture.
because I mean the cheese, right? The cheese is thinking.
I actually do have a diagram. Hold on.
Cheeses that are cottage and Swiss,
Let me-
right?
or
Yes.
cottage or cream, whatever. Yeah, cottage and cream. Is that which one's TI? Which one's TE? Is like cottage TE and like cream TI, or like is
We're
it
solving this real, like what are we solving right now?
what?
Not an NI. I can tell you that right now.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, Nico. Here are the ingredients.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nana's
So like,
lasagna.
there you go. This is my grandma's lasagna recipe. It's a family recipe. So you steal all our secrets here. Go ahead, world. It's just a regular lasagna. But yeah, here's the here's the SI, and then I drew a little picture of it. But we're in dark mode. Let me change it.
Dark and warm.
There we go. Okay. Anyways, here's a visual, and yeah, this is what it looks like.
ST sleep recipe, with a
ST
bit of
sleep.
FE. It's got FE. It's got FE in it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a little FE to help myself enjoy. I don't really use the visual anymore, but
Well, it's color coded. What are the color codes? Like, what's the purple versus the orange?
It's colorful. That's about it.
Oh, okay.
like-
There's no reasoning just to make it colorful.
So let's zoom in on here the sprinkling of. Can you see this?
I like
right here.
So that's question. What is the point of this? Like, what do you guys get out of fleshing this out completely?
It's just figuring it out.
We don't have an NI. We're trying to find out.
I noticed.
We're just like this one sensory thing. Let's discover that one sensory thing. Okay, well, let's
Okay,
attack
so
it. I don't
here's
know.
something that I've been figuring out. Okay,
All right, I'm done with this.
that I've been figuring out that like
cottage cheese is not lasagna. You want to bet?
And that NE is far more detached than NI.
Yeah, you want to be in
It's
my
so-
brain? This is what it looks like.
It's so much more detached. It is
Yes, I agree with you.
because whenever you think about it, if you're like in the extroverted spectrum of imagination, like and you're seeing everything, that one sensory that you see is like that much more exotic. Like the physical world is just
Yeah,
so
but you
much
can't
more
see it because it's
exotic.
behind the curtain.
Huh?
You can't see it because it's behind the curtain.
Yeah,
That's
the
sensory.
curtain is my imagination.
No, the curtain is the way tiles are made.
Sure.
Yeah.
You see, TI, sure.
Sure is not sure.
Dave knows what I'm talking about.
Not enough
If
cottage
he was
cheese. It's a
listening.
whole pound of cottage cheese.
If he wasn't focusing on his lasagna,
No,
he'd
no,
know
no.
what I was
College
talking
Oh,
about.
I had something to tell. I had something really good to say. I really had something good to say. Actually, an actual good TI point.
Okay, what's your
But then, and I got lasagna palaced.
Oh, okay. You lasagna palace.
Something about different showers have different
No,
things.
yes, we were talking about a visual. Oh, I said a stupid blast. I need to blast this out because I thought about this. It's a visualization practice. We're talking about visualizations about like that sort of thing. So I was imagining like imagine two people. Imagine their faces, right? Now try to take the left half of one side and the right half of the other, and put their faces on each other, right? And like I do that, and it's hard to hold that. It's hard to actually see that in like detail. And so I got to take time, and I got to like pretty much like zip them together, if that makes sense. I got to like look at the lips and make sure the lips are matching on both sides, and then I go to the nose, and then like I'm like going up the thing, like I'm piecing together every SI step, and then I have like the eyes and like making sure the hair, everything, so then I can see the visual clearly enough. So I don't know what the point was, but like it's like I did it.
That's like an interesting like little brain puzzler there. That really got me thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
That's like the meat of the lasagna. It really got me like. It's
The
brain
meat
food.
of the lasagna. It is the meat of the lasagna.
What,
I don't know.
What is their point usually, Sadet? Like, what are they trying to get to?
I was just looking at your face and being entertained.
I know.
by your
It's so
visual.
funny.
You're just dying over there, you poor soul.
Okay, I will revert the question back to you. How do you think beta TI differs from alpha TI?
From the what?
How
Like
does
beta quad, though.
SCTI and like NETI, how are they different?
Because that's
I mean,
what TI is the same.
we're trying to use it to get to an NI.
You're trying to get like Terrence Howard. You're trying to like that's what I could see a lot in
No,
Terrence Howard
not
was the NI.
necessarily like TISE or just the. Do you see that difference? Even though it is the like same TI, that it is somewhat like a different color.
So I see different aspects of TI. So like Dave questioning himself and correcting himself and going back and forth. I do that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'll do that.
Yeah, and then I'll see Benjamin correcting like Harry Potter and like doing all this. I'm like, no, like you gotta like also interpret it a different way. You also have to understand it through this is FI. You just like
here are all
the world doesn't work.
Yeah, here are all the possibilities on how it works in the function.
I do see that. Like our observations are different. Like my best friend's like an ISTP, and I feel like this has been a huge problem of like NE versus SE.
See, like I was trying to give an NI, but then like the NE took it away.
Entire thing. We're like their NI is like trapped on something. Like they think they know what they're gonna be talking about in like 5 minutes from now, and like I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Do we? Is that what we think?
I feel like there's like a point that there's like, have you guys reached a point yet? And it's like, we're trying to reach a point, and then the NE is like what I just did. It's just we take us off, and then take us off.
Yeah, I know. Like NI people will ask like, what is your point? And I'm just like,
we interrupt, bro. NE masculine NE. Fuck me. Like I just interrupt. I just want to like, I gotta like, it's like I gotta.
It is
gotta
just
go.
there is no end. It is just a means.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I'm processing as an extrovert just how much every day, like especially in class, you have to like holding back the extrovert inside of the personalities is like, oh, I have to do so. I'm holding back so much there. I feel like
the guy that I brought on the last stream, man, his NE just like, here's the thing. I think of all the possibilities. I just don't like, I process them. They go right into the ST, unless if I'm like, hanging out with David, it just like, doing this shit. But with him, no, he's just talking about it. It's just coming out.
There's no filter, right?
No filter. He's like, what if you made a people ladder? Like
I feel like it's ping pong. It's more like It's more like, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. And then it's like, well, what is right? Like, where are you going with this?
Yeah,
it's
and I
like
feel
this, but then maybe like this, but then this perspective, but then this perspective.
Yeah. And he's like too agreeable. It's like too going along with things for the sake of speculation. Like, why are we going with the lasagna? It's like, because you said it, and we're like, okay, we're going with it now. We're going with that idea. We're rolling. It's just like,
or like a lot of the times, it feels like the NEs are just copying. Like, you don't have your own TI. Like, you're just like regurgitating someone else's TI, but it's not someone else's TI.
Exactly.
It's their NI.
Yeah, I regurgitate all the
it's
time.
Like, don't you have your own? Like, this guy said that. Like, why are you telling me what this other guy said?
No, it's impersonal.
Because what they said, makes sense to me.
But what do you think? That's my point.
I figured it out myself.
Like, okay, great what they think, but what do you think?
We figured out the consensus. Like, we figured out the textbook dictionary that they're going to put in the schools. It's like, everybody agrees on this, right? This is what it is, maybe?
Look, say some guy comes out with a theory.
Okay, I will a bit channel change. The hardest thing is to put something on dictionary. Like, actually get to the SI, like, not the fake SI, the real SI of defining something, and not just telling the qualities of it. When I feel like when FD and I, when we try to define something, we are just giving the qualities of it, but SI is the actual definition, and it's like very difficult to do.
I've seen SI do really badly at calling things. They call things by weird names.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like this here.
It's very personal.
This here right here.
It means something to you, but to no one else.
This is the light dispenser.
It's a what?
It is a light dispenser. It dispenses light.
Sure.
And that makes sense. It dispenses light.
Okay, but what
to
I was
who?
thinking
To what?
is in context of like law and like our codes and legislations, it is SI, and
it's
it
SIT.
is
Sorry, it's SI. It's SI. SI.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
And
I've heard this set, like it's not. This isn't like I'm being
He's like,
contrarian on purpose.
yeah,
like
he's
this is
heard
what
of it.
everybody says. Law is SI.
It's SI.
But
No. Okay, for
It's
example.
SI.
like it's
because-
arbitrary and
No,
it doesn't make any sense.
I think it's SI because it's like not anything else.
I think you have very narrow understanding of SI if you think that.
SI is like the
Why?
glue.
I think the narrow understanding of SI is law.
No, I'm
No,
not
it's
saying
other way
SI.
around.
No,
Other way
I'm
around.
saying
Law
law
is SI.
Law is SI.
You got to see. I knew she was saying that. It's like
Yeah, you gotta. There's a.
I don't know how I
there's-
knew that, but like I was like,
There's an
yeah.
SI. There's an SI to talking about SI, and don't say that all SI is law. No. It is most law is SI, which is two different.
It's
two
not
different
most
things
law.
that you're speaking of.
Yeah, it feels like what if it's not SI, then what is it, right? It's like SI is the closest
No, but
thing
it
to
is
law that we
SI
have.
because it is a specific rule and like how it is taught, how the books are written, how the legislation, how that law is made, and how it is like in the codification.
How much
process.
law do you know, Sadet?
For me,
I mean, I studied law and I'm doing master's
Yeah?
degree in law. Yeah.
And you're not SI.
Well,
You don't have to be SI to be a lawyer.
I know.
And
Why is it not just
what is
SE?
your point?
No, just like your generalization of law isn't like there's different kinds of law. There's like
Okay.
So whenever I
No,
think,
can you please let Benjamin finish?
oh, I'm sorry.
no, but it's like there's a whole bunch of different kinds of law and like
Yes.
law as a general category saying it's all SI is just very sloppy in my opinion. It's like law is
Okay, when I say law, I mean legislation. But for example, personally, I think constitutional law, I think it is more FENI because it is the values of the people that like the direction that
it's
we
also
are
like
going in.
let's call this car a function. Like, oh, Porsches are FE. Sure, we can say that.
It's not
but,
about users.
like, it
is
doesn't
like
mean anything.
what it is.
It's such
no,
a
it
vibe.
means so
It's just
much.
the vibe of it, yeah.
No,
So,
it's not the vibe of it.
it's what we did. We did this one live stream. We got to go back to that website, the personality website, where it's like milk
Colors?
is like milk is an INTP, chocolate milk's an INTP or
Right.
something. Like that's what.
Yeah,
that's
you could
what
look
it is.
up law and personality, website.
It would be like ISTJ, right?
Yeah. Right.
No,
That's the stereotype of it.
ECJ, yeah.
I think like ISTJ would be more like administrative law, but the actual like legislation itself would be the SI, not necessarily connected to other decider functions. But like constitutional law would be the FENI, I think. It is the
I don't know, because
value.
like I know that stereotype and I know that way of seeing things, but then when I see actual people with SI trying to come up with words and trying to come up with rules, they're just so bad at it.
Okay, but it doesn't mean that people who are actually writing the codes and the legislations are SI. But what we are
It's-
trying to get at is the SI.
Or like the definition in a dictionary. It's like it makes sense to you. Yeah, the definition works for you. No one else is going to understand what you're talking about with this word. Like, can you imagine if everyone going, like Nico going around calling these light dispensers, hey, are you selling light dispensers? And like, that's his SI word for it. But like, no one's going to know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it dispenses light. Of course, it
No
dispenses
way.
light out to the surroundings.
No way. You're not gonna believe it.
But here, that's Dave. That's you. Like,
What type is Garfield?
OE something OE consumer.
INTP.
There you go.
I think
wait, so
everybody.
you're the cat and the lasagna?
I'm the cat and the lasagna. That's right.
That's what Garfield eats is lasagna. That's all he eats.
No. Like
Yes.
Garfield is like Garfield is like the lazy. It's like the lazy version of the INTP, like the blast last like.
Yeah, right. The consume sleep
sleeper
version.
or sleep consume.
No, it's more like FI. It's more like he's more like Seth MacFarlane. Garfield is. You know.
Yeah.
He's the opposite of the dog because
So
the dog is always annoying him.
speaking of
The dog is
speaking of
yeah.
labels,
The dog's the DE. that one.
Speaking of labels, I've got something fun. This is called, I call it the cancer lamp.
Yeah, I remember you talking about the cancer lamp. Yeah.
Oh my!
Here it
It's
is.
UV. It's a UV lamp without the protection.
Yep. Here, let me turn it on and hit the
No,
camera.
don't do that.
I'll do it.
You don't want to get cancer.
Oh no! It's like just a mild dose. It's nothing.
Mild dose.
No, it'll be fine.
It's ionizing radiation.
I am not going to stare at it.
It's
As a
called the
matter of
cancer
fact-
lamp.
I want to say this before I forget. Like, just because people that are doing something, okay, let me reword it. Just because something is one function or associated with one function doesn't mean people who have that function is going to do that, Benjamin.
Okay, so we're just making up definitions on the fly here then.
No, it's just like there's something that like the people can do it. Like every TI person can do this one thing, for example. But
There's nothing like that.
what do you mean? What?
There's nothing like that.
Hasty generalizations. Yeah, we see it.
No, but the thing is, let's say like
All
SI
right,
with
guys,
clean.
I'm gonna need
I'm
to
just
go.
good. Oh, okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Nico.
See you, Nico.
See ya.
Just because
Did you
TI
get cancer?
guys
Where's he
do
going?
one thing
He
doesn't
got
mean
cancer, I
that
think.
thing becomes TI. Or just because something is TI doesn't mean every TI is doing it. You know what I mean? It's like just as a concept.
I know you're
Something
calling
can-
law SI as a concept, but law doesn't have any cognition. It doesn't have any function to it.
No.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, every person with TI also has 3 other cognitive functions that's going to be affecting them. TI in and of itself, we're trying to like intuitive. Us intuitives, we're trying to like separate that. We're trying to like, here's the thing, and like shave off the other parts about it. That's what
Yeah.
it feels like. But like, we're trying to shave off the other functions. When like every TI has an FE, every TI has double observers to use. But like, I understand what you mean. I feel like we do run within this a lot, where it's like, you know, especially in different personality groups, it'll be a lot more difficult to be clear on what you mean. Even within the same one, we find difficult, and like all TIs do this, or all, like you want to make those generalizations. So like,
Math is TI, like that kind of thing. Like
what
is
math?
it?
Math is
I
TI.
can see that. I can see that. Yeah.
Right.
It's like-
Of course you can.
Like taking a story that you've had, and like being like, oh, that story was this function, and it's like
Right.
it goes back to Benjamin's NI of like you want to label something to dismiss it, is what like you always went back to.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, and TI is very dismissive.
Once you're able to categorize it, you can dismiss it or something. Yeah.
Right, and that's what gives OP some value in some people, where they're using it as like shortcuts for their processes.
For dismissing processing, yeah.
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 So as a sleep last, I'm like, great. I don't like doing processing anyways.
No, but yeah, you see that in the community. Like if they know your type and anything you do, they'll just say, "Hey, that's because this is your type."
That is that.
Like
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I make a post, and this one, that other Dave guy is just like, "Oh, this is just classic demon intuition." Okay.
Yeah.
You see, then you should respond. Well, actually, this was done by NIFE, and then they will be like, oh, okay, then it's actually demon SE. Then it will flip. But if someone did that to me, I would pull this trick on them.
Yeah. Why we want to do that? Because we've seen it work before. We've seen the type twins. We've actually seen it like.
People don't want to use their brains. They're just lazy.
Yes,
They don't want to
dismissing.
think for themselves.
Yeah, but why does the thought even come? Why does it even like hit? Why do they think that?
Maybe because they just want to reaffirm to themselves, like
You're doing it
okay,
right now. You're doing it right now. Like you're assigning causes to things in order to dismiss them.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of what we're trying to get to.
You're saying it like it's
Like, how can we dismiss this? Let's figure out a way to make a cause.
Well,
and
we
dismiss
brought it up.
Yeah.
Now we have to solve it. We have to label it, right? We got to like get rid of it. It's thing that happens.
Or you just don't have to, and you can just leave it unsolved and be like, it could be this, it could be this. Okay.
Well, I think it's always gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna get to a point where we're not doing that. So how do I live with this more? Like, where is it coming from? Like where do the thoughts come in my brain where it says he's demon intuition? Like is it just because you have the person's type and like you can go over? It's like the person's type in it's like the blaster lessons that I'm feeling Kendrick vibes for some reason. I'm just gonna throw it out. But it's like someone is saying like the SI, like, oh, you are a demon SE. You cannot jump over fence. And so you have that program loaded in your brain. You have the program loaded. And so when you see a post and it triggers you in some sort of way, you're like, well, what is this? And like the only answers you have are these preloaded programs of the person's type. You don't actually know anything about them. So you haven't learned anything about them. You can't do that.
Spend time getting to know them because it is tiring. If you actually spend time to get, I will say this. I don't know if I shared this before, but back when I was sleep last, like blast play, I was in a voice chat. Why are you laughing at me?
No, you just said it is like
you said it
the way you said
way.
it.
It was just like so funny. Yeah.
Back when I was sleep last.
Back when I was
as if you were actually a different type back then. Yeah.
You two different types. Back when I was play last, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was in a voice chat with Flo. I think his name is Flo or Florence, whatever.
Florence.
And then
Florence, yeah.
Yeah, and then what was the girlfriend's name?
Melanie.
Melanie.
Melanie. I was in the voice chat with them, and I was talking to Melanie for like a couple of minutes, and then Florence jumped in, and obviously in Discord server you have the tags, so nobody has to get to know you before like.
Click on his type, and you see his type.
Yeah, you click on my name and you see the type, and you're like, okay, Sleep Blast doesn't know herself. Okay, so doesn't know what she likes. Fun. And
right.
And you see how fast you do that. You see how fast that is. It's like all right, done.
But like that's what they do to you. You were sleep last back then, so you obviously don't know yourself.
Oh my
exactly.
God. Yeah.
We talked like Florence, me and Melanie talked for like 3 minutes maximum. And Melanie said that she needed to leave, so she left, and it was just me and Florence. And Florence told me, "You are exactly like my girlfriend. You're just talking about other people." I'm like, I didn't talk about anyone in the 3 minutes that we talked. Like you just looked at the tags and you just said it. But I like in that moment, I didn't want to tell them like, who did I bring up in the conversation that you're telling me that I was talking about other people or I was exactly like your girlfriend? You just looked at the types and it is the easiest thing. Why? Yeah.
The other thing is like OP is supposed to help you get to know people better, but it's just like a way to not get to know people anymore. You can just skip getting to know them.
Yeah, it just flattens people. Like you're Demon SI, you're Demon SC.
I don't even need to talk to you to figure out who you are.
I know. I think I do. I see that 100%. I think you can start evolving that culture into like now that we're recognizing that, now we can go more the opposite way, and actually getting to know people and actually getting to understand them.
No, when
you can, Dave. You can't control other people.
People are not going to do that.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, but you can do that, Dave.
Yeah.
You can try to do it. Set the example. Be the DI.
Well, that's what I do. I just listen to a person's typing video, and like type stuff does come up, but it's like type stuff does come up. I am like it's too sharp. It's like I can't.
Well, you have a purpose when you're typing somebody. Obviously, you're gonna watch the video for that purpose.
I feel like it's better. I feel like what I get out of OP is the getting to know the people in the sense that I'm the IP, and like I remember like me when I was younger. Like 2018, before I was getting to OP, like I didn't know the tribe. I didn't care about the tribe, like celebrities and stuff. Like I didn't like pay attention to celebrities or their personalities. Like I didn't care about personality at all. Like I would care about my friends' personalities and like how because that would affect me. That would be affecting me. But then like getting out into OP, it's like okay, just go learn about people. Go just take in the sensory of people. It's not even like the type stuff is like a labeling system and a categorization system. It's more of a I'm here, I'm just taking in the person in the sensor. I do have this type stuff, but like I feel like getting to know a lot of people and just hearing what they had to say and just inserting those programs in my brain is more helpful than if I didn't do that at all and I didn't learn about anybody or if that was a void, it still is a void, but overactive play. So
Yeah.
I do listen to a lot of
The
people.
problem with getting to know people who are still stuck in their type, like I'm talking generally, like you can have people who have no idea what their type is, but they know their type. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like in the real world.
Yes.
Is that you're not actually getting to know them? You're just getting to know their type. You're just getting to know like their stereo. They think that's them. They think they're all special because they have NE and they're using NE. But it's like, no, I'm not getting to know Dave. I'm just getting to know NE here.
Because I'm presenting any things to you.
Or like you're just being like, oh, just be yourself, that kind of thing. It's like I'm not getting to know you if you're like preaching your saviors. I'm getting to know like what it's like to be a type, what it's like to have saviors.
Yeah, like what it's like. Like I feel like there's a. I don't know where to go.
So I'm not actually getting to know Dave. I'm just getting to know a type. If you're stuck in your type.
Well, that's the whole point of the system is to be like, I know for me, with Dave and Shan, like what they have talked to me about is like I remind them of one of their old friends, like so much that every time they talk to me, like I sound like him, I talk like him. They can't stop thinking about him when I'm with them, if I'm talking to them. So it's like, that's where like, yeah. So it's like, are you getting to know a type? It's like some cases, yes. Some cases you have the same ESFP Vanessa Liu coming through every other week, and it's like, I swear I've seen this girl before. It's an ESFP, like I've seen them before. And so sometimes you are getting to know a type, and like I feel like
But that's the thing when they're stuck in their type. But if they're able to move beyond their type, then you're actually getting to know the person.
Right. That's where the growth is. If someone has gotten outside of that default program, right?
I have a slightly different approach than that. When I'm getting to know people, I am mostly asking myself like what type of archetype they're playing right now, because I've typed so many people and I've mistyped. Like I typed one thing and Dave and Shan typed another thing so many times that I don't have trust in my typing abilities anymore. Probably I mistyped this person. Like that's what I think in my head. Like they look like or they act like this type, but probably it's wrong. So I just say like, okay, this person in this moment or in this period of their life, this is the archetype they're playing is the blaster archetype, or they're playing this archetype.
I see.
And that helps me more than just like trying to exactly type them. Okay, you are an ESFP and you are
Right.
right.
I get like 1-2 coins off a person, and like the archetype fits a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Even for myself, it's like I'm being the blaster right now. It's like it's situationally different for a lot of things.
Yeah, like.
But I like your approach. I like what you said, where it's like, if you're like me or Benjamin, we're like we have an ego about typing. Like we think we're good at typing. We could trust our typings. So when we do hear those thoughts, like we could trust those thoughts. But for you, it's like, oh, I don't have a trust in my typing ability. It's like, oh yeah, that would help you because you wouldn't be. Those thoughts would be like, they're probably wrong. Just get rid of them. Yeah.
Not they're probably wrong, get rid of them, but because I was so invested in typing and like every time I got it so off, my ego got hit, and then I'm like probably mistyped.
I mean, the last guy we typed, you completely changed on that one.
Yeah.
Without a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, but then like there were a couple of people in community, I've typed them, and after they got their type, I questioned the whole system. I thought it was all bullshit.
Yeah.
Like I had the like a single observer.
I mean, you also had it on yourself where they got you off.
Yes.
They put your last animal as your first, like your first animal as your last animal. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is like an individual experience with the thing, because like my individual experience is great because I can agree a lot with my type. I didn't have any I didn't push back at all on them. Like I was like, oh, I could see it. Like I had type twins I could look to, and I'm like, fuck, I don't want to. Like this type is. Yeah. Anyways, but who just joined?
Make sure it's not a troll.
Can you hold up?
Can you hold up 2 fingers? Yeah.
Oh, he did 3. He's better.
What? 2, 3?
Welcome. Nice to meet you.
Hey. So I'm. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Mr. Salt. I've been lurking for a while.
Oh, nice.
Mr. Salt. I had a feeling.
Yeah. I've been
So
wanting
you're
to
an
hop on.
INTJ.
So you're an INTJ?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we don't need to get to know you. We already know.
You got visually typed.
Exactly.
See,
no point talking anymore.
So yeah, I've been wanting to hop on one of these for quite some time, but it always corresponds with bad times at work. So
Yeah,
all the
it's
coworkers
never a
are
good
gone
time.
now. So
Never a good time.
yeah.
Great. Glad
you're
you were
here.
able to jump on.
You have a blast? You like to blast, Mr. Blaster?
Do I like to blast?
You want to weigh in on whatever we've been talking about? I don't even know what we've been talking about.
Me neither.
Well, there's quite a few different things I could bring up. I still didn't quite get to the bottom. So Dave, you were talking about the
unconscious. Yeah, that thing. Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah. So like the 4 parts specifically, is that part of the? I could have looked it up, but I don't want to do that. So
all right, I got the consume.
Is it
the real consume?
Yeah. But the what was the name of the effect again?
Dunning-Kruger effect. Dunning-Kruger effect.
Yeah, okay.
Basically, the stupider you are, the smarter you think you are.
Yes.
And then
So
the other
I'm
way
familiar
around.
with it.
Yeah.
But are those 4 like stages part of it as well?
Are they part of it?
I don't remember them being
How
a
are
part of
they
it last I remember. It's been like 5 years since I've looked into it, but
They seem to connect to it at least in some way.
They seem to make sense with it. Yeah. I don't think, honestly, maybe it's something else. Wait, look. What are the 4 stages of the Dunning-Kruger effect? Yeah, it's. I just looked it up. It's let me share my screen.
Oh.
So like I go here and then I just search it up and I scroll down a bit and then it says it right here. What are the 4 stages of the Dunning-Kruger effect? And they're all right here.
You just did a blast on how to consume. You just write it on Google and then you scroll
No,
down.
he always says he's doing a blast, but it's just more consume. It's really funny.
No, this is like how my brain thinks. Like that was the exact thought I was having.
I know exactly that. It's exactly what happens.
Well, yeah. So does that clarify, or like, I think it's good. Like I really like to think about this because I see the top of it and I see I see this one. I see
Bottom?
the conscious incompetence, where like you get into typing and then you realize like how bad you are at typing, how much there's out there that you don't know. And so that's that is like, yeah. And so if you're a guru, you're at the top. You're unconscious. If you're Dave Powers, that's.
Yeah.
He just sits down, watches the whole video. At the end of it, he just knows your type. He just does.
No, he plays video games while he types.
Yes, he doesn't even need to pay
he knows your
attention.
type, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what he says. He says just 5 minutes. He's just like, I watch your video for 5 minutes and then I'm done. I send you your typing results.
Can that be like a demon? Let's not think about it and put a term on it so we don't have to think about more.
Right.
But can that be like demon or like a specialization last, where you do a bad job and then you actually don't care that?
Could be.
Yeah.
Like you
could be consumed last because he's just blasting it out.
But like you're doing a bad job on something and then you're also telling like, well, I mistyped you, but who cares about typing? Like I paid you for it, so you better be good at it and you better.
Why does he not like his specialization? He doesn't like his expertise, his specialty. Yeah, I saw a Facebook post about that. Some guy was, Alexander.
Just missing your demons, whatever a demon it is.
Yeah, just saying like he doesn't respect his own expertise.
Not responsible for it.
Yeah, like it is. Like if I'm getting paid for something, I want to do it as best as possible, because if I do it wrong, then it's going to be known like, oh, you're someone who mistypes people left and right, and then I will be known for it. Why would I time
There's no
myself?
one checking them either. They are whatever they type is the right type.
There's no one above them, right? Not yet. There is something above them.
They will be, not yet. Till
Not yet.
Dave comes up. Yeah.
That's a good point you bring up. I've always wondered about that. Like, how do you get to the point of where like you can, because Dave and Chan have like a capitalization on, and I would say rightfully so, on what is the right type. But like, does it like when things progress to a higher level, do you just have like more people and then it becomes like more of like a, oh, well, 20 of us got this type and 20 of us got this type. So how do you like who becomes the, I guess, is it just like an open book, kind of like the scientific community, I guess, where you just come in and people have to disprove it, or who's the authority? Once if it
It's
comes
not
to like
scientific. Yeah, it's not scientific. There's no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why lasagna is an INTP.
It's still better than personality database.
It's better than other things, which is why we respect it a little bit more.
But I've seen people personally get wrong types, or go and get retyped and get completely different types.
Completely,
Yeah.
And they'll be like,
heard about
"Whoops."
a couple of those.
Like my mistyping is completely opposite animals, but at least same function stack. There was one girl who got typed like gamma quadra, but then she was actually alpha quadra, like completely opposite function.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, like, the info DOMs like to make a bigger deal about it than the energy DOMs, because the energy DOMs are just like, so what? Like, how does it affect you anyways? Like aren't you measuring your play and sleep together and making sure you're progressing in the right way? If it's bad advice, just don't take it. But for info DOMs, it's like, we're not doing that. Like, we're going off the info, and if the info is wrong, you fucked up my life.
To be honest, I also felt like it fucked up my life when I got mistyped, because I made decisions based on that information. Because I'm like, okay, I'm sleep last, I'm supposed to do these things, and I did those things, and it actually cost me 2 years. Yeah.
I feel a similar thing with myself, where I'm like, oh, I'm consume play blast, I'm the go-getter type, I'm the IP, I gotta be doing some cool stuff. And then like, oh wait, I'm a 4. Wait, that doesn't track. Like, that turns things. Now there's more. It's a big cognitive like dissonance there, but it's been, it's like I didn't get mistyped, but not having that there, like not. No, that's not my story. I just lied.
But I mean, my whole life, I always saw myself as savior sleep and seeing that as a problem, and doing more and more play to get out of it. And so then when they came around and typed me a savior play, it's like, what are you typing? For me, that's growth, and you're saying, no, I'm just stuck in my saviors. So what, what are you actually typing?
When I was like typing myself, like before I got typed, they were always like mentioning that when you do your demons, you wake up in a way and you call yourself, oh, I am doing my saviors, because like that is when you're like conscious, you are not in that sleep mode, like when you're doing your saviors. And I always felt when I'm doing play and when I'm doing consume that I am like awake. So that's how I typed my demons. I'm like, okay, I must be demon consume and I must be demon play. And like, because when I was actually doing the consume, I was like super hyper aware of that. And when I got consume demon and sleep demon again, I was like, okay, I typed something wrong. What is it? And then I got like retyped again, and I'm like, okay, I typed something wrong again. Like in both ways, it didn't match perfectly. So that's why I'm like leaving it open in a way.
So you're saying like your saviors are more unconscious and your demons are more conscious when you're doing them?
I'm just feeling that when I'm like when I'm in the blast and sleep mode, I'm not actually I don't feel awake, but when I'm actually doing play and consume, like I'm more awake. I do feel that.
I feel that too with play and consume. I think that's just play and consume.
Okay, maybe. Okay. But again, before, like when I was blaster, back when my blaster times, when I typed myself as like sleep first, and I was like, when I got typed blast, I'm like, okay, I mistyped myself. Why did I see OI, but why didn't I see DE? And when I got retyped as sleep first and blast last, I'm like, okay, now the saviors are right, but why didn't I see blast last? So with both of the types, it caused some dissonance within myself.
So were you typed blast, play, consume, sleep last?
Sleep last.
That's funny, because if I bring up my chart, that'd be your shadow.
Yes, exactly. That's my shadow.
You just got typed in your shadow. They saw it. They're like,
Yeah.
duh.
And
Yeah.
people typed me as masculine FE back then, so maybe it is actually my shadow type, like visual ESFJ or something.
Do you like yell at people a lot when you're angry?
I would shame them.
You shame them? Oh, I know. You masculine NF come after them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Benjamin, what's your last animal, quote unquote?
Sleep. Quote unquote.
Quote unquote.
That's really interesting because I haven't known your type. I haven't looked through your content extensively. I've kind of browsed around different stuff that you've made, and I got the feeling from there's like one piece of information at one point where I thought you were typed sleep last, but I haven't confirmed it all this time.
Right.
Which has been like a year and a half, 2 years that I've been kind of browsing your content on occasion. And I gotta say, like, I would say you almost seem blast last. You don't seem sleep last, but at the same time, I can also see that like it feels very contradictory where I'd almost say like sleep last does not feel like your last animal. Do you think that's just like old age, or I'm just not hooked up with you very well as far as like what your vibe is?
I mean, I also don't feel like that's the problem. I was forced to figure out how does this type make sense. And I'm like, okay, yeah, everyone's telling me I don't see it. I'm just the delusional one. Fine, I'm actually sleep last. So how do I make sense of this? And so I was like, okay, well, maybe it's the fact that like I want friends so much, and I'm like always wanting to be like connecting with people, and so that's my play. And then I was like, okay, resolved, fine. And then they come up with the social types, and I'm friends first. I'm like, so what's play? Like, yeah.
But then
and you think you're a number?
But then did you resolve it with, well, I must be info dominant? And then because I have a bigger swing with sleep and play.
So I was actually typed as last before I went to get typed. Like they had me typed as a YouTuber sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then like someone showed me on their doc, they're like, oh, I was your twin type. So here, look, this is what they put me as, you're blast last too. But then they discovered the info energy coin, and they're like, oh, he's info dom, so he can't be blast last. So let's just make him sleep last. And that was kind of how they made my type.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
When I was getting typed, like the first time around, it was a Skype call, and they was like explaining his
they don't do that
process.
anymore, yeah.
They was explaining his process with me, and he told me like, okay, blast play, and then I'm like, okay, is it consume last? And his reasoning is that you seem like a smart girl. I think you're sleep last. So the only reason he didn't type me as consume last was because
it's very sloppy. That's exactly what I saw when like some other bad typings or like retypings that were completely off. It's just like so sloppy. It's like, yeah, I'm in my pajamas and I see you also in your pajamas, so you're an energy dom just like me.
Yeah, you like cozy things. You're an energy dom.
Yeah.
You stick up. You sit with a stick up your ass. You must be info dominant. What?
Yeah.
I feel like
another thing I was trying to resolve for my personal type was, okay, I'm not NT last, so maybe like the last animal is just the sleep. Like maybe I'm sleep last, but because I'm double observing, so
you're double observing, and it's like also your sleep. So it's like you're building your NT. So I feel like it gets really complex over time.
Right. And then the other thing is like, okay, what's my life pile? Like, look at my channel. What's my channel life pile? Is it, lack of sleep? Is it too much play? No.
It's a lot of OE. Just random other stuff in the world.
Is that what you're seeing? Random OE?
I feel like, to me, almost everything is random OE. Like.
No, but there's like some religion videos, some like current events, some typology, some interviews, now live streams.
You're doing a bit of everything. Yeah,
there's a bit of everything.
Yeah, what you're doing is not what I would be doing. I wouldn't be like just like weird random crap. I'd be like, what's the system and like the topic that I'd be covering consistently.
Yeah, you
Like-
could have like lectures.
Naturally started.
I have
Yeah,
not the lecture, but like I have a YouTube channel and every video is just me typing someone.
Right.
So yeah, it's the same concept.
Yeah. It's just my DI. That's all I'm doing. It's not.
Just whatever he wants to do. Yeah.
Yeah. But you do like to me, I feel like what I would look at is just from my stupid perspective. I feel like you output content at like a consistent rate, where I would say like the Blast wouldn't be able to. They would struggle to output in such a consistent manner, like especially looking through your history, but it also feels more, you're like outputting semi consistently, but like it does filter through that like self stuff, like whatever you're interested in.
I will push back on that because we have someone else in the community. His name is Rob, and he got that as Blast Last. And when I was like talking to him, when I got retyped, he told me like, how do you put up so much content with being Blast Last? Like I had another YouTube channel and I was posting videos every week, like sometimes twice a week. And the explanation for that was because I was a blaster. But actually it wasn't.
Yeah, but are you is it like just Blast Last videos, or were you type somebody, or are you actually editing and doing the
No, I
refining?
was editing it all.
You were? I haven't seen your channel. Is it still up?
I deleted the old one. I had like a lot of videos on that one, but I deleted that one.
But you would edit them and do the blast.
Yeah, I would.
That way she can talk about it and lie about the SE and no one can catch her.
I know. Like I don't know if I need it's the proof.
Yeah, that's I think that's good pushback, and that helps me kind of clarify my thinking here. To me, I feel like Benjamin's content feels more produced. That's what I'd say. It's not like the amount, like the volume, but it feels like he puts slides and things in there.
Yeah, he reads off those slides. He just reads them off.
But I feel like, I don't know, maybe he's super quick at making the slides. But
it's a good observation. Sorry to interrupt, but it's a Claire observation. Claire made the observation, so yeah. That's why it works.
You see how TI is sassy? I'm telling you.
I'm telling you.
Also, so you think you're a social type 4, Benjamin?
That's what. Yeah, they agreed with me about that. Is a 4.
No, I would have thought 3.
I do have specialized.
Yeah, if on these, I feel like being on the Hangouts with Benjamin long enough, I could say he's a 4. I could say like. Yeah. It's what makes these hangouts kind of fun. Is we have 2 4s, just 2 IPs, just being so uncomfortable with everything.
I will say, I feel like
I get uncomfortable literally like every other time someone says something, I'm like, oh god, it's so uncomfortable.
I feel like
where I live.
Your vibe is chill.
That's where I live. Yeah. I was thinking about the YouTubers. Like, there's a lot of YouTubers that are Blast Last and produce a lot, and do like, and I'm like, is it number 1? Is it number because like Andrew Huberman and like Dan Martell and Chris Williamson's. He's Sleep Blast. But
I'll tell you what happens is like you can't stop the consume until you blast it. Like if you get stuck in the consume loop of like making it better and making better, as soon as you blast it, you can like move on to something else. You can let it go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, what is your social type? So we don't have to get to know you.
Yeah. Also, I want to say like what you guys are saying about the community and like the just. I hate the OPS community. I hate the personality community. This is like the only exposure I've ever had. I just kind of lurk everywhere. I've been lurking in the community. Like Rob, I know of Rob. I know of Kendrick. I've been around. I don't get involved at all because everybody in the community is like, it's like the most toxic,
fucking
gaslighting. Yeah, I hate it.
Right. Yeah. Narcissism and gaslighting is real.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is your
that's
social
why I
type?
So I actually don't know. I would, funnily enough, coincidentally enough, I actually was emailing Dave back and forth, and he, I didn't even say anything about it. He was like, "Oh, send me your typing video so I can find out your social type." I just brought it up that I didn't know it. I would lean pretty heavily towards 1, but I'm just keeping like 3 in the back pocket. So because like it could be, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I'd say probably 1 because I feel the DE obligation to like hang out with people right now, but it's like this will be the only time I'll want to hang out with people for like the full month, and otherwise I feel like
Are you
people
scared of the
just bothering me.
the gaslighting in the community? You're scared of the gaslight. I like it. I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna be that toxic guy. I'm gonna go gaslight people all day. That's gonna be me. I'm the number 4. I'm like, whatever. Like, this is just friend energy. You gotta like mess with the people, you know. But like, I don't understand that. Like, I understand the other side of it. It's like, yes, it's annoying. Obviously, like, it's a label, and then people have a mathematical thing of the problems that you should fix in your life. So what Sadet's saying, you don't need to get to know people. It's like, I have your type, and it's worse with visual typing. Where I'm like, this guy looks like an INTJ, and then Benjamin asks you, so you're an INTJ? Like, oh, you got him. So are you the consume last or?
Yep.
Consume last. Okay.
Supposedly.
I was picking up on that, yeah, because I was like wanting to hear you talk, but then we kept talking a lot, and so I was like really paying attention to what you were saying, and like if a few times in, it's always like, so I didn't really do the consume, but anyways, like you said that you did like a couple of times, like it's just a funny pattern. I'm like, what's happening here? This is demon consume.
Yeah. I'd rather just bother the tribe to give me the consume. That's why I get good friends around me that are consumers.
I know. I have this friend that does that. Like he does it. He's a consume last. He's been on here, and like how he does coding is that he's an INFJ, and he just does sleep last play. He just knows how to like talk to people. He just doesn't want to learn any of the coding for himself. He just talks to other people.
In my defense, I've been learning Excel sheet like automation for the last like 6 months, and I've been exclusively looking at Google and YouTube videos. So
nice. Growth, man, growth.
Just
Look at you go.
the only tool you need is record macro, and then you can do it all yourself.
What's that?
The only tool you need is the record macro button, and then it'll just do everything. It'll show you how to code stuff.
Record macro.
Yeah.
Chat GPT.
You don't know about the record macro? Am I like surprising your consume here?
No. I know what you're talking about. I'm confused, like what you're getting at with the record macro.
Yeah, that's all you need to do to learn how to program Excel.
In Microsoft Excel, you can record a macro to automate repetitive tasks by using a macro recorder to record steps.
Okay, well, I'm making Excel sheets that other people could use that don't need to know how to record macros and such. So
no, so like if you want to program buttons, then you just do you hit record macro, you do what you want the button to do, then you stop recording, and then you look at your macro and you're like, oh, that's how you code that.
You see, this is double observing.
It's double observing.
No. I'm trying. Wait,
you know what a
so
you know what a macro is by itself, like just
yeah.
How
So the macro is just the macro is automation of like keyboard and mouse movements. Yeah.
No, macro is just it's a program. It's just like a little program
that like it will run. But like for
In
this
VBA.
case, it's going to be like moving your mouse and your whatever. But like it could be typing stuff and whatnot.
I was thinking you were talking about like macro in general, like and not specifically in Excel. Wouldn't a macro just be recording keyboard keyboard typing?
I thought you were talking about you were learning how to do macros in Excel and how to do programming.
Yeah, I was, and I thought you were talking about macros in general. But yes, macros
No.
specifically in Excel. So if I use a macro, then it spits out the like. You guys are embarrassing me now. I'm kidding.
Welcome to the stream.
So if I record the macro, then that spits out the code for how to do whatever I recorded the macro for. That's what it sounded like you're saying.
No,
Am I
okay.
getting that right?
So the macro is the code, and you can run the code as much as you want in the macro. You can call whatever macro you want. You can use buttons to call macros, right? Macro is just code. But you can record macros. You can record code by hitting the record button, doing stuff in Excel, and it records everything you do in Excel as if you were programming it. And then you hit stop record.
So then it spits it out into VBA is what you're saying.
Right, spits it out into VBA. So if you run it, it'll just do everything you just did again, all over again.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I did that. Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, that's like the most powerful learning tool I think in Excel is you just record the macro and see what it does.
So I read a couple of things that I haven't got that far in the consume yet, because I was like, I'm learning the formulas first, and then I was going to move on to the VBA. So I'm getting there. But I have heard. I
see this pattern with your NT. You're projecting ahead what you're going to learn. Like, you could do that with math classes. You could look like a couple of math classes ahead. So you're like your NI planning. Like, I'm going to learn this thing, and you can see you can see the count. You start watching the YouTube videos, and like they're like, here's my trip on how to learn this, and then like you do this. You're like, oh, I'm not there yet. I need to get the sensory here, and then get the
So
sensory here.
you learn what you're going to learn before you learn.
Yeah.
What you learned.
Yeah.
You learn what you're gonna learn before you learn it. It's a learning process.
Yeah. You plan out the learning. Yes, 100%.
Well, it's like a school semester. Like everything that on the final exam. Like, I wish I could just see the final exam on the first day of school. Like, why not?
No, not that much.
Jump to the end.
You cannot see the final exam from the first day. That's not happening.
Half of the questions are like, do you know this or not? It's like sometimes it's that SI, where it's like, okay, I could take 2 seconds to study that and then have it memorized for the test.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Feel free to talk over Dave, Chris.
Yeah, I talk over other people, so you can talk over me. It's okay.
Yeah, I said feel free to just talk over Dave.
It's hard for me because like my brain is like processing in the background. Like, is there stream lag? Is my audio like? There's this weird crap going on in the back of my head where I have a hard time like bulldozing.
No, Dave's just not paying attention to the tribe.
Sorry, guys.
It's just IP.
It's all good.
I'm just being awesome today. What are you doing?
Same. But in school, I would actually go through and I would sometimes I was homeschooled, and I would go and I would read ahead. Like, if I didn't want to do the actual work, I would just sit there and I just like look ahead to get like the low level consume of like what's all coming up, so it wouldn't surprise me, and I would like pay attention to like what are the days that are going to be hard and that I'm going to hate, and then like
for homeschool,
kind of like look ahead. What's that?
For homeschool, you did this?
Yeah, I was homeschooled.
Who is your teacher?
Basically me. My mom had 4 other kids to worry about, so.
So you were planning ahead which ones of your lessons were going to be harder to teach yourself?
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
So my mom would step in when I asked her for help specifically, and she would grade my work. So I wasn't just like doing my own thing.
And how old were you? Until how old? Just up until today.
What's up?
Like, how long were you homeschooled? Just from when?
Oh, well, up through when I was done with is primary school the word I'm looking for? Just high school, whatever, through the regular school years.
Yeah, I don't know if I know how homeschooling works. Like, I actually don't know the ST on that.
It really depends. There's a lot of different variants of homeschooling. There's homeschooling called I like school my kids, but they actually just don't even do anything, and those are the really stupid people that you find.
Right. There's those.
And then I don't know. There are other categories, I don't know them, but yeah.
What category are you in? You're not in that one. Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm in the category called I did my own school and taught myself, pretty much.
Wow. Yeah.
What is the reason for it?
For demon consume.
What's that?
What's the reason for homeschooling?
The reason for homeschooling, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and my dad was a pastor, so I came from like a conservative Protestant Christian upbringing, and that's actually pretty common for that kind of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they wouldn't. So the reason for, like, not just for you specifically, for the general reason is that they don't want kids to be taught certain things in school, therefore they remove the kid from the school, type of thing?
Part of it, yeah. There's probably a lot of different reasons I don't really know, but yeah, like evolution bad kind of stuff, yeah.
So yeah, it is homeschooled, but there is like a system in it still.
Like for an exam that he needs to take.
Because like, I understand.
On, Dave?
No, because I understand like the homeschooling thing. and like it's tied with the religious thing. Like it's a very common thing. Like I have a few examples of that in my life of people I know that are like that. So I'm like questioning like where do they get the consume? Where do they actually get the knowledge? If it's like if they're in the same box, if they're in the same house, right? But there's still some sort of system that you're still learning from. That like you're
standardized tests that you had to pass.
Yeah, like do those exist in homeschool at all? Like how do those work? You still have to pass.
So I think technically, specifically, I'm in the. I still live here, but I did school in the state of Nebraska. As far as they were concerned, I think my mom literally would give like her own, which is like a super sketchy system, but she would give her own like end of the semester grading essentially that she did on me and send it into the state.
Mm.
So it's like
I'm saying what does the state want? What does the state want from you?
I think the state just wants that.
To grade him
Yeah.
good.
They're just like,
pretty
oh,
much.
they're learning. Check. Yeah, then check.
Yep. For real.
Oh,
so like that's why I know of and knew a family that was like homeschooled, but they basically don't even ever do any school. Like they can barely even write when they're like 12 and stuff like that. Like super sketchy, weird, pretty sad. But yeah.
I did homeschooling, like not even homeschooling, we call it like correspondence schooling in high school. Not all of it, but just the last year of it. And I was doing the exact same thing. Like I was teaching myself the material, but I always taught myself the material. So like I basically did what you did, but specifically to study for national exams that we have to take to get into university. So I was alongside with that, I was also teaching myself other lessons. But the reason why I chose it, I did it voluntarily, but obviously your parents need to sign to school. That's why you're being taken away from the high school. But I did it so I can like have my own plan, have my own program to study for national exams because high school was not going to prepare me for that.
Do you have to do SATs, Christopher?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
No SATs, ACTs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which is fine by me. I hated school. So.
See, what we're trying to do is
you didn't go to school.
I hated the school that I did.
Oh, see, like we went, like we're trying to like jump. We're trying to get to know Christopher. We're trying to get to know Christopher, right? Because we're like, oh, sure, we have his type, but then like his upbringing is so different from my own. It's like, yeah, Benjamin, he went to this like mess hall where it was super strict. They had like it was silence. You had like you had to wait until they allow you to sit. You had to ask for food. You had to like tap the person next to you, and then they had to tap the person next to them, and the next person them. So all these like rules. That's like, I never had something like that. I wonder, like, like that's like put into my imagination now, where it's like, this. I don't know where it leads, but it's a piece of information. It's a part of the puzzle. Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of school is that, Benjamin?
No, it definitely is a part of the puzzle because I was always getting in trouble for doing things too slow or not. Like it really forced me to do a lot of things. Like
you got pushed outside of your comfort zone, and
right,
like everyone has these.
Like
everybody has these experiences where it's like
right, yeah.
Where?
But I don't know what was particularly harder for me, and I was always finding these shortcuts. Like,
oh yeah.
You needed to fold your shirts like 18 centimeters by 30 centimeters and have them all in a stack perfectly. And then they would count them every day to make sure you were wearing them. But I would like just take the clean ones and put them in my laundry thing. And then I could, at the end of the week when I got the laundry back, I could pull them all out and then have like this, like I'd have shortcuts like that where it would be nicely folded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, but
or like
kind of
you'd have to have perfect 45-degree angles on your bed and 30 centimeters and 30 centimeters is like the folds. And so anyways, I would just not like unfold my bed at night. I would sleep on top of my sheets and it would make things like way shorter in the morning. But if they caught you, you got in trouble. But I'd had this extra blanket to make it look like I was sleeping in my bed. I know, weird stuff like that.
So
okay,
good.
but
Sounds like the military.
Is this?
It's called Robert Land Academy in Wellington, Ontario. It's not as bad as it was.
I will actually consume this. Wait.
We went over it earlier this stream.
Really, I missed it. Wait. Because this is so weird. Like what? Why?
Yeah, it's just a super strict military school, right?
Military school, like
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna do that if you weren't.
So under the Education Act, here's the law, right? Under the Education Act in Canada, if a student is behaving out of control, you're allowed to restrain them. So there, if you weren't standing at attention perfectly and or whatever you did there, like under the Education Act, they were allowed to restrain you. So that was like the final punishment, was restraining you in like a headlock or something that really hurt.
Okay, what was it? Can you say the name again?
Robert Land Academy.
Robert Land.
And were you born in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're all looking this up now.
Yeah.
We could
Yeah.
just.
In Welland Port, Ontario. They don't, and the funny thing is, like, they don't have a fence there keeping the students in or trapped in. It was just like in the middle of nowhere. So
Like
every
if
so
you
often,
run away, you
yeah,
can't
if
go.
you can't go anywhere. And when you get back, you get super punished. Anyways.
Yeah.
Dude, Binyamin was like a 2-hour flight from me. This is crazy.
So I got in super big trouble, and it like painted me bad for the entire year. At like the very beginning, we were out on a run as recruits, and so like they would wake you up at like, I don't know, 2 a.m., 4 a.m., whatever, to do runs. And I was just so tired. I was just like, I'm gonna like fall asleep right here, and like, I don't know. I like fell in a ditch on purpose, and then let everyone run by me, and I was able to get some sleep. And then I walked back, and I was like, oh, I passed out. And they're like, they didn't buy it. I just had laps the rest of the year and eating outside and digging ditches and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were in another school, but you were sent here because you were not following the rules. So to punish you, they sent you here.
To punish me, I was sent there. Yes, something like that.
It is it feels like a punishment. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your parents did that, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Thanks.
some good parenting.
Because everybody else there is saying like it was better in prison when like.
Yeah, that's one argument I couldn't take part in. I didn't know what it was like to be in prison, but
I didn't know what it was like. To
they
be in
all said,
military
at least
school.
in prison, we got this. At least in prison.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The first like recommendation here is from a parent. It's saying my son reevaluated his attitudes towards his family and his mother and his home. And I'm just like, I don't know if the parent should be the one saying how great it is. You should have the students doing that, you know?
They won't put any bad press there. When I was there, 2 kids died because they tried to run away and they got hit by a train.
What?
Whoa.
The year I was there, yeah.
How do you get hit by a train? They must have been dumb.
At the same time, like
Bless their soul.
They both got like one guy wasn't like, no, you're not gonna make it. Like both of them were like, we gotta go.
They suspected that one guy got stuck and the other one was trying to pull him out, and they both got hit.
Oh, that's why you put on your oxygen mask first.
But like, I mean, it makes sense. Like, you'd run away and you would follow the train tracks. No one would be able to drive.
Oh,
up on you.
they had to follow the train tracks. I see. That makes more sense.
Okay, I'm just thinking like you can see trains coming from you can hear them coming from so far away. How do you get stuck on the track?
Oh, have you seen that old movie? Oh my gosh, the
Stop being
guys.
an SC kid, I'm telling you.
You know that movie like where it's like the four kids, they want to go see a dead body and they have to go walk, like they go walk like a day or in a night. What was it called? So good.
The Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, it was 2 or 3 days. So like, if they're walking along the train tracks, you also sleep next to the train tracks. I don't know.
Yeah, they all they had to do was follow the train tracks, and they had to go across a bridge, and like that's when the train came. So it was like an intense scene because right when they were crossing the bridge, the train was like, oh shit, they had to they barely made it. But not to spoil it, but it's an older movie. I think. It's
And
in the
they
80s.
died.
No, they survived. But it's just like a chill movie of these 4 kids just going on a trip. It's not even about the destination.
Okay.
Journey. I'm trying to remember the name of it, but I forget.
One of the times I was in. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say that reminds me of Mr. Ballin. If you guys are familiar with his channel, there's a video of there's like I cannot remember the state or like the city, but there's some kind of a weird, stupid urban legend around this like train track in an area, and this I think it was a dude and his wife went on the track, and it was like a bridge for like it had to have been like a quarter mile or something like that, but don't quote me on the
You reminded me a lot of Linus Tech Tips, by the way.
Oh,
Linus
yeah,
Tech Tip?
that
Yeah.
makes sense. But they were on the bridge. I'll get back to that statement. They're on the bridge, and then the train started coming like when they're in the middle, and they had to like hang on the side. And I think the wife, like fell off and died or something like that. So they were going to go find this spooky urban legend, and instead they got trained.
Have you guys seen this? Stand By Me?
I was just going to say I found the name, but okay.
What do you guys? What are their types? What do you think?
Good
they
job
are?
today.
Oh look, it's some of their older.
And one of them dies.
So this guy, what are these types? This guy's like the ENTP, right? And then I don't know their types. I can't visually type these kids. But here's a train scene. Let me show you that.
I find visual typing to be like impossible myself.
Bum bum bum. So yeah, they're running. They got to run on this. He's trying to help him up on this. They're on this bridge.
I would jump.
Yeah.
Is there water underneath?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just jump.
There's water. Yeah.
Jump
They
and swim.
could have jumped. Anyways, really good movie I saw recently. It's really old.
So, going back to Ben's comment, what reminds you of me words? Linus Tech Tips. What?
Oh,
what's
Linus
the
Tech
reminder
Tips.
or the-
Let me go look him up.
Just the way you talk and look and
Mannerisms.
yeah, mannerisms.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say you're not an INTJ.
Yeah.
Would you say I'm not an INTJ?
So you're not.
I don't know. I don't know what your type is today, to be honest.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's fine. At least you're honest.
But Mo sounds rightish.
Okay.
Intuition sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it takes more time. I'm curious what you guys would have to say. I feel like it takes more time to type like OI people because I feel like you need to wait for like the OI to keep on happening.
I agree, yeah.
Whereas the OE is like you're like ironically in their OE-ness, they're doing the same thing continuously where they're like channel changing and changing like
OE are the most predictable for sure.
Yeah.
They're only thinking about 2 moves ahead in chess. They're not thinking that many moves ahead. So they're very predictable.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the IPs I don't think are predictable, just like the EP specifically. Because IPs I feel like
they hide.
Yeah. Yeah,
You never
very
know
much
who
so.
they are. Yeah.
Yep.
Are the IPs hardest to predict because they're hiding? Or they're easiest to predict because we know they're going to come out?
Wait,
It depends on the IP so much, you know. There are so many different variations.
Even if you predict them, you still don't know who they are.
Which is sad, very sad.
Yeah, I feel like IPs are probably the hardest to type. And I feel like IPs are the people I like spending the most time with, which is a little interesting.
Because, yeah, that's what I said earlier, but I don't want to repeat it. It's too hard for me to hear.
I won't repeat it, but let me just repeat for a second.
What? You're going to say it?
No, is this school free?
No, not at all. No.
Mm.
I think OEs are really easy to type.
Why are you thinking
If
of
it's
O
like-
there?
Yeah, I think I would fit
wanna-
right in.
I was in like discipline once, and there was like a 10-year-old there who stole a car and tried to drive away.
10?
Yeah.
All right.
He was like, it was easy. They all leave the the keys on the it's in Hicktown, so like they all leave the keys on their whatever.
All the
thing.
doors are unlocked.
All the doors are unlocked, and the keys are just in the truck. So he
So it's
took
not
a truck with
stealing,
it.
it's just using the key.
Well, it's stealing. It's not
Yeah,
permission.
but like when
Yeah.
when I think of like stealing, I just thought like maybe he actually went there and like grabbed it from their hand and like took the car
Right.
and just not
Like he was
that.
like a beefy 10-year-old. Like he was strong and fast. Like he could
Yeah.
really rob the adults and run away.
Yeah. Or pickpocketing something. I don't know.
It's not free. It's $68,000
Today.
Is that for 4 semesters or 8 semesters?
No, for a year probably.
68,000 for a year?
Yeah.
Does that
probably
include like that includes living?
Yeah.
Right, because
The
you eat there.
registration
Yeah.
fee is
And
3,000.
teachers.
International student fee is 8,000. Bam, that's too much.
Oh, and they had a therapist or psychiatrist or whatever who would like get all of your secrets and then tell your parents everything you learned from you.
That's horrible. The opposite of patient confidentiality.
And the first conversation he always talked to you about was getting molested. He always wanted to know if you were molested and know all the details.
That is,
I would just tell him I love my parents, and then he would go tell them that. If I knew the system like you did.
If I get out of the
you
school,
can
I will be
manipulate
such a good kid, but I don't know how to communicate this to my parents. So, you know. I remember reading a book about a kid in like Nazi Germany who was sent in like school like this, that they were super disciplined. And I remember I was like, oh, I wish I was sent to something like this. So now
I refuse to iron any shirts anymore. I will not iron my shirts.
You ironed. You got traumatized with the irons.
But now,
Well, because like now that I know how to perfectly iron your shirts and make sure it's just so much work. Like make sure your sleeves are completely straight at the edge. And
I really try to get in on that SI, and I know it's so hard. I literally gave up ironing too.
And then the way you put the all of the hangers in your closet had to be equidistant from each other, and like the sleeve had to fold over the next one, so it all like looked like tapered. Yeah.
I couldn't care less about it.
And if you messed up one thing in your locker, they would throw the whole locker down and make you do it all over again.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah.
In the book that I was reading, like they would come to their I think they wouldn't do this to you, but they would come to their beds and wake them up at like 3 a.m. and be like, get up, it's time to shower. And they would all go to shower and they would get ready and like, okay, what are we doing? It's like 4 a.m. Go back to bed, what are you doing? And then they would go back to bed just to fuck with them. So
yeah.
That is, but it taught them discipline, and discipline matters.
It matters, yeah.
Is it ever like a little bit too much? Is it like the?
Is it talking about? Is it ever not?
I'm talking about like what I'm picturing is the Andrew like Tate alpha male fake, like those camps. Or like
okay.
I'm getting a little of this similar vibe where it's just like even like the buds, like the Navy SEAL thing, a little bit of that where it's like it's not even about. Is it about identity? Is it about trying to be the most ideal person?
No, it's about what you talked about, the now unconscious competence. They're putting it on your unconscious competence. Now you're like super disciplined and you don't even think about it.
Right.
You wake up, you fold your clothes, you do your bed, you just go get a shower in 5 minutes and you're out the door and get the thing done. So.
I know. I like that's so true. Like when I'm there, but then the second I go home and I'm done, I'm like back into my old routines.
That's why they drill that to your brain for like a decade, and then you are a perfect machine.
Yeah, childhood trauma, like that's where we all reside. Like our types don't matter. It's like whatever our childhood trauma was, like growing up.
But I mean, the type of
the
type of trauma you get is based on your type too.
Exactly.
Yeah, and how you look at it, because
Yeah, that's what I found. I found the trauma just feeds into type.
There was a Scooby-Doo movie where they were brainwashing them, I don't know if you guys watched that, but they were just it was like a summer camp type of thing, and they were taking everyone and they were brainwashing them, and they were all like becoming from EPs to IJs, whoever went to that thing. And I was like, and they were trying to find who was doing the brainwashing. And I was watching that movie, like I was really young. I was like, that's actually a good thing. But now everyone is I didn't see anything wrong with the brainwashing when I was watching that movie. So
The brainwashing. You mean like the Darren Brown brainwashing? Like they would.
no, they were.
What were
Yeah,
they
they were
doing?
making the people watch stuff, and then they were becoming like an ICJ, like super, like fold your
Yeah.
clothes.
Yeah. It's like whatever you
Let me
consume, it
find
just
the
like
movie.
internalizes in your brain. Like you become that. You start updating to that identity. So like you can change it by consuming other stuff.
I don't know. Can you see this? I have a ring from when I was there, just lying here. It's kind of weird.
Ring. Come on, focus.
Come on.
Focus.
No, it doesn't focus.
Try
though.
to like put your do this.
Yeah,
if you can.
put it on your. Yeah.
I don't know.
You gotta like put it behind your palm.
And then put it on your palm like that.
Gotta make me big. There you go.
Oh, there we go. Robert
Robert
Land
Academy.
Academy. Wow. And if you had to wear that ring at all times, or else that
No. They
Have you
convinced
survived
your
the
parents to buy it for you. It's like, am I ever gonna wear this ring outside of school?
that's
That I was proud that I went to this place.
That's your trauma, right? Oh
Yeah, it's my trauma ring.
Yeah. I
You
feel
know
like
what
growing up,
traumatized
like
me? Okay.
sorry,
What?
the growing up
What
thing.
traumatized you, Sunette?
Sorry, let's let that take it.
My trauma was the SE. Basically, we would change cities every 2 to 3 years, and we would move to another city, and I would have to get to know another another school, another set of people, and I would get used to them. And in third year, we would move again, repeat the cycle. And after a certain point, I remember thinking, I will never make friends. I will never get along with anyone. We will just move from this city anyway. I can be as asshole and as nasty as I want to be. And then like the pattern continues. Like I'm 25 now and I will be 26 in 7 days, and I still repeat the pattern. It's a trauma. Like I have to rewire my brain.
And you are still moving. You went to Italy for some reason.
Yeah. And I am thinking now there's like one more year that I will I have to be in Bologna. I'm already planning on where to move next.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to stay here. You see?
I thought we were talking about your trauma. Now we're talking about you moving.
No, but
That is her trauma.
Your trauma
That is my
is the
trauma.
move.
Yeah, she's an observer, dude.
I'm scared of moving. Because you gotta go meet new
But
people.
are you traumatized by it?
Not being able to connect with people, to be settled in one place, you know? I'm just gonna move, and I didn't get along with these people. I will move again. And if somebody pisses me off, I will just block them and just forget about them. And you see? But I was thinking I would be way more healthy person. Again, this is my favorite. But if I was just born in one city and I lived there for 25 years, and then I would be maybe more stable mentally. But probably to an OE kid, this lifestyle, this nomad lifestyle would fit more maybe. I don't know. It would depend.
I hate moving too. Hate it.
Somewhat, yeah. I feel a lot of people I know, like, or like the specialists, we want to like, a lot of them want to sit down in the state where I grew up and live with their families, kind of like live here. Like it's like, you know, you want to get out. You want to get out.
Yeah, I don't have attachment to a place or certain people, and
Yeah.
It didn't. Was it like? Yeah, I don't.
I don't either, but I still, even if I didn't have an attachment, I don't want to move.
Yeah.
Do you find it controlling a bit, like OPS type in typing? People don't like want to put people in boxes, right? And I feel like where you grew up or your childhood trauma or whatever, like Like that's a box. I feel like that's a you got trapped. You had no choice in that. Like that I feel like you could also there's something like it's like yes, you don't want to put people in typing boxes. That's very true. You don't want to do that. But also like there's also boxes for the other parts of your life. And it's more like instead of boxing someone in, you're giving them a box and other boxes and you're like stacking these boxes. Like now you have
Does that seem bad to you, Christopher? To be stuck in a box?
Like literally, or what? What do you mean?
Whatever Dave was saying just there.
What you're saying, like, the personality is toxic, the gaslight, they think you're one type, they don't really want to get to know you, so they put this label on you, and it's like done. You don't get to know the person, right? And so what you're missing from the person is the childhood trauma part, but I also think that's a box, because when I'm talking with Benjamin now, I'm thinking like, oh yeah, he had that trauma because it was this. He's like this because of this, or like, obviously there's different boxes, there's different parts, and my OE wants to see them all. But like for now, it's like even the childhood trauma is a different box, like a different like growing.
If it's a trauma, it's a box. As soon as it's not a trauma anymore, and as soon as you heal from it, it's no longer a box.
And I think it's coming from the fact that you like had no choice in it. Like we're talking about our traumas, like we did not want. No one is choosing to go through the trauma. No one is choosing that. It's like we had no choice in it, so it's also a box.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like the more you know, like what people went through, you understand them better, you know. So yeah, it is a box, but I think it's not the same box as typology box.
I think the box is like a bigger box.
It's the size matters.
I'm trying to figure out my kinesthetics here, okay, guys?
Okay, wait.
Trying to figure out like how big is like so
this box is a pretty small, for example.
Like that box is like observer decider.
I won't fit in there, no.
No.
You get multiple boxes. You get like all these different boxes. Because like I don't want to be trapped in just one box. That would be horrible.
You want to be boxed in multiple.
I want to be able to jump between boxes and like a cat. You know, they love boxes. That's.
I think you completely missed the point.
You're Garfield. That's it. A Garfield ITP.
I want to. Every box has lasagna in the box.
Yeah.
Some have corn lasagnas. Some have ice cream on lasagna. Like there's all these
corn
different
lasagna. What ice cream lasagna? What?
Yeah, you like have corn on lasagna, right?
No.
You don't put corn on lasagna?
No, you don't do that.
No corn lasagnas.
Do you put pineapple on the lasagna?
You put pineapple on lasagna all the time. Pineapple lasagna.
Pineapple is the best, man.
It really is. I love pineapple.
You should eat some.
I eat it until it hurts my mouth.
I will. I love it. Anytime.
So to pull back to what Ben was asking me, you're asking whether I didn't like being put in a box, like the OP community putting me in a box.
Mm-hmm.
No, Dave was more talking about when you're moving or when you're not moving, you're being put in a box or something like that.
Or like I see people thinking it's a single box.
I can't deny what he's talking about.
No, here's the NI. I see people thinking that the type is a single box when there's a lot of different ways to look at the type. Like you could put someone in the box of INTJ, that's a box. You could put someone in the box of NT, that's a box. You could put someone in the type of double feminine, that's a box. Or sleep left. Like you have all these boxes. Why is it just I don't want to put someone in one box? Like
it's like a resolution thing. You can
boxes and then you are good to go.
Yeah, double observing. You gotta I think I'm just double observing. That's all I'm trying to say. Is like stop looking at it one way, guys. Look at it multiple ways. And I'm just saying boxes to like as different ways to look at something.
I don't see how we were looking at it in one way though. Like I don't know.
No, it's not you. It's like it's.
Coming from the community. I see.
It's coming from like the damn tribe.
I think what's like. I think
what's the difference?
It's because they're here. Lauren's got it.
What's the difference between an NE box and an NI box?
NE boxes have corn lasagnas.
Are apparently bigger.
NI's got bigger boxes. NI's got
different size boxes.
So listen, there's a part in my like identity in my reality that like there's corn lasagnas. There's a box for corn lasagnas. I'm boxed in.
That's your identity.
But then there's also like observer decider box, and then there's like this. I don't have anything processed, but like there's these boxes.
No shit.
No kidding. No kidding.
I don't just make shit up on the fly ever. I just always say something I've thought about
Hey,
before.
hey. So, are any of you familiar with left brain, right brain kind of garbage?
Yeah.
Is right brain the
Garbage,
left brain's
I like the
creative
garbage
one?
edition.
Yeah.
Was like left
what's
brain the math and right brain
It's
like
supposed to
the
be like right brain is like
imagination?
one is like NT, one is NF.
Left brain
one
is
ST.
language, right brain is non-lingual, or something like that too.
Yeah, they're so interestingly, I was listening to, I was kind of trying to track down a couple of different interviews with it's Ian, I want to say like McGillicuddy or something like that. I'm not quite sure how you say the last name, but like Jordan Peterson did an interview with them. Alex O'Connor did one recently, and he had a couple of stuff. I was actually reading one of his like a research paper or something like that. I don't know. I found it online. Don't know what it was. But I was reading it, and he goes through like the left brain, right brain, and he tries to do it. From what I understand, he goes through it, and like it seems like kind of his goal is partially to dispel like there's like the really old left brain, right brain model from like the early late 1800s, from what I understand, and he goes through and like tries to put nuance on it to what we understand about the left brain and the right brain. And he seems to be, I'd be curious to find his type, but I happen to agree with him on this point. He seems to be saying like we basically all need to turn into more, I think it would be right brain people, which is like the like openness factor kind of is what I would summarize it as, I guess. But we all have a tendency towards like the left brain, which is having the answer, I guess. And I'd be curious how to like extrapolate that out and see if it's just his like type talking or if there's like validity to what he's saying. But I'm wrapping all this up into the point of like people using the OPS community, and it feels like what I would describe, even if it's not a real factor, it's just another way to kind of describe it, of the like quick, lazy thinking of where we want to like get to an answer very, very quickly. And I think that's just like a human thing where we want like we all have some degree of stability within us, and we want to like put that onto the world.
We gotta solve some other problems, so let's just quickly solve this one and go to the next one.
So the idea of like nuance, of finding nuance, always takes time, and
patience. So
time and patience to find the nuance. And
I know.
I think we have that time and patience, especially in our saviors, but in our demons we don't. And so, or wherever we're imbalanced, we don't have nuance, basically. And what we should be looking for is the nuance in our imbalance. But instead of that, we're just going, no, we're done. Like, let's eliminate nuance, and that's the demon state.
Because I've been in the community also. Same with Benjamin. We've been in community for a while now, and there are certain people that I know better than I know other people.
Wait, you're 26? Weren't you like 18 when you got in the community?
Yeah.
Has it been that long?
She was like 20.
Years?
That's 6 years, 2018.
No, it's been 5 years, I think.
So you're 21 when you got in the community?
No, I was 20.
Yeah.
You were 20. Okay, so it's 6 years.
Actually, weird fact. Ben, I think the first interview you did was February 2019. Don't ask why I know that off the top of my head. I was looking at like dates.
That's probably
weird YouTube videos. But I don't know if that helps pinpoint the date.
2019.
Oh yeah, but for me it does. Yeah.
I felt like it was because they started like January 2018. And
I got into it in 2019. Yeah.
I have no idea when anything happened.
Yeah.
I have all the
I
SI in my
remember
brain.
when I got into 2019 because I have the bank receipt on getting signed to a class. So it is. I was enrolled in December of 2019.
Yeah, I remember you coming in and trying to guess your type and all that stuff.
Yeah. But now I will be 26. Damn, it's been a
Wow.
while. Yeah.
So there's a question Samuel asked. We should
Okay.
probably answer it and then try to get to bed here.
Okay.
It's on what you're saying. Was life better before or after OP?
I made this statement before in Facebook, but I wish I didn't get into OP and I wish I didn't get typed. I think I would be better off because it affected me more negatively than positively. But I'm trying to reframe it positively, in a like positive manner. But I see more negativity than positive. But because I got mistyped, so it affected me a lot. And also people in the community had like a big effect on me, and it was Corona time, like it was so many things. Anyway, but my point was there are certain people that I know in the community and I know their types and I see like so many nuances to them, and those things cannot be explained by their like animal stack or their functions or whatever. There are certain things that can be explained by their types, but I find them more interesting. The nuances are like way more interesting and what makes them human than the whatever code that they've been given.
I know. Using the typing as like a way to get to know the people. Like you just started at that. Like we're getting competitive at trying to get to know somebody. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. I think the OPS code seems to be like the least human part of us. It's like the most surface level, least human, and it's everything underneath that that's actually the interesting part. And that's why there are certain people who are like, I feel like there are certain people who are like those, I don't know, for me, they're like the icky people you don't want to be around because they're like just their type. That's how they act, is they're just like there's no depth there.
Feels like I was saying the exact same thing. It's cool.
What's that?
Yeah.
No, it feels like I was saying the same thing earlier. Yeah.
You may have been. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't
remember.
Like through OPS, I've known like I got typed in Enneagrammer universe, and I also got typed in attitudinal psyche, and those two systems are also very interesting, and they don't like, especially attitudinal psyche. Like there are certain things that you are process oriented, and there are certain things that you are result oriented. Like having that, it's like again binary, like objective personality, but that is also very interesting to observe in people. And like for example, now this dichotomy, like Dave and Benjamin doesn't know what it is now, and I can try to observe in them and see that, and it's just like the fun pattern, but it doesn't explain anything about who they are and what they're about. So
yeah,
it's just like
missing a lot of the actual sensory on the person.
So process oriented is more internalizing, which is OE and DI, and result oriented is more externalizing, which is OI and DE.
Actually, like process versus result is what are you trying to talk it out versus what are you not talking it out type of thing. Yeah. Like some people have like emotions process and some people have it results emotions, for example. And it's not correlated with FEFI or whatever.
Should be.
I do. Sorry, I was just going to say.
People who are typed in both systems, both OP and AP, there's no correlation with FEFI. Yeah.
See, I've never done any like that, like trying to use a different system and then typing the same people with the system. Like I've only used a single system.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, one is based on self-reporting and the other one is based on godheads.
God.
Yeah.
That's a pretty accurate statement.
Yeah. Like, for example, I got typed in Enneagram, and like the problems within OP exist in other typology systems as well, but to a different extent. Like with, for example, attitudinal psyche, it's not trying to explain like your whole life, your whole patterns, like objective personality does. So it is more lighthearted.
Answer to everything.
Yeah, it doesn't try to explain everything or answer everything. And that's why it is like more functional in a way, because it's not trying to be like, this is your whole life now, and this is who you are going to be attracted to, and this is the job that you're going to do, and type of thing.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying like OP is specifically trying to explain everything?
Yeah.
They're trying to have an answer for everything. They talk a lot about
the system is trying to be applicable to everything.
Yeah. And I think one place they go talk a lot about suicide when they don't need to talk about suicide. Really, I mean, they're typing people that are that but like, I mean, some people I don't mind it so much. Maybe it's like a.
I think they were trying to stay away from it themselves until the community pushed them on it.
I think so too. I think that's what happened. Is the community? Yeah. Like they don't want to, but like, cause it's definitely a touchy topic.
I think they want to. They just weren't going to.
It's just they still try to provide answers using the system for it, and say that they use it and that we should use it, and like it is just.
But all the disclaimers say don't use it. Yeah.
Tries to answer like, oh, AI is fine because just NI and SE and stuff, guys. It's like.
I will say this. I'm not in the class anymore, but like a couple of years ago, they made a video about dissociative identity disorder, and they tried to explain it with objective personality, and I got so disgusted by it because what they said has nothing to do with it. They didn't do any research on it, and they don't know what it is, and they're like, okay, this is consciousness. Think about how much consciousness these people have. Like, stupid motherfucker. These people got abused when they were child, when they didn't create, like when their brains weren't developed into one single entity. So that's why they have this amnesia barriers. It has nothing to do with your stupid psychology system. It made me so angry. The lack of research and how much they could extend themselves with this type.
And then and also how they were explaining certain things before the social types, but then after the social types, they were explaining it using the social types.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, what is this? What are you trying to explain now that you shouldn't be explaining because you need a new system?
Yeah. Or because you didn't do enough research on it.
Right.
Yeah. That's why I like attitudinal psyche more. And I also like Enneagram a lot. But again, Enneagram is now so much into woo-woo and whatever. But it is again interesting to observe.
See, maybe that is a thing about OP that is kind of so real. It's like I'm thinking about the gaslighting, and like you get your type and people think your type, and then they'll make fun of you according to your type, and that will be annoying. And like the reason why it's annoying is because it's like kinda accurate, Like people can't like trigger me using my Enneagram type. It's like, no, it's you can't hit. It doesn't really like I don't get fallen into that trap of drama with the OP.
I think they can. I think they can. What
I haven't. I'm sure it's possible. I haven't. Okay, the human personality is made up of 5 key elements.
Yeah.
Fire, water, mold, odor, trauma.
Trauma, yeah.
Those are the 5 boxes I was talking about.
There you go.
What do you think your Enneagram type is, Dave?
I don't know. I've heard like 5 wing something or similar to Benjamin, whatever he's been typed.
Whatever he is, I am that.
You got typed like a 6 or something by he had the people on. Was it
No,
Jesse?
I was typed a 5 wing
6.
5 wing
6. Is that what I was typed?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's either 5 wing 6 or 5 wing 4.
Right.
Yeah. Are they still doing their?
Yeah, they are. They're great. They got a website.
Because you had an interview with them like a couple months ago or maybe a year ago.
They typed someone that I know of, and that typing was very bad, very off. Yeah. And now they're like a joke to the community.
Oh, really?
But they still have like customers and stuff, but I personally wouldn't get typed by them knowing how they typed this other person and how off that was. So
I mean, I felt like they did a really good job on me. Like with objective personality, I always felt projected on. And like I always felt like they were trying to explain my behavior through their lens and like they weren't actually seeing me, right? But with them, I felt like they were actually seeing me. Like I never felt projected on by them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I watched their video and their voice notes on this person, and I felt like they were doing a lot of projecting on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's so human. I think it's so
exactly.
Human
Yeah.
Just like out of all the systems, OP is like there's worse things.
Yeah.
Worse things.
It's like that.
It's just like 2 people running a personality system some people get hurt and traumatized by it because they can't process it correctly. That's okay. You know, there's worse things. There's Benjamin's like military school. Like, can we can we focus on that? Can we?
It's like the quote by what is the World War II England's prime minister? What's his name?
Churchill.
Churchill. Thank you. I'm sure you guys have heard the quote. Like capitalism is like the worst form of government except for all the other forms. Yeah, it's that kind of a thing where it's like OPS is hot garbage, but it's it's maybe slightly less hot garbage than some others, depending. I don't know, but
yeah. Channel changing. I've always wondered why like heat makes things taste better. Like heat doesn't add any flavor. Doesn't change.
I like cold food. I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe.
Like
Is it warm and moist? Is it warm and wet?
Is that what you asked?
Dark and warm.
I feel like that's like a very specific thing where like you have to look at the chemical makeup of like every single food and then be like, oh, this one tastes better when it's a little bit more on the burnt side and
but not everything
transforms the
tastes better
chemicals.
when they're warm.
Yeah,
though.
because there's a chemical change. Heat is it will change the chemicals, so there will change the flavor of it. But like because like cold pizza tastes different than warm pizza. Heat does change the flavor, but like it's like weird that like I just don't like heat shouldn't change the flavor in my
You
mind.
can't have French fries after they've been cooked, like after they've cooled down.
Yeah.
Or potatoes in general. You can't. Potatoes are only good the first day when they've been cooked.
Or like fish. Fish is good like when it's really hot. You can't
Fish is never
People eat cold fish.
You can't eat cold fish, but like obviously there's like sushi and stuff, but like there's raw fish. Yeah. Like I like fish when it's like it cools down really fast. You got to eat it quickly before it cools down.
Hey, are you gonna go like heat up ice cream in the oven?
In the oven?
Drink it. Does that make it better?
They do have baked ice cream.
Baked?
That is a thing. Yeah.
Oh no.
Like it's different than fried?
I guess fried ice cream. Yeah.
Fried ice cream.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
That makes sense.
Has anybody had it before?
I have not.
It's gross.
From my recollection, it's just like a hard outer shell of like almost like nutty, kind of.
No, nutty. Okay. Have you had the astronaut ice cream? The space cream?
Never heard of it.
It's like what they use for ice cream when astronauts go fly up in space. It's a little.
Oh, the dry ice cream.
The dry ice cream. Yeah, it's not like heat or it's okay. It's just I remember tasting it. It's like you bite into it and it's not like a chocolate. No, I don't know how to describe sensory. Okay, all right, giving up. All right.
Hey,
I love talking about food on here, but we should probably wrap it up unless.
Could I add like one more thing that I'm curious? I was kind of like I've processed this for a while and I want to get some external opinions here.
Okay.
What's that?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Drinking time.
So I've thought about this quite a lot when it comes to like online criticism of different, because you guys were talking about issues with OPS, and I was sitting here and I'm like, I feel like for some reason I'm like immune to like wrongs that like different entities or people do, like with companies and things like that. And I've really tried to think about how to like verbalize what's going on there. But like when you guys were, you like had certain criticisms for OPS, and I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, it feels really weird when people do that, because I feel like my mind is in a place of like I feel like I'm like, maybe it's like pre-processed where I'm like, of course everybody's going to screw up horribly. And like, of course the companies suck and they scam everybody. And like, I feel like my brain is already like, everybody sucks. And I feel like that's so like deeply ingrained in me that it's like, I almost feel like it's not even worth talking about. I'm like, of course they suck. Of course they're stupid. Like, I don't know. Is that like weird, or what? Do you guys have any input on that, or what the heck is going on there?
I think like it's the hypocrisy. It's like, what are your claims and what are you really? And what's the difference between the...
I agree, but I have like another like view on it, that maybe we were more hopeful of them. We hoped more.
Right,
like,
expectations. Yeah.
we expected more, and that's why also
That's
like
where
if you're-
all disappointment comes from, is expectations, false expectations.
yeah, also I feel like if you're criticizing something, it's because you actually care about it. Like if you don't
No,
actually care
100%.
about it, you just go in and leave, and then I don't care about it, they can go on. But
Right.
if you're actually criticizing, taking time to think about it, what is wrong, what's not wrong, why they're going wrong when they're going wrong, that is because like you care. And I would like them to do a better job than this. But yeah, also what was it called? Like a cynicist is like an idealist, calls a realist, something like that, you know?
What?
Like
Yeah.
you're like you might have a realist approach, like of course they're going to fuck it up, of course they're going to mistype people and they will miscode people and they will not do enough research. But there are certain things I feel like in certain Dave videos the consume is so low that I wish you just didn't put up that video. I wish you skipped that week. That would be better than putting that video up. So yeah, the quality is low in some videos, but yeah.
So I think you kind of touched on what I'm thinking about. Is it's like am I just that because I understand your guys' criticisms and I think they're 100% valid. That's not I guess I'm trying to not, I'm not talking about the criticism. I get it and I understand it 100%. I presume, but like I guess I'm trying to figure out why for me do I feel like my default position is, of course, like Ben, you mentioned the claims being off. Like I'm already like, of course they're going to script the claims, and I like have that assumption for. Am I just really like nihilistic?
That is maybe, but I think it's a lot of like I'll talk about this earlier with Anna. We're talking about intuition versus sensory, where the intuition is able to see, it wants to see behind the scene, and like the higher you have intuition, it's like it's just obvious what's behind the scene. It's like I knew they were scamming too, but like it's just kind of obvious. But I still am consuming it. I'm still going for it. I can still see what's going on behind the scenes.
I think the thing is when you claim something as science, but it's really just a business, that it is like
you don't like their claims. Yeah, they're claiming this, and then they're actually
they're actually just, like if they were just to be like, yeah, we're just a business. We're just like, you know, giving you types and trying to make money, and if we're wrong, you know, next.
I also think that you might have this, like personally, like we are similar types. Like you might have, of course, they're going to fuck it up, and I also have that towards certain things. But for this one specifically, I was invested in it. Maybe you were.
You were,
as
yeah.
much as,
you were.
Okay, yeah. I think you bring up a good point. I think I've probably been burned by expectations so much in my life that I have like zero for anything. Yeah, that's probably good.
Yeah. I have like zero, like I'm not personally invested in like the other system that I was in OP because I was burned so much here. I'm not invested in other things. So if they turn back to me, say like, okay, your Enneagram type is not 9 wing 8, you're actually, I don't know, 2 wing 3, let's say. I'd be like, okay, I processed 9 wing 8 for a really long time now, but I was like, but I'm not going to cry as much as this other one.
Okay, so like I guess my takeaway is
I think what gets me the most about this is less like, okay, you know, they messed up my type or they didn't explain it. Like that matters less. It's more the tribe element of like, oh, they're like ruining other people's lives. Like hearing Sadet's story, for example, is just like no one's stopping them. No one's warning people.
Yeah, I know. I keep hearing more and more of these.
Yeah, keep hearing more and more stories of them screwing up and like actually having negative effects and impacts on people. For me, that's like deep in tribe. Like you can't do that.
Not allowed to cause negative emotions. Yeah, that's apparently what we fear the most, or like we don't want.
Yeah, now that I see, I feel like they're putting on the bottom like, do not make decisions based off of this, something like that. They're correct.
We do that in our reports. Yeah.
It's like anything. Yeah, don't trust anything you see online. Is what they say.
Yeah, but when I was getting typed, I remember they were so adamant about this is your type and these are the things that you should follow. If you are sleep last, you should take time to yourself, take a break from everything. And when I got type sleep last, I think this is the dangers of it. I was in a position where I like graduated from university and I got typed, and that was a time to go out and like find jobs and find internships and stuff. But what I did is that I told my parents I'm going to take a break because I am like I don't know myself because the system tells me I don't know myself. And I
Right.
took a 1 year break, and in that 1 year, all of my peers found internships and they advanced. And because I missed that on 1 year, I went back to the workplace, and I was so out of touch with everyone and everything because I isolated myself for 1 year, and it didn't set me back for 1 year. It set me back for like 4 at least years. And I was trying to catch up with that. And I went to workplace, but I forgot some of the information I've learned from school. And every other person has already been in the workplace. They know what to do, where to go. And I didn't know any of it. They're like, you've already been lawyer for 1 year. What's going on? So it just, the thing is, maybe it wouldn't have affected me if I got typed when I was like 35. But because it was in 20s, it had like such a huge impact on me. So that's why like I want my like I would like my sister to get typed, but I'm just like, okay, I will just wait till she's 25 and 26, then she can get typed.
I
So it doesn't
understand. Like I get my whole family type, but I didn't really explain anything to them at all.
Okay.
I just did bare enough to get them through the typing service.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my takeaway is I'm a pessimistic like asshole.
You think everybody's the scammer? You can't take them at face value.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, you are what you see. Isn't that how it works?
Yeah. Probably true. I'm not gonna deny it.
Oh, Christopher, how old are you? We're talking about OP and age.
23.
23. All right, so you're in between me and Sadet then.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to ask this. Why do you have a Band-Aid on your head?
Oh, me? Oh, I was making lasagna.
Lasagna is the answer.
Okay.
Anything can happen when you're making lasagna.
I was cooking the meat sauce, and the can of tomato paste. I used a knife to get the tomato paste out, and like usually you're supposed to have a spoon, but I'm at this new college house and we're out of spoons, and like we don't have very many, and so like the knife was just doing I got to do like 10 times. There's still tomato paste in there, so like I really like leaned in to see it, and like since it's a new house, I don't know where everything is. Like this is literally just like double feminine bumping into stuff. This is what it looks like. Oh my god! But yeah, I bumped right into it because of that, and it really fucking hurt.
That sucks.
But it's okay now. But I got a.
But why do you have a Band-Aid on it?
A Peppa Pig Band-Aid. Because
it makes you feel better?
I'm taking care of my SI, man. I put
just let it bleed and scab.
No. Why would you do that? You got to take care of that SI, man.
Okay.
I mean, like, okay, I step on my foot. Yeah. I'm not gonna show it, but like I stepped on glass. Oh.
Bye, Sadet. Thanks for jumping in.
Sadet. Thanks for coming.
It's 2:30 a.m. So I'm gonna.
2:30 a.m. I'll ask Christopher one question. You can go, Benjamin. I'm just gonna do something for Reggie.
No, I'll stay after.
Okay, I wanted to ask Christopher, because Reggie, he's actually here, or maybe here still. I wanted to ask Christopher about NI pathways, and maybe get some discussion on that for Reggie here.
NI pathways are dumb, man. I told you already. They're just dumb. They're simple. They're basic.
No, not your opinion. I want new opinions. Play energy. Christopher?
Yeah. What are you looking for?
NI pathways. How do NI pathways function, and how do they differ from SI pathways? Okay?
How is he supposed to know how they differ?
I can take a crack at it. Actually, I have a really good friend who has SI, so I'll start with what I see externally from the SI pathway. Is it's like I see it as literally just it's a very specific ordered like step system. So it's you when you open up the door, you use your right hand, you push it open to exactly 90 degrees to where it's horizontal to the wall or parallel to the wall, excuse me. And then you take exactly 3 steps straight forward. That's SI. That's what I see happening. Is it's literally just that. It is boom, 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 like
SI is law.
very specific things.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
No, it's just like the whole thing. Yeah, what defining what SI is.
Yeah, it's like why, like the image of you opening a door and stepping through the door. Why does it look like this in my mind? Like why is it going so? You're taking the SI and you're like slowing your introverted function. You're slowing the sensory down to every single step. But when it comes together, it's like this fast.
Yeah.
That's SI pathways. Okay, good. Specific steps.
So-
We got that far. Good.
Let me give that an actual real world example. With my friend, it's like literally when you go and you get pizza and they give you napkins, you put the napkins on the stool in front of the couch, and like you put the pizza on the chair over here, and you don't swap those two. You get them in those specific places every time, and you get when you order the pizza, you order the exact same type of pizza, and you want it cooked the same way, and like. It's personal, so it's like obviously there's like an infinite amount of facts that you can delve down into, but it's the personal facts that
I know what you mean, because like that
yeah.
that pizza place with that oven with those people. Because like I recently went to Arnie's Pizza. I don't know if you know what Arnie's Pizza is, but like my at least me and my dad, we have like this preference for this one specific restaurant because they cook it the best. But it's like 2 hours south, and so we will go there sometimes. But there's like ones that are like 5 minutes from us. But they don't cook it as good as other pizzas. So,
yeah,
that's not exactly it. But yes, we got the SI pathways. We understand SI is very specific steps. We could see that because it's in reality. Because you could explain to me, open the door, take 3 steps, make it parallel. Like those are all sensor clear. What Reggie's trying to figure out is what the hell are NI pathways? That's what he's trying to figure out. He's been trying to really process that the past like month. So if you could give him anything just on what you think NI pathways are, that'd be great, and then we can end the stream and Benjamin can head to bed.
Yay!
Yeah. NI pathways. I actually don't. I feel like I can't give as good of an answer. I don't know if I really know. I can kind of like bullshit my way through this, BS my way through it.
Yeah, go ahead. It's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect.
It feels to me like it's really just arbitrary ordering of potentially nothing or something. Like if we're talking about pathway specifically, like when I feel like when you say pathway, it's like being applied to like a day. So like in a day, it's it would be like maybe like it would make like I feel like it's just some kind of a projection into the future of like what's going to happen next for the sake of the person. Like it's so gosh, it's so hard to explain. It's like it's like just a fake knowing of what will happen next. And then I feel like the more like probably the more NI and the more masculine that is, the further out and the more like the more defined it is for the person. But it feels like it is literally just like I have to know what comes next, and I'm just gonna start applying random facts to that accordingly. Like it's just it's literally like nothing. It's nothing other than I need to know. So what am I like? I need to know what's coming up, and then it just fluctuates according to any situation. But it's just my internal knowing of what's coming next. Like I'm talking about nothing because I feel like it is kind of nothing. It really is just. Are you muted?
Oh, what's coming next?
Well, that's the thing is it's nothing specific. Like it isn't something that something gets applied to it arbitrarily, but sorry, that wasn't a question. That was a statement, wasn't it?
No, you're still answering it. Yeah, I heard you talking and I got distracted. So you said something, nothing, everything, and I got distracted. you went like it's something, but really it's nothing, and then like it's a day. It's like every day. Like that's my theory. What?
The SI just keeps coming back. The SI is an NI. That's what it is.
I know. The SI is just an NI.
Well, so that's the thing is, I think it would be the you're filling the NI with the SC, so it's like I need to know what's coming next, and then I'm just looking at the day and I'm like, what are the facts that I need to know are coming next, and that's being put in. But all the NI is my personal understanding of what's coming up.
Okay.
So like I think it's not complicated. I think it really is just.
I think it is
for
really
me.
simple.
Yeah, for me personally, as Christopher, I need to know what I'm doing next, and my thought is I'm going to get off the stream and I'm going to go to my car. But tomorrow at the same time, it's not going to be the same thing because it's not SI.
I don't think
It's
it's
just
like it's simple, but it's like not simple. I don't know.
So I think I feel like I can think of like a good analogy here. So have you guys ever played like any kind of a video game where you control your character by clicking onto the screen?
Oh, I'm learning League of Legends like today.
Okay, so the NI is it's just that, like, it's literally just that click. You're going click, go here, and then it's just projecting a path. But it doesn't matter where you're at on the map. It doesn't matter what corner you're rounding.
Sometimes it'll take you through like the enemy. It'll take you through the wrong pathway, but it'll
Yeah,
take you through,
yeah,
like the
yeah.
randomness of it. Sometimes.
And whatever pathway you go through, you have to deal with whatever's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I feel like that's the best way I can say, like, the pathway is it's just like it's just point.
It's also not
point A to point B.
reproducible the way SI wants it to be reproducible.
Yeah, exactly. It's just it's like a self-defined point A to point B, and then you're going to navigate the SC. So I don't know. That's my best crack at it. I don't feel like 100% confident on that explanation, but that's the best I got.
All right. The more I keep talking about this, the more I feel like OI is just like what we're talking about. Because like OI is like the pathway in itself. It's just.
I don't know why you brought this up. Like, you got tired of it last time, and you just want to bring it up for no reason.
No, Reggie said Reggie was here, and then he's lead an I, so let's ask him about it.
He's lead any. Oh yeah, he's leading it. You're talking about Christopher.
I was trying to do some DE. That's why I asked.
Right.
It wasn't for me, so I don't
Never
know
do
why.
DE again. Never do your demons.
I do my demons all the time. Like, it's crazy. I feel like I do SF Blast every day.
Okay, do a goodbye thing, Dave. Say goodbye to the people.
All right. Well, everybody, welcome. Thank you for coming to the stream. We talked about so many fun things. Please listen to this again and over again. It's really chill. This one's 6 hours and 30 minutes long. We had up till about 13 viewers, which was great. And one thing that was really important that you need to pay attention to is how much we laugh and we have fun. It's just going to be a nice, fun vibe. So come visit the next one. I think this time we had a lot of people that they've came before, and we have a newcomer, Christopher, and he's able to share his insights to us and share whatever he wanted to, and he's brought in a new insight that helped us go over our known information about OP and then give us a second recommendation on it and see how, like, yep, this is obvious, this is easy, and to see how there's separate cognitive abilities within each human being, and the goal is to live out your best potential in life. All right, thank you for coming, everybody. We are gonna go to bed. Ending stream. Bye.